Good morning, everybody. I made it. Yesterday was a shit show, so let's make sure that today doesn't do that. Wish me luck. Say prayers that my stream goes well. Good morning. I hope you guys enjoy the trial. I'm going to have my coffee and stay quiet. Please make sure if you do chime in at any point, please let me know if I'm echoing. And I'm going to go ahead and just say good morning. Welcome to the Cannon Girl Theories. I am Christina, your host, and I am streaming the trial. This is new for me, so I hope you guys enjoy it. Yesterday was kind of a bust, but we're going to make sure that we give Camille all the limelight she needs today because she was a boss bitch yesterday. So I can't wait. I can't wait. I hope that everything goes well today. Please make sure that you do chime in, say hello, like the video. Please make sure I am not echoing. I worked really hard on my audio yesterday to make sure that that I sounded okay. So I hope that, that if you are here, please say hello. Please comment on Twitter or on, Twitch I had a little bit of a problem yesterday with, so we'll see if we stay with Twitch. But if you're on Twitter and if you're here on YouTube, please make sure you like the video and say hello, and make sure that let me know if my mic is coming off clear and not too loud, and I will keep my distance away. And let's go ahead and I hope all of you guys have a great Tuesday. You're roared up to go. Camille owned this bitch yesterday. I'm so happy. And I just realized I didn't have my earphones on. So I'm always late. Always. I'm always late. I'm a late person, and I'm not a morning person either. So I do see that I'm echoing a little bit. I can't win with this audio. I can't win with it. Let me see. I'm going to mute myself, you guys, and see if I can fix this audio a little bit.
dinner where I was with friends. Yeah, I believe that.
So she saw you that day.
I believe that evening I saw her at dinner.
And then you saw Aaron Barantholotti again the next day for a private meeting, didn't you?
I believe that evening I saw her at dinner. I'm not sure if that's what she testified to. I'd have to just see the records to know.
You heard her testify. According to her notes, she met with you privately on March 10th, 2015.
She met with me at some point upon my arrival, but I don't remember the exact date.
And when you were in Australia, Ms. Hurd, you didn't take any pictures of the injuries you claimed to have sustained, right?
I did not take any pictures, no.
But you did take 2 pictures.
Of the mirrors. I took 2 pictures of the bathroom mirrors that was the master bathroom where I was.
Let's please pull up Defendants Exhibit 374, which is already in evidence. You took this picture, right, Ms. Hurd?
Yes, that's correct.
And this is a mirror in the bathroom in Australia?
Guys. That's correct.
And this black paint on the mirror is from Mr. Depp?
That is correct.
He wrote on the mirror in black paint after his finger was cut off, right?
Yes, I only know that because there was blood as well as paint.
So you took this picture after Mr. Depp?
I think I got it.
Correct?
This was while I was packing when I was leaving.
That's a
when I
yes,
took the
right,
photo.
Ms. Hurd?
What's the question? I'm sorry.
You took this picture after Mr. Depp had injured his finger.
That's correct.
Okay, I got it.
And you took this picture after you had allegedly been assaulted by Mr. Depp, yes?
That's correct.
Yet you didn't capture yourself in the mirror, did you?
I don't see myself in the mirror, no.
Let's please pull up Defendants Exhibit 375. You took this picture as well, right, Ms. Hurd?
That's correct.
And this is from one of the bathroom mirrors in Australia?
That's correct.
This is also a picture taken after Mr. Depp had injured his finger?
That's correct.
And this is also a picture taken after you had allegedly been assaulted by Mr. Depp?
That's correct.
You didn't capture yourself in the mirror in this picture either, did you?
I do not see myself in the mirror in that picture.
Is that because you didn't have any visible injuries on you?
It's because I was taking a picture of the writing.
Let's talk about the writing on this mirror. So the writing in black paint is from Mr. Depp, correct?
It's all from Mr. Depp.
And it's your testimony under oath that you did not write the red text that says, quote, "Call Carly Simon, she said it better, babe," end quote.
That's correct.
Because if you did write that, it means that your husband was walking around the house bleeding from his amputated finger and you're writing snarky messages to him on a mirror, right?
I don't know what your question to me is. I'm sorry.
Let's please take a look at Defendants Exhibit 1830. And I believe this picture is also admitted into evidence.
That's correct.
This is a picture of the same mirror, right?
That's correct.
But you didn't take this picture.
No, I did not.
This is the one that Ben King took.
And I don't see him in the mirror either.
I don't believe he claimed he had injuries, though. Is that right?
I did not hear Ben King talk about his injuries, no.
Okay. So you would agree, Ms. Hurd, that the black text on the mirror says, quote, "She loves naked photos of herself. So modern, so hot."
I had not read that yet. I mean, before, but yeah, that's what it says.
But you were taking pictures of the text, but you had not read that before?
I haven't seen this. It didn't make sense to me at the time when I read it in person.
Again, Mr. Depp wrote that.
I don't know who else would have.
So, Ms. Hurd, just to be clear, it's your testimony that Mr. Depp also wrote the message in red about Carly Simon saying it better, right?
That's correct.
You know Carly Simon sang the song "You're So Vain," right?
I was told that.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was writing messages to himself in the mirror back and forth.
The best I can describe it is it looked like a crazy conversation. It was on the walls, it was
With
on
himself.
lampshades, it was on cushions.
It's your testimony that the crazy conversation was with himself.
That's what it looked like from the bloody messages I found.
And you would agree with me that in this photograph, the red text has been smudged with black paint, right?
Yes.
Let's please pull up, if we can, Defendants Exhibit 355. 375 again.
Thank you guys for your patience too about the audio. I apologize. Sorry about that. I'll stay quiet.
Box smudge isn't in this picture that you took, right?
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp must have not liked his own message to himself.
I'm not quite sure what was happening when Ben took his photograph. No.
Let's please pull up Plaintiffs Exhibit 343, which is already in evidence, and play the portion from 157:21 through 158:54. It's a recording, Your Honor.
It's not to get you mad. It's just to get out of a bad situation while it's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went
to avoid talking to me, to
To
avoid
escape
working
the-
out. That's
to
the
escape
problem.
the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
Listen to me. Listen to me. A boxer can't go 12 rounds without a fucking minute break.
I'm not giving you a minute break. You do it at minute 3 at the beginning of an argument.
No. There are rounds, man. And when it gets too fucking hairy, the ref splits them apart or whatever. But all I'm saying is you can't have a solution if the argument just keeps mounting and mounting and mounting and mounting. I fucking go into the bathroom and sit on the floor. Bam, bam, bam. Here you come. I come out. Fight. Crazy. Escalated. I split again. I go to another fucking bathroom or a bedroom or something. Knock. Bang, bang, bang. You kept coming to get me.
This is what really happened in Australia, isn't it, Miss Heard?
I did knock on a bathroom door on the first night.
Not a bathroom door, 5 bathroom doors and 2 bedrooms. Isn't
Johnny
that right?
is not an accurate historian of what happened during
Miss
that
Heard,
period
Heard,
of time. I'll guarantee
Miss
you
Heard, that's not my question. 5 bathroom doors, 2 bedrooms. That's what you knocked on. That's what actually happened in Australia, isn't it, Miss Heard?
I was there.
So that's a
I
no?
remember it. I knocked on 1 bathroom door. I came on the first night after he decided to take the bag of MDMA.
Miss
and I went
Heard,
to check
Miss
on
Heard,
him and see
I'm going to
if we
move to
could-
strike everything after I knocked on 1 bathroom
She
door.
can't do that. She's answering the question. Not quite. So I will sustain the objection. Just answer the question, okay?
I'm so proud of myself.
The recording we just listened to, that's exactly what happened in Australia. Mr. Depp lost the tip of his finger after you threw a bottle at him. Isn't that right?
That is incorrect.
You're the one who assaulted someone with a bottle in Australia. Isn't that right, Miss Heard?
I didn't assault Johnny in Australia. I didn't assault Johnny ever. I couldn't.
And then after he was injured, he had to hide from you, right?
That is
In
incorrect.
5 bathrooms, 2 bedrooms.
That is incorrect.
And you would pursue him
That is incorrect.
because he was avoiding talking to you, right?
He did that first night when
he was
I tried to
avoiding-
talk to him about the drugs.
And he was avoiding working it out.
No, he was avoiding agreeing to not fight about the drugs.
You weren't scared of him at all, were you?
I have a mixed relationship with Johnny, and one in which I'm scared, one in which I love him very much.
I'm not talking about your mixed relationship. That night in Australia, after you cut off his finger with a bottle, you weren't scared of him at all, were you?
This is a man who tried to kill me. Of course, it's scary. He's also my husband.
Ms. Heard, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendants Exhibit 371. Do not believe these have been admitted into evidence.
No. Okay. I don't have.
If we can scroll down, please. No.
Ms. Brederhoff, if you don't have your microphone on, I cannot hear you. You still don't have it on.
redacted. Oh, I need to take a look at the unredacted for a minute, Your Honor. Just bear with me.
All right.
I'm not admitting it into evidence yet. I would like to just
Okay. you
talk
can
to the
ask
witness
that
about it
question.
if I
Go ahead.
could. Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hurd, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendants Exhibit 371. Do you recognize these text messages between you and Dr. Cowan?
I don't recognize these, no.
Who's Dr. Cowan?
He was my therapist that was recommended to me from Dr. Kipper. He and Dr. Kipper worked together.
He was your therapist at the time, correct?
That's correct.
And you had been seeing him for almost a year in March of 2015?
My guess would be about 6 months at that point.
Your text messages are in gray, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that she show her the unredacted so that she can see the text exchange back
All
and
right,
forth
if you
if she
can-
wants to talk about
Absolutely.
All right, we'll
moving
pull
the
that up. Sure.
unredacted later.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Pull it up.
So proud.
Seeing these unredacted messages, does this refresh your recollection that these are indeed communications between you and Dr. Cowan?
Yes, that's correct.
Doctor, your text messages are in gray, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Dr. Cowan's are in blue?
That is correct.
You see the text message at the bottom of the page from March 8th, 2015 at 8:29 p.m.?
Yes, that's correct.
March 8th is the day that you were allegedly sexually assaulted by Mr. Depp in Australia, correct?
That is correct.
So on March 8th, 2015, you were in Australia,
That is correct.
and Mr. Depp's finger had just been cut off, right?
That is correct.
And you write to Dr. Cowan, quote, "I feel so lost. I can't talk. I don't know if I'll ever be able to change," end quote. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
You weren't able to change, were you, Ms. Hurd?
I very much wanted to leave the relationship I was in, but I didn't have the power. I didn't feel I had the power to leave. I knew I was in a very toxic relationship with Johnny, and I knew I needed to change that. I knew it was, at this point, horrible for me. And I
I'm gonna
talked to
move
my
to
therapist
admit-
often about that.
Defendants Exhibit 371 as redacted with just Ms. Hurd's messages.
All right.
Your Honor, I object because she has left out the next two lines from Ms. Hurd that clarify even further, and I also think
Ms.
that Dr.
Bredehoff,
Cowan's.
Could you
Your
sit
Honor,
and
may
just-
we
yeah,
please
let's go,
approach?
let's-
This is.
Camille is a boss. She is good, man. Really good. You guys, I'm so proud of myself. I fixed my audio all by myself without anyone. Now I get to stream without any problems. I'm so happy. Oh my goodness, you just have no idea. Man, this streaming stuff's a little bit challenging. But how about this court testimony already, huh? Camille's a boss, bitch, man. I'm serious. I'm enjoying this very much. I got to catch up on Twitter. I didn't introduce the show like I wanted to. So, Elaine, you know, she's like, I love Camille's attitude. She's just like, this is just, Elaine, would you please stop being a Karen? Oh man, my sleeping pattern's all messed up. I'm hoping my brother joins me today. I'll be excited. Trying to catch up on Twitter here and see what's going on this morning.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit Defendants Exhibit 371 as redacted.
All right, 371 in evidence as redacted, over objection. Yes, ma'am.
If we can publish that to the jury, thank you. So you write, Ms. Heard, to Dr. Cowan, I feel so lost. I can't talk. I don't know if I'll ever be able to change. Right?
And I said, I clearly can't figure this out, meaning the relationship.
You didn't say that. You
I
said
did.
not the relationship. Your text messages, clearly I can't figure this out. I feel so lost right now.
What I was saying to him
No, no,
is
no, Ms.
clearly I
Heard,
can't
Ms.
figure
Heard,
this
Ms.
out.
Heard,
as in
that's
the
not my question.
relationship.
The text, just the text.
That's exactly what I
What
was saying.
you texted. Clearly, I can't figure this out. I feel so lost right now.
That's
That's
what
right.
I was saying.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Heard, you contend.
Your Honor, just for clarification, so those two next lines did come in.
They are in the redacted
Okay,
copy.
good. All right, thank you.
Ms. Heard, you contend that there's another incident of abuse in March of 2015 after you and Mr. Depp returned from Australia. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this incident took place on March 23rd, 2015?
That's correct.
And this supposedly occurred in the penthouse at the Eastern Columbia building?
That's correct.
You had found text messages between Mr. Depp and another woman, right?
That is correct.
So you confronted him about cheating on you.
That's correct.
And this was about 2 weeks after you had returned from Australia.
That's correct.
So this is shortly after Mr. Depp supposedly sexually assaulted you with a bottle, right?
It was 2 weeks after he assaulted me, yes.
And you decided to confront him about cheating on you?
I didn't decide to. I wanted to.
Mr. Depp's finger was freshly injured at this point, right?
He had a cast on it.
The top of his right finger had been cut off 2 weeks prior,
That is correct.
and he had a pin in his finger, true?
I don't recall when the pin was placed.
A skin graft?
I'm not quite sure. He had several different procedures and they were kind of spread out over a period of time. So I don't remember what happened and
One of
when
those-
exactly.
Procedures was to treat the MRSA that got on his finger too, right?
At some point, I knew he had an infection
And his right hand was in a bandage, right?
that was casted.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was able to attack both you and your sister with his hand in that state, right?
That is correct. He had a hard plaster cast on it.
Debbie Lloyd was present in the penthouses when Mr. Depp supposedly attacked you. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you claim that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can at Miss Lloyd that evening.
Yes, that's correct.
And you put in a sworn statement to that effect in the UK case, right?
That is correct.
But that's not true, is it?
That's what happened.
You know what a deposition is, right, Ms. Heard?
I've had several, yes.
Yeah, so you know what it's when someone provides testimony under oath.
That is correct.
You're aware that Miss Lloyd was deposed in connection with this case, correct?
That is true.
And Miss Lloyd's deposition testimony was played earlier in this trial, right?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right.
Oh, Elaine, can you stop? I mean, you know. Oh my goodness. Elaine, Elaine, Elaine. We can always count on you.
In a deposition, Ms. Heard, you know it's when someone provides testimony under oath, right?
That's correct.
And you're aware that Miss Lloyd was deposed in connection with this case.
That's correct.
And Miss Lloyd's deposition testimony was played earlier in this trial.
Yes,
So you heard Miss Lloyd testify under oath that Mr. Depp never threw a can of Red Bull at her.
I can't remember if she didn't recall that or if she said it didn't happen. I don't remember. I vaguely sense she didn't recall anything.
So it's your testimony that Miss Lloyd would forget that Mr. Depp, a very famous patient of hers, threw a can of Red Bull that nearly missed her, according to your version of events?
To be fair, I just don't remember if she said when she testified that she didn't recall that incident or if it didn't happen. I don't remember what she testified to, but I have a vague sense that she didn't recall much at all.
She recalled and she testified in this courtroom that Mr. Depp never threw a can of Red Bull at her. That was her testimony, wasn't it?
I don't recall what her testimony was with regards to that one incident, no.
You actually filed a complaint against Miss Lloyd's nursing license right before she was supposedly deposed in this case, didn't you?
No, I don't believe I did.
Are you aware that someone filed a complaint against Miss Lloyd's nursing license in connection with her care of Mr. Depp for failing to report abuse?
No, I had no idea. You're the first person to let me know about that.
It's your testimony under oath, that wasn't you?
That is my testimony. I didn't even know about that until now.
Travis McGivern was also present when Mr. Depp supposedly attacked you, correct?
He walked in at some point.
And you heard his testimony that it was actually you who punched Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
It's always been my own testimony that I hit Johnny.
And you who was throwing things at Mr. Depp.
I hit him in defense of my sister. I didn't have anything to throw at him. I never threw anything at him. I hit him when he attacked me and my sister, specifically when he moved for her. That's when I hit him.
So it's your testimony under oath. You threw nothing at Mr. Depp. Mr. McGivern's lying.
I have thrown things at Johnny,
No,
to be clear,
not
but not
thrown
that
things.
occasion.
That evening.
Not on that occasion.
So it's your testimony, Mr. McGivern imagined that you were throwing things at Mr. Depp from the mezzanine level down towards where Mr. Depp and Mr. McGivern were standing.
Well, he certainly wasn't going to say it about his client.
Ms. Heard, you and Mr. Depp kept a journal together, didn't you?
Yes, we did.
You wrote each other messages in that journal, right?
That is true.
If we could please pull up Plaintiffs Exhibit 91. I'm only going to be showing you certain portions of this, so if we could please call this Plaintiffs Exhibit 91A. This is the journal that you and Mr. Depp kept with each other in electronic form, correct?
That is correct.
And if we could scroll through, these are all entries that you made in the journal, correct?
Is it done? Yes.
I'm going to move for the admission of Plaintiffs Exhibit 91A, and I've gone ahead and redacted Mr. Depp's writings as on hearsay grounds.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, may we approve?
Okay. Oh my God. Elaine, can you just, it's really hard to have patience with Elaine. Don't you all love her animated thing that they did on her? Oh my God. Her character. I got to find that picture and put that on my Twitter. Do you notice her attitude this morning? Amber's attitude. She's just acting like, I know more than you. I was there. Let's ignore the proof, but let's just, pretend that everything's true. Camille, you go, girl. You own this. Oh, I was trying to see if Rob is in the, I wanted them to pan on the audience and see.
Let's start with the first page. It's a picture.
Your Honor,
It's a picture.
they haven't given me the pages yet. Your Honor.
writing them down.
Sorry, Judy. Let's write them down first.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, all right.
If we could please publish this to the jury.
91A in evidence.
Thank you.
Over objection.
This is a picture that's on the inside cover of the Love Notebook, correct?
That's correct.
And this is a picture of you and Mr. Depp.
That's correct.
And you're in Australia in this picture, aren't you?
Yes, but that's much later once we returned.
You can see that Mr. Depp's right hand is bandaged, right?
Yes, that's correct. That was after it had recovered significantly. That's not what it looked like during the incident we were just talking about.
So this is a picture after the events in Australia in March of 2015, correct?
Yeah, yes, that photograph was taken months later.
We have the jury look at that photograph again, please. Let's now turn to page 3. This is a note you wrote in the journal to Mr. Depp, correct?
That's what it looks like, yes.
This is actually the first note you wrote to him in this journal.
I don't remember what the first note was.
She doesn't remember a lot.
The date on this note is May 22nd, 2015, correct?
That is correct. That was during our honeymoon period.
So this is just a little bit over 2 months after the events in Australia in March of 2015, right?
That's correct. We were back in a honeymoon phase. That was the period of sobriety I spoke about yesterday.
When after Mr. Depp had allegedly assaulted you with a bottle, right?
It was after the stairs and it was after the Australia incident, yes.
And
And he
it's-
got clean and sober and we went back to Australia.
It's also 2 months after you punched Mr. Depp because you allegedly thought he was going to throw your sister down the stairs, right?
I hit him when he swung at my sister. And this is written months later, yes.
You thought he was going to throw your sister down the stairs like he had thrown Kate Moss down the stairs, right?
He swung at Whitney and I had heard a rumor, a vague rumor about that. And so it's what I thought of.
In this first message to Mr. Depp in your journal, you write, quote, "True love isn't about just the madness of passion or instead picking the safety of peace. No, it's about having both, falling madly in love with your friend. That is what has surprised me perhaps most, that I have seen in you the true bones of friendship and respect. But of course, I still, perhaps more than ever, want to rip you apart, devour you, and savor the taste. Fret not, XX Slim."
Yes, it's a love note.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And you're Slim, right?
That's correct.
Mr. Depp, I'm now going to ask you to take a look at the very last entry you wrote in this journal, which seems to be from April 8th. That would be April 8th, 2016, correct?
I'm not quite sure. I don't see the year written on there and I don't recognize it yet.
It would be a couple weeks. April 8th would be a couple weeks before your birthday, though, right?
That's correct.
Just to confirm, this is a note you wrote to Mr. Depp, right?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And on the second page of this note, you wrote the following. Quote, "I'm sorry I can get crazy. I'm sorry I hurt you. Like you, I can get wicked when I am hurt, when I feel provoked, shattered. And last night I was. I felt abandoned about the Lily Rose thing, felt absolutely bewildered about your not coming home on my last night here, and was heartbroken and angry after many attempts in vain on my part to rectify the situation and make amends on the last night of what was otherwise a gorgeous trip with you. I'm so sorry for my part. None of this is meant to be an excuse for hurting you, because the truth is, nothing is. There's never a reason good enough to hurt you. You are the last thing in the whole world who deserves it. Last person I ever meant to hurt. I love you, Steve. I am forever yours, Slim." Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
Ms. Hurd, let's take a look at Defendants Exhibit 423, which is already in evidence. This is a picture of you with what appears to be straight red marks on your arms, correct?
Those are scars from the broken glass.
And they're straight and red, right?
I disagree with how you characterize that, but they are red, yes.
And they're on your left arm.
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Hurd, you have a history of cutting yourself, don't you?
I do not.
You cut your arm once as a teenager, isn't that right?
No, I said I wanted to. When I was put on birth control pills when I was a teenager, I felt crazy, and I said I felt suicidal.
So it's your testimony under oath that you didn't report to Dr. Hughes, your retained psychologist, that you had cut yourself as a teenager once?
I said I had told my mom that I wanted to when I was a teenager.
Ms. Hurd, we heard some testimony from you yesterday about a trip you and Mr. Depp took on a train in Southeast Asia. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct.
That was when you and Mr. Depp went on your honeymoon trip, correct?
That's correct.
And that was in July of 2015?
Yes, that sounds right.
Let's take a look at Plaintiffs Exhibit 162, which is already in evidence. You were here in this courtroom, right, Mr. taking this picture?
That's correct.
This is a picture. This picture shows an injury to Mr. Depp's face, doesn't it?
I disagree. I've seen this
is
picture
okay, Ms. Hurd.
I've seen
I
this
got the
picture
answer. Thank you.
before, and
You
he's
disagree?
not injured in it.
He's not injured in this picture.
Mhm.
That's your testimony. Fine.
This one is Photoshop.
Ms. Hurd, I have your answer. Thank you. This is the only photograph from your honeymoon that shows someone with an injury, correct?
That's not true.
We haven't seen any photos of injuries to your face from that train trip, have we?
I don't believe my face was injured on that trip.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 91A at page 46, going back to the Love Journal. This is a note from you to Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
This is a note you wrote on July 22nd, 2015.
That is correct.
And it starts off with the words, "My husband, happy honeymoon," right?
That's correct.
Ms. Hurd, please take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A at page 67. This is another note from you to Mr. Depp in your journal, right?
That is correct.
And this one is dated August 1st, 2015.
That's correct.
And you write, "That's enough. You've held this book hostage long enough. Although I can't wait to read my note, I also couldn't wait to tell you how much I adore you. What a beautiful, extraordinary, magical, memorable, wonderful, stunning, surprisingly evolving, and impulsive adventure. I couldn't have imagined a more gorgeous honeymoon. I love you more and more every passing day. XX Slim." Did I read that right?
That is correct.
Let's take a look at the journal entry starting on page 68. This is another entry from you writing to Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
And this one's dated August 2nd.
That is correct, yes.
And this one is a longer one, so let's go to where it ends on page 70 of the journal. And you write, quote, "I hope the things said in anger and pain were just that, and that you miss and love me too. And that is what matters most to you. You may say you stand by everything you said and did, and that there is nothing you can learn from this, but I don't feel that way. And it's important for me that you know that. I love you and I'm sorry. I miss my warm, loving husband. XX Slim.
That is correct.
And sad, the word sad is crossed out.
That is true.
Next, we have a journal entry from you on page 89. This is another note from you to Mr. Depp.
That is correct. The whole book is love notes.
So this is dated August 15th, correct?
That is correct.
And here you write, quote, "My love, why do we fight? Ever? Why? I love you more than anything else. Are we that uncomfortable with being vulnerable? Were we scared? Or is it something else? I don't know. But I'm sure of one thing, and if it's that I can't imagine my life without you. I love you. I will do better. I am sorry. X Slim." Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
Your testimony, this was a love journal
That is correct. It was primarily love notes and
and apology notes from you to Mr. Depp.
The book was more of a love note book, and part of that communication, obviously, since we fought so much, it was important for me to, try to nurture as much peace as we possibly could. And when things were good, they were really good.
And it was also an opportunity for you to apologize to Mr. Depp for your behavior, isn't it?
I think it's important in every relationship to apologize when you're trying to move past fights.
Let's look at an entry from August 17, 2015, starting on page 90. Here you write, quote, "I'm sorry I shook the wheels so hard. I'm sorry we've tested the shocks and brakes to this point. God damn, I love you, Johnny. I love you. I am tied to you forever. You know that? So I'm tasked with making this work for that reason and many others, of which there are many. Let me try to fix this. Let me try to patch this. Let me try to make your heart better. You deserve it. Hell, maybe even I do. I need you. We need each other. You're my cornerstone, my heart, my all. You are my life. I hate it when we fight. I hate having you hurt. I hate that you're hurting. I love you more than anything. Let me prove it. I need you. I love you. Slim." Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, another example of me trying to fix it. I was always trying to fix it.
Fix it by apologizing for your bad behavior?
I tried everything. I tried apologizing. I tried reading. I tried therapists. I tried everything to fix
But
it.
yet you couldn't change like you told Dr. Cowan, right?
I couldn't change my relationship.
Let's talk about December 15th, 2015 again. Erin Filati, your personal nurse, saw you 2 days after the incident on December 15th, 2015. Isn't that right?
She did not see me as in a medical visit. She just dropped off meds in the late at night.
She saw you personally, though,
She
right?
physically saw me, but did
Yeah.
not see me in a medical sense, the way a doctor might see a patient. She did not see me in that way.
She was your personal nurse, right?
She was a nurse assigned to me. I didn't hire her. Johnny did.
She was assigned to you. And so when she would see you, it would be physically in person in your home and traveling, correct?
She would sometimes see me as like a medical professional would, and then other times she would just drop off meds and physically see me, like as in with her eyes.
You testified that during the incident on December 15th, 2015, Mr. Depp broke the bed, correct?
That is correct.
And more specifically, you described that he broke the bed frame with his boot while trying to get purchase. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's take a look at Defendants Exhibit 509, which is already in evidence. If you could please have that published to the jury. Thank you. Ms. Hurd, this is a picture that you indicated depicts the broken bed, right?
That's exactly it.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp caused this damage to the bed with his boot, right?
He did.
Is that a pocket knife on the bed there?
I cannot tell what's on the bed.
Did you use that to damage the bed?
I did not damage the bed. Johnny's boot did when he was punching me. I could feel him slipping.
Ms. Heard, you also testified that there was blood all over the pillows on the bed, correct?
On the pillow top, yes, that's correct.
But you didn't take a picture of that, though, did you?
I did not take a picture of this.
About a week after the December 15th, 2015 incident, you went with Mr. Depp and his children to the island of the Bahamas. Is that correct? To celebrate Christmas?
The incident was on the 15th and we went on the 23rd, I believe.
While you were there, you did a photo shoot with Greg Williams, correct?
A few days later, I think the photo shoot was about 2 weeks after the assault.
Let's please pull up Plaintiffs Exhibit 99. This is a photograph of you on Mr. Depp's island shortly after December 15, 2015, correct?
No, this was taken weeks later.
On the island, on that trip,
It was taken on the island.
on that trip,
Yes,
weeks later.
weeks later.
December 15th, you traveled to the island December 23rd. That's your
It's
testimony?
my recollection that this picture was taken on New Year's Eve or the first day of the year. I think New Year's Eve.
And this is the photo shoot with Greg Williams, correct?
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection?
All right, 99, you can publish.
Can we please have a zoom in to Ms. Heard's face? Thank you, Tom. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 100. I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection.
All right, 100 in evidence, you can publish.
Ms. Heard, this is another picture of you from that photo shoot, correct?
Yes, this is the same photo shoot that you asked me about earlier, and this is several weeks later.
If we could zoom in on Ms. Heard's face. Thank you, Tom. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 101. And I'm going to move to admit and publish.
Any objection?
Can we just have the foundation first, please?
This is a picture from the photo shoot, Ms. Heard, that was taken on the island.
This is the same photo shoot. Yes.
Then no objection, Your Honor.
All right, 101 in evidence, you can publish.
If we could please zoom in, excuse me, Tom, on Ms. Heard's face. It's your testimony, Ms. Heard, that you were wearing makeup for this photo shoot?
That is correct. It's a photo shoot.
If we could please pull up Exhibit 102. Ms. Heard, is this another picture from the photo shoot?
I can't exactly tell from the background. It looks like it's the same thing, but I can't really tell without it being
This is
zoomed
a-
out.
This is a picture of you, though, right?
It is a picture of me, yes.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
All right, any objection?
I'm not going to object because she identified herself. I just, if she could identify when it was taken, that would help. But I'm not going
Is-
to object. I'm not
No,
gonna object.
no objection.
objection.
Okay, there we go. 102 in evidence, you can publish.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 103.
03.
Ms. Heard, this is yet another picture of you from that Greg Williams photo shoot, correct?
That is correct. This is from the same shoot.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection.
All right, 103 in evidence, publish.
And again, if we could zoom in on Ms. Heard's face. And finally, if we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 104. And Ms. Heard, this is a picture of you from that photo shoot, correct?
Again, this is the same photo shoot weeks later.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 104 in evidence. Thank you.
Again, if we could zoom in on Ms. Heard's face. Thank you, Tom. You testified that you and Mr. Depp got into a fight while on the island in December of 2015, correct?
That's correct.
And this all started because you perceived Mr. Depp as nodding off during the trip, right?
I thought he was passing out again in a similar fashion to what he had done the previous year.
And when he nodded off, he spilled wine on you, correct?
Yeah, 2-3 times in a row.
You testified that Mr. Depp's son, Jack, was there when this happened, right?
At the beginning, he was there.
He was there when Mr. Depp allegedly spilled wine on you 2 or 3 times, right?
He was there for that because he offered me help.
You also testified that Mr. Depp then sexually assaulted you in the bathroom, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified that after this, you needed to get away from him, right?
That is correct.
So you ran out of the house.
That's correct.
And you admit you threw something at him, right?
I did throw something at him to get away.
You sat in this courtroom when Tara Roberts testified, right, Ms. Heard?
I did.
She's Mr. Depp's manager on the island.
Yes, that's correct.
You heard her testify that she witnessed an argument between you and Mr. Depp on the island in December of 2015, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
And you heard her testify that Mr. Depp was trying to escape you, right?
I don't know if she characterized it like that, but that was the gist of it. She kind of misrepresented it to seem like that. Yes,
She misrepresented it. How convenient.
that's correct.
Okay, and then you kept apologizing to Mr. Depp, right? That's what
No, that's
Ms.
not
Roberts
correct.
said? Begging him to come back to the house with you.
That's not correct.
Clawing at him. She used those words.
That's not correct. When she interrupted us, Johnny had me by the hair.
Yelling at him.
We were screaming, both of us, but I don't know what she would have heard.
And that she observed an injury on Mr. Depp's nose from something that you threw at him, right?
I don't know what she observed.
You also heard Ms. Roberts testify that she included all this information in a sworn statement in the UK in May of 2020. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
You put in a witness statement in response to Ms. Roberts' statement in June of 2020. Isn't that correct? In the UK?
I did several, I think 7 witness statements, and each one contained different information as per recent filings. That's what counsel has you do in that.
And in response to
case.
previous filings, correct? Including testimony from people that contradict your story?
Sort of. So what you have to do is your counsel asks you to respond to things and you put it in a declaration of sorts. And that happens back and forth over the course of preparing to go to trial in that country. And that's what I did.
So that was your 5th witness statement submitted in the UK.
I don't recall which one I was asked to comment on Tara
Let-
Roberts' testimony.
I'll remind you. If we could have Ms. Heard's 5th witness statement from the UK.
Yes, ma'am. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Directing your attention, Ms. Heard, to page 6 of your 5th witness statement. It's here that you describe the December 2015 incident, correct, on the island?
I haven't read through the statement. I just don't know if I had commented on it before. In a previous witness statement, as I said, there were several.
But starting on page 6, Ms. Heard, you describe the incident that took place on the island, correct?
That's correct, but what I'm trying to say is
I
I'm not sure if
understand.
I describe it in full in this statement.
I'm going to show you your confidential schedule to the fifth witness statement that accompanied the fifth witness statement in the UK.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
In the confidential schedule to your fifth witness statement, paragraph 1 on page 21, you describe Mr. Depp sexually assaulting you in the Bahamas of December 2015, right?
That is correct.
And that's the first time you ever claimed that Mr. Depp had sexually assaulted you in the Bahamas.
That is incorrect.
You only submitted the confidential schedule in the UK claiming Mr. Depp had sexually assaulted you after Ms. Roberts had said that she saw you on the island chasing, clawing at Mr. Depp. Isn't that correct?
That is incorrect.
You could please pull up Plaintiffs Exhibit 394. So, Your Honor, this is another recording I can represent to the court. This only contains Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's voices. I'm going to move to admit the entire recording. I'm only going to play from 1:17:44 through 1:20:02.
All right, any objection?
Which plaintiff exhibit you're on?
394.
394.
I think I have no objection. to
All
that one,
right,
Your Honor.
I'll go with that. All right, 394 in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I say when I say I'm going to try and change this YC thing or network on blah, 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 I can only do those things. And since I haven't been doing those things,
What things have you been doing?
working on those things, not doing this great thing, trying to change. That's last several times we've discussed it.
Hence screaming when I spilt wine accidentally on you for falling asleep and screaming in front of my kids and freaking Jack out. And that's trying.
I would appreciate, yeah, you're right. You're right, Johnny.
That fucked him up, you know.
I'm sorry I fucked your son up.
No, it weirded him out. He'd never,
I'm so sorry I fucked your kids up.
he didn't fuck my kids up, but
I'm
it
so
was pretty
sorry.
fucking weird for him, you know.
Because I jumped up and screamed because I wanted to. No, that's amazing.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm surprised he's. So you're going for the countdown. I'm sure that's terrifying.
I don't need your
No, right, poor kid.
your clever
It's not against me again.
comebacks.
That's so
No,
sad.
you think you're
Your
controlling yourself.
character
You
is-
think you're controlling
your
yourself.
character has become so clear, especially when you use them. It's embarrassing for you. I'm gonna walk away now because you're actually making me see even worse. And believing me, I'm not gonna be calling you at 3:00 in the morning after an Ambien and think, oh, I'm gonna just fucking forgive and move on. Trust me, it is gross how you're using your kids. I've done nothing but be there for them in a good way. And if you take that for granted, fine. You're right. Meet a woman who would not jump up and scream if she'd been spilled on 3 times in a row. And I hope you're happy with whoever that is, because that would be a special kind of fucking person. No doubt.
It's you and Mr. Depp in that recording, right?
That's correct.
And you're discussing what happened in the Bahamas in December of 2015, right?
No, that's not correct. But we were discussing a part of it.
You're discussing when you screamed at Mr. Depp in front of his children, correct?
No, we were talking about a part of that argument.
including when you screamed at Mr. Depp in front of his children.
That's not a fair characterization of what happened.
Mr. Depp says you screamed at him when he accidentally spilled wine on you, correct?
I realize that's what Johnny said.
Yeah. And Mr. Depp tells you that this freaked out his son, Jack.
Johnny often used other people to back him up in our arguments.
You don't seem too concerned about that, do you?
I had a lot of concerns.
You don't mention Mr. Depp sexually assaulting you in this recording, do you?
That was not the point of that conversation. If I had gotten into the details of what happened to me with him, it would have been another fight.
You just accused Mr. Depp of, quote, using his kids, right? In that
He
recording.
would often
misheard.
use other people, yes.
And you challenge him to find a woman who will not, quote, jump up and scream if she has been spilled on 3 times in a row.
That is correct.
Not a woman who would put up with sexual abuse, right?
I was pointing out the ridiculous nature of him expecting me not to react to something that basic.
Your Honor, would this be a good time for a break?
All right, we can do that. That's
Thank
fine.
you, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research. We'll see you in 15, okay?
Y'all, it is the battle, don't you think? Oh my God. Your Honor, I move to strike everything after yes. Misheard. That's not what I asked you. Misheard. And then she answers, that is correct. Thank you. I love it. Camille she's good, man. She's really good. I'm enjoying this. I'm sure a lot of people are. There's a lot of people talking about how well she's doing, how assertive but not aggressive. I did talk about that yesterday. I feel like she's when she first starts, I feel like she's a little bit shaken in terms of nerves because there's so much anxiety. Excuse me. I think there's a lot of anxiety kind of creeping up on her, you know what I mean, before obviously the trial starts. But then I feel like she kind of relaxes a little bit and she gets like into a groove, you know, and I feel like then she's, you know, she kind of just goes with the flow and like she's in her element, you know what I mean, and she's just flowing and just psh, 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 psh. And I think it's going well. I mean, I think every contradiction, I love like that Amber Heard has this kind of like attitude, like, no, you know, but it's like like she acts like she's above or that she knows, or I got this, you know what I mean? That's kind of her aloof, flippant attitude. But then, you know, obviously it's contradicting everything I feel like I love that she keeps bringing up Camille. I mean, she keeps bringing up there is not a single medical record that is, you know, out there, or if you said your nose was broken or you had, you know, like I think, in my opinion, that like obviously if he was to knock her around, especially in the face, that she would have, you know, maybe even as hard as she says, you know, even anywhere, like if he would have hit her anywhere, on the arm, on the face, anywhere, she would probably like literally have ring indentures on her face or on her arm or wherever, because the rings that he wears are so heavy. So to even kind of like even fathom that that he hit her or whatever, you know, directly with his hands and the rings on, I'm not buying that. I'm not buying any of that at all. So I'm feeling like that's just not, come on now. Let's you know, come up with something more believable. I don't know. I think she's tanking. I think Amber Heard is kind of getting smaller and smaller. And I think I'm so happy that the cross is effective. What I do like to do though, is I do like to check in with some of the other channels. I really want to hear, and I'm not trying to restream someone else's stream, but there's really no other way, excuse me, to kind of and I apologize for doing that in the mic. I had coffee and I didn't sleep very well. I don't know about y'all, but I didn't sleep very well, so I feel like my body's on this off sleep schedule, and I feel like it's just weird that you know what I was thinking? You know what I was looking at? Why is this? It says that my that's the stream, because I was like, chat is disabled for this live stream. I wonder why they did that. Do you think do you think I'm watching on Sky News, so but I wanted to kind of go in here and look at what like Emily D. Baker is saying. I absolutely adore her. She's one of my favorite law tubers on YouTube. I enjoy Legal Bites, but I really like Emily D's perspective on things. I love that she's kind of like got a hip, sort of relaxed attitude. And I also like that she's just a single sort of commentator, you know what I mean, where I appreciate the people that have multiple people in their streams, like Legal Bites. I appreciate all the attorneys on that channel, and I also am following all the like Alita, and then all of the panelists that she has on her channel. I do follow them as well, but I like Emily D. Baker's channel because she does it solo, and so and also I just feel like the way her style of explaining, I just feel like that's kind of more my style. Like I said, I found Emily D. Baker some time ago when there was a lot of drama going on in the YouTube community, like with James Charles and Tati and things like that. So I found Emily D. Baker probably in 2019 or so, and I've been watching her for a long time. And so she just became, sort of my favorite. And then just Legal Bites, I'm actually a new subscriber to that channel. I appreciate it though. I really like it. But I just, sometimes it's a lot when you have multiple panelists on. I enjoy very much, like one big conversation, but sometimes I feel like you get kind of more out of someone that's just running their stream alone. So I don't know how about, how y'all feel, but that's how I feel. So if you guys want to, kind of chime in on that, I'd appreciate it. Let me see. Let's click on Emily's break and see what she's saying. So let me go ahead and share this again. Let me see. Let's go ahead and see what Emily's saying. Trying to grab this really quick. Normally these Emily's stream is what I would watch if I was like not streaming it. This is new for my channel, like I said. Oh, I like Good Logic too. I like Joe a lot. I watch a lot of his live streams. Let me go ahead. I've got her on silent. So let's hear what
external
she's saying.
evidence, the medical records or lack thereof, the photos or lack thereof, to support their side, which is why you don't see Camille going on and on and on about, but your photo's not in the mirror. As I pointed out on multiple live streams, is Johnny Depp's team watching LawTube? If they are, hello, you're doing a fantastic job today. The white
I love
suit,
that
we
she does
stand.
that.
Thank you. But her face isn't in that mirror. I imagine that the other lawyers also considered that when they were planning their cross. I'm being facetious, but all of those little things, the jury can say, well, yeah, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. And if one side doesn't make sense, that's the side they're going to determine is lying. And if she's lying, then it's defamatory. Can lawyers quit repping Amber Heard? No, they can't. They, I'm sure, are fuming. But no, they can't quit. They're in this. And apparently she spent over $6 million on that case, which she let slip.
Okay, so I just kind of wanted to check in and see if she was saying anything different
If
today.
Depp wins, what kind of money is Camille up
So
for?
it sounds like on her stream, she's basically just kind of answering questions and stuff. And I'm not trying to intentionally, stream someone else's content. But when it comes to the legality of the case, I like to check in, and just kind of see what they're saying, because sometimes when we're watching this, we're obviously, keeping up with everything that's being said. But at the same time, it's just kind of, LawTube is really helpful when it comes to understanding each side presenting, and then finding out who actually is really kind of legally sort of in the, like, who's how do I want to say that, like, leading the race, if that makes sense. So and cross-examination, it was really nice. After I had such a nightmare yesterday, y'all, yesterday was my very first time streaming, and I could not get my audio or my video correct. And I'm a late person by nature. And I'm not a morning person whatsoever. I'm actually more a like a night owl. And so this whole thing of getting up on California time at like 4:45 in the morning to shower and get like ready to sit here all day long is really kind of disciplining me, because I normally stay up until 2 or 3 in the morning, and then I wake up for this trial. Um, to watch it, just have coffee and kind of catch up on things. And since I decided to go ahead and stream the trial on my channel now, it's just really disciplining me on, getting up earlier and but I have to say that I'm not doing very well in terms of my sleep pattern. My sleep pattern was really off yesterday when I decided randomly to go ahead and stream this court, the court proceeding. I actually only got honestly, I only got 45 minutes of sleep yesterday. And then right after I streamed, of course, I took some time to get ready to post this stream. My son and I worked on my audio and the video a little bit. And then I was like, oh my God, I'm so tired. And I don't know about y'all, but for me, when I don't sleep, I get emotional. It's so weird. Like when I get really mentally exhausted, I get really emotional and very sensitive. And so yesterday, when just nothing was working right, I was watching tutorials. I was trying to get everything together, and I just couldn't get it right. And by 6 or 7, because I had been up all night, I was like, okay, I gotta just grab something to eat and fall asleep. And I fell asleep about 7:30, and then I woke up, unfortunately, about midnight. And then I was up till 1:30 or 2, and then I was nervous about. I've been having a lot of anxiety, and I think it's just because this is all new to me on my channel, and I feel like this case probably has also affected a lot of people as well, just in terms of anxiety and, just really rooting for Camille and just really wanting justice for Johnny. And I feel like that's kind of what's been keeping us, kind of on the edge of our seat. And I don't know about y'all, but I've been really, really struggling with just relaxing and trying to fall asleep. So last night, even though I woke up in the middle of the night, I was still like, okay, girl, you got to try to get some more sleep. So I slept a little bit, but ultimately I woke up again this morning about 4:45, and I was like, oh my God, but in order to grow my channel and to, sort of get my foot in the door with this commentary and get established on Twitter, I've only been active on Twitter for about a month, and I'm really, really loving it a lot. I'm learning so much more about the case, and I just really like the people I follow and all the information that's coming out, and everybody's opinion on everybody's posting while the trial is going on, which has been really exciting, because I feel like no other platform to me, having been on YouTube and Instagram for so long. I'm not a TikToker. I'm new to Twitch as well, streaming this on Twitch. I'm new to using StreamYard, if that makes sense. So for me, I just, I love watching everybody's thoughts and all these memes and things that are getting now there's this new, let me show you. Let's see what's trending on Twitter. Here, let me show you guys what's going on Twitter. So I just can't miss the break. Let's see. For some reason, when I follow the breaks, for some reason, the channel is not moving live. It's like it it just stills for some reason and doesn't, like, I end up missing them starting the trial again. So I don't want to miss it because I know 15 minutes goes by fast. So, but if I miss it, we'll share some stuff on that I'm retweeting on Twitter. So before I try to show you guys Twitter, let me see if I can. I just want to make sure I haven't missed break. So it looks like it says it's live, but I'm having to refresh all the time for some reason. So I don't want to miss when they come back into court. So actually, you know what? So that we stay safe, I'm going to go ahead and just keep the live like up right here next to me. Just so that we don't miss when they're coming. Because I'm realizing when you watch it live, I guess you have to keep refreshing your screen. So if you guys see my live on Twitter, hello, I'm new to Twitter. So I hope you guys decide to peek in on my live stream, say hello, follow me, I'll follow you back. I really love watching everybody's thoughts and everything. But anyway, I was going to show you guys this let me see if I can share this. Let me see if I can share this page also. Let me see if I can screen share another one. I've never tried to multi-screen share. Yeah, I don't think you can do 2 screen shares. I think I'll have to open up Twitter over here. I just can't miss. I have to keep refreshing this screen, I guess. So I don't want to miss when they come back. Let's see. I have Twitter like up and ready. So I just want to make sure that I stay in tune with everything. Y'all, live streaming is hard. I didn't realize like how much work these guys put into this stuff. I commend everyone that runs the live stream and that just has a successful YouTube channel because it's a lot of work. And since I've transitioned communities, it's a lot, y'all. It's a lot, especially getting in on this trial stuff. It's like been really, kind of hard to like branch out into the live stream community. Not hard, but just something new for me. Just kind of running the show by myself and having enough conversation, so that there's no lulls. I know I've been bringing in my brother to the live stream, which is super exciting because I know 2 heads are better than one. So I'm super excited. I want to do a recap at the end of the week because I know my son works really late and I'm really curious to know what he's thinking, where his mind is on the cross. But I don't know. A lot of times he'll watch later because he's working, of course. So he doesn't have time, to watch the trial all day long. He's busy having a real life, unlike me. So, but yeah, I'm really enjoying watching this. So let me make sure. I don't want to lose this here. I want to make sure because these live streams, they lag. And I just want to make sure I don't miss when she gets back on the stand. Once she gets back on the stand, you guys, I am going to stay quiet because I don't want to, talk while I just, for me, I really enjoy like when someone stays quiet, so you can actually hear the trial. I don't want to kind of continue to talk and kind of, intercept what they're doing. Once in a while, I'll pop in audio, but I want to stay. Oh, they're back. They're back. Okay. So let me take she's back up there and let me get over here and I'm going to mute myself. So we'll check on Twitter on the lunch break. 1 second.
All right, thank you. You be seated. All right. Your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Heard, you've testified repeatedly that you were concerned about Mr. Depp's substance use during your relationship, right?
Yes, that's correct.
But you weren't concerned enough to stop using drugs and alcohol yourself, were you?
I did not use drugs when I was with Johnny, like in his presence, aside from the times I testified about with you.
So you weren't concerned enough to stop using drugs and alcohol the times you testified to in front of this jury, right?
As I testified to earlier, I took drugs in Johnny's presence on those 2 occasions early in our relationship in 2013.
So you never changed your own behavior to support Mr. Depp and his sobriety, did you?
I did a lot of changing to support his sobriety. I tried everything that I could possibly think of.
But you drank wine around Mr. Depp on a regular basis, correct?
I did drink wine.
And you took Mr. Depp to Hicksville to do, quote, laughy drugs like mushrooms, end quote, right?
That's correct.
And you testified that despite what supposedly happened in Hicksville, you decided to take MDMA with Mr. Depp on a plane to Russia in June of 2013, correct?
As I mentioned, those are the 2 occasions.
You testified that this was the last time you would make that mistake, right?
That is correct.
And when asked if you would ask Mr. Depp to get you MDMA in Australia, you said that was, quote, ridiculous, right?
That is correct.
Because you had learned your lesson the hard way on the plane to Russia.
Russia, yes, that's correct.
Yours and Mr. Depp's wedding in the Bahamas was in February of 2015, right?
That is correct.
So that would have been after the Russia flight.
Yes, when I did, when we had mushrooms on the island for my hen party, my wet bridal party before. We were not with Johnny. I was not with Johnny at the time.
Was your wedding with Mr. Depp on the island, right?
To be clear, we were both on the same island. We just weren't around each other that evening. We had kind of separate parties, a bridal party and a groom's party.
And your wedding was a month before Australia, correct?
That is correct.
And you arranged to have drugs at your wedding, correct?
Like I said, we had mushrooms for my bridal party beforehand,
On the island for your wedding?
before the wedding.
On the island?
On the island, yes.
Can we please pull up Plaintiffs Exhibit 1262? This is an email you sent on February 1st, 2015, correct?
That is correct. Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish Plaintiffs Exhibit 1262.
Any objection? Yeah, sure.
Your Honor, if we could please have Ms. Heard's email published to the jury.
All right, 1262 in evidence.
This is a schedule for your wedding weekend, right, Ms. Hurd?
No, it's not. It's a proposed draft of a schedule. It ended up being quite different.
Do you see where it says 7 p.m. rehearsal dinner?
Yes, I see that.
And the next item on the list says, quote, after dance party and drugs and music, end quote, right?
That is correct.
So you plan to have drugs at your wedding to someone you characterize as a drug addict?
To be fair, we were going to have separate parties, as I mentioned. So a bridal party before this, the schedule ended up changing quite a bit. And this is a draft clearly that was sent before there were a lot of changes made. The bridal
So
party
your original
and the
idea,
groom's
Ms.
party were
Hurd,
separate.
Ms. Hurd, your original idea was to have a rehearsal dinner with your husband, the drug addict, the monster, and then do drugs with your girlfriends on the island after your rehearsal dinner?
I realize that's what the email suggests, but that wasn't
No,
a
it's
plan.
not what it suggests, Ms. Hurd. It's what you said in that email.
Right, but what I'm trying to say is that the schedule ended up changing. We ended up doing the little,
So your
as I
original
called
idea
it,
was
cuddle
to do
puddle
drugs.
before.
Yeah, your original idea was to do drugs on an island after your rehearsal dinner to the drug-fueled monster that you were about to marry, right?
As the email suggests, there was going to be weed on the island. This does not reference the cuddle puddle that I just referenced to you.
You like to do drugs on special occasions, right, Ms. Hurd?
I have before.
And you did drugs again for your 30th birthday, right?
That is correct. That was a huge mistake.
Your 30th birthday dinner was on April 21st, 2016.
Yes, it was the day before my birthday, correct.
answer the phone, you say. Doesn't this mean anything to you? And it goes on. And I won't read all these messages, but you're saying, please answer over and over again. Right?
It was very important to me. I was running out of time and I was trying desperately to stop him.
He wasn't with you, Ms. Heard.
Exactly, which is how I knew it was about to get a lot worse. He would leave, use, and come back way worse, with way less reality, with more delusions. He'd be more drunk. He'd
I'm
be
going to
more
move to
under the
strike
influence.
everything after
I'm trying to stop
the
that.
answer to her question.
Your Honor, she was responding.
I'll overrule the objection. That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is a situation where you were trying to get Mr. Depp to pay attention to you. Isn't that right?
No, I was trying to stop him from using.
And because he ran away from you at the first sign of trouble, you call him a monster.
I was
right?
trying to stop him from turning into the monster. The drugs are the key that opened the door.
Who was the real monster in this relationship, Ms. Heard?
Lives in Johnny, half of Johnny. It's not all of Johnny. The other half of him is wonderful and beautiful and the man I love.
I'd like you to take a look at Plaintiffs Exhibit 120F. There's another set of text messages between you and Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then move to admit and publish.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 120F in evidence. You can publish.
This is a set of text messages and it's from October 2015. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
In fact, you sent all of these messages to Mr. Depp on October 22nd, 2015. Isn't that right?
Exactly. Same thing was happening here.
And again, I'm not going to read them all, but you start off again by trying to get Mr. Depp's attention, right? You write, please come home.
I was trying to stop another bender.
You write, please come home, right?
That is correct.
Please answer. Don't break us up. Please answer. Please. And continuing on page 97, you write, give me some peace of your heart. Please, no fight, I promise. Please, no fights. Please just pick up. Please give me 2 minutes. I'm dying. Please. And continuing on page 98, you write, please come home. Please come home, Baba. I am so sorry. Actually, you didn't say Baba, you said baby. Apologies. And it goes on. Did I read those correctly?
That is correct. That was another time I'm trying to stop another twist off.
This is what would happen when Mr. Depp would try to take some space from you, right?
No, this is what would happen when Johnny had moved into the next phase of the cycle, decided to use,
No,
and our
Ms.
lives
Heard.
were getting a lot worse at that
Ms.
point.
Heard, I'm talking about your actions. This is what you would do to Mr. Depp when he would leave you. You would harangue him.
I would
Isn't
try
that
to.
correct? You
I
would
would try-
harangue him.
Your Honor, at least let her answer the question. She interrupted.
That's fine. Go ahead and answer the question.
I do not think I would characterize my behavior that way. I was trying to stop him from using.
You were texting him incessantly. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
It was imperative for my life.
Ms.
It was
Heard,
very
My
important.
question is
to me.
much more simple. You were texting him incessantly.
I would
Yes
try
or no?
everything to
Ms.
get a
Heard?
hold of him and
So
to
that's a
stop the
yes.
cycle.
That's a yes, right?
I would try everything to stop the cycle. It was that important to me.
And he's the monster for not responding to you,
That's not what made him the monster.
for
No.
needing space from you.
The monster was not the guy who needed space. The
Not
monster
for
was
doing
who he
drugs.
was when he came back.
Not for doing drugs, Ms. Heard, not for being violent, just for needing space. That's when you called Mr. Depp the monster.
Incorrect.
Let's listen to Defendants Exhibit 598C, which is already in evidence.
And let's not do this anymore because I'm really getting frustrated. And I'm really, really, really sick of this argument.
Stop. I'm sorry.
Okay, so let me go and you go and I'll speak to you in a couple hours. Okay? Okay?
Stop. Okay.
Why are you saying stop?
Because
May
you're being
I
so-
go?
Please, it causes me so much stress when you leave, when you walk away from me with that. It's like you don't understand how much worse you're making this.
I can't believe this.
Please, you're making it worse for me.
Okay, I'm sorry for you.
Please, I'm only trying to tell you so that you know you're causing me immense stress right now when you walk away like that. There's no reason to be mad.
Well, then say goodbye. I haven't walked away. You're not saying goodbye. You won't let me fucking leave. Let me leave.
God. Stop rushing me! Stop pushing me in the corner and then poking me with a stick and then saying, why are you saying the words you want me to say? Stop poking me! Stop rushing me! Stop throwing me against the wall! I'm going, what? You don't like that wall? You don't like the fucking wall? Stop pushing me!
Remember? I'm not pushing you. I'm rushing you. I said, I need space. I don't want this conversation anymore right now. I need space. And I will take this space, whether you like it or not. I will take it. And you will take your space. But if you keep halting
I'm not doing anything
this
to you.
and continuing
I'm
with
not
the rhetoric,
continuing it. I'm begging you to stop.
I don't. Okay, stop.
Just
I'm stopped. Stop. Now I have to go. Okay? So we will speak to each other in a couple of hours. Okay? I hope you have some kind of revelation makes you feel better. You know? I hope I do too. But we'll just see when I get home. We'll just talk, or we won't talk, or we'll finish this, or we won't finish it. But this is not love. This is not happiness. This is not.
Please stop doing this. Please, you're causing so much fucking stress. I'm gonna die at this age. I'm gonna fucking die. You're causing me so much stress. Please stop. Please, I feel like I have heart attacks almost every day. Please stop. Please
what are you
stop
doing?
doing it. Please stop. He's so fucking mean.
Why
You're
are
a
you
fucking
with me?
bully. Stop. Please stop. I've been begging you not to fight. I just said, can we please have a normal argument? Just even a normal conversation, fucking normal argument. And for the last hour, I've been begging you to please just leave it at that. Let's just go on with our night. I would have been able to come in with you. We would have been able to let it go in a few minutes. It would have been fine. It would just, if we allowed ourselves to have fucking normal arguments. Please, you're killing me with this. You're killing me. You're fucking killing me. Fuck.
Sean, could you, please, I want you to just go. I want you to take your medicine or whatever. I'm sorry that I've upset you.
Yeah,
this
I think.
much.
Thank you, Sean. I'm ready to go. Thank you so much.
I'm really sorry.
I'm really ready.
It's you and Mr. Depp in the recording, correct, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
You just won't let him go, will you?
That's not true. We were outside of his studio and he wanted to go and use. It was a pretext. The claim that he was upset with me was a pretext so that he would go on a bender. I knew that pattern by the time this recording happened.
It's your testimony now that you were outside Mr. Depp's studio
I believe that
and he
that
was going to go
recording was.
use.
Excuse me?
He was going to go use drugs. That's your testimony now?
We were outside his studio, his man cave house, if you will, in the car, I believe, during that recording.
And he was going to go inside and use.
That was the pattern. And as you can hear from my voice, I'm very, very, very scared of entering into the next cycle under what I had been conditioned to understand we were at that point in our relationship.
That's not true, is it, Ms. Heard? Mr. Depp was trying to go inside his house to see his daughter, Lily Rose.
She might have been over that day, but
So
that's not
it's your
what he was
testimony
getting out of
now?
the car to do. And that's not what I was stopping him from doing.
Let's play the beginning part of that recording where Mr. Depp tells you that he wants to go inside to see his daughter.
And let's not do this anymore because I'm really getting frustrated. And I'm really, really, really sick of this argument.
Stop. I'm sorry.
Okay? So let me go and you go and I'll speak to you in a couple hours. Okay? Okay?
Stop. Okay.
Why are you saying stop?
Because
May
you're being
I
so-
go?
We'll circle back to this, but it's your testimony that you were outside Mr. Depp's studio.
We were in the car.
You were in the car outside of Mr. Depp's studio,
That's correct.
and he wasn't telling you, please let me go inside my house to see my daughter. He was indicating to you that he wanted to go inside to do drugs. That's your testimony.
know my testimony is that I knew what he was going inside to go do. I knew what stage of the cycle we were in. I knew the patterns by then, and I was desperately out of time trying to interrupt that cycle.
Let's go to May of 2016. Yesterday, Ms. Heard, Ms. Bredehoff, your attorney, showed you certain pictures from May 21, 2016. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
If we could please pull up Defendants Exhibit 710, which has already been admitted into evidence. Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that this is a photograph taken of you on May 21st, 2016. Do you recall?
Yes, that's correct.
And keeping this exhibit up, if we could please do a split screen, Tom, and also pull up Defendants Exhibit 714, which has already been admitted with redactions. Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that this is a photograph that was also taken on May 21st, 2016, correct?
Yes, although the one to the right might have been taken the next day. I can't be sure. The reason I say that is because there's light in the background. So it looks like it was taken in the daytime, which means maybe it was the next day.
Didn't you testify that you took different lighting, pictures in different lightings on May 21?
That is correct, yes.
And you're wearing two thin necklaces in this picture on the right. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You testified that these pictures were taken the same night.
The one on the right looks like it was taken in the daytime because I can see the daylight behind me.
But you testified that they were taken the same. Day.
I don't know if I think I testified that they came from the same incident of the same day, not necessarily taken on the same day.
Let's please pull up Defendants Exhibit 712, which has already been admitted. You testified yesterday, this is another photograph of you on the night of May 21.
That's correct.
And keeping this exhibit up, can we please do a split screen and also pull up Defendant 713, which has already been admitted? Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday, this is also a photograph of you from the same night, correct?
That is correct.
You testified yesterday that the only difference between these two photographs is that the light was turned on.
That's what it appears to be, yes.
The light is on both of these pictures, though. Isn't that right?
It looks to me like the one on the left has the vanity light, the makeup lights, you know, the more yellow hued ones that go around the mirror on. And then the one on the right looks like it doesn't have those.
Isn't it true you just edited these photographs?
No, I've never edited a photograph.
Didn't you just enhance the saturation for one of these photos to make your face look more red?
No, that's incorrect. I didn't touch it.
You were sitting here in this courtroom when Mr. Isaac Baruch testified to seeing you the week after May 21, 2016, correct?
I was here.
Mr. Baruch testified that he saw you on May 22nd while you were changing the locks of your penthouse. Do you recall that testimony?
I do. I just don't know if he was right about the date, but I do remember him saying that.
Testified it was his birthday, the day after his birthday.
I believe it was.
Mr. Baruch testified that he saw you repeatedly in the days following also, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Baruch testified that he saw no marks or injuries on your face, correct?
That is what he's testified to.
You were also here in this court when Mr. Sean Bett testified to seeing you on the evening of May 21, 2016. Is that right? You were here.
That's correct.
Mr. Bett also testified that he saw no marks or injuries on your face that evening, correct?
I realize that's what he said.
You were sitting here in this courtroom when Officer Melissa Sines testified by deposition about being called to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21st, 2016, right?
I saw her testimony, yes.
And you heard Officer Sines testify that she did not see any injuries on you that night, correct?
I heard her testify she did not consider this injured.
No. Miss Officer Sines testified that she met with you and she did not see any injuries on your face. Isn't that correct?
She did not consider this injury.
Ms. Heard, my question is a bit more nuanced.
So is my answer. All right.
Tom, can we put these down, please? I think they might be confusing the witness. My question is more nuanced. You sat in this courtroom while Officer Sines testified that she saw you the night of May 21, 2016, face to face, and didn't see any injuries on your face. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
I believe she was testifying about these photographs, and she said that I was not injured in them.
Is it your testimony under oath now that Officer Sines testified that she saw injuries on you when she saw you in person on May 21?
Sorry, let me clarify. I was testifying that I know that that's what Officer Sines said, that she didn't consider my red puffy face injured. That's what she said.
The red, puffy face, that was your counsel's question, correct?
That was
She
her
said-
testimony in the UK.
That's incorrect, and you know that, Ms. Heard.
I disagree.
It's just inconvenient for you that Officer Sines didn't see injuries on you on May 21, 2016.
It
Isn't
doesn't
that right?
matter what's convenient for me.
Officer Tyler Haddon also testified by deposition about being called to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21, 2016. And he also testified no injuries on your face on May 21, 2016. Isn't that correct?
They both said that they did not consider me injured.
They did not see injuries on your face on May 21, 2016. Isn't that what their testimony was?
What the testimony was is that they did not consider what my face looked like to be injury. They didn't consider what they walked on in the house damage, but it was.
You were sitting here when Officer William Gatlin testified by deposition about being called on May 21 to the Eastern Columbia building, and he also did not observe any injuries on you, did he? And that's what he testified to.
He didn't even know which one I was.
No, I think we all saw on video camera you identify yourself. Isn't that correct?
I had to because of how far away he was. He didn't even know who he was
But
there
after
to
you
see.
identified yourself, he looked at you. Isn't that correct?
From a distance, yes.
And he didn't see any visible injuries either, did he?
I don't know what he saw.
He testified that he didn't see any visible injuries, did
I
he?
would believe that he didn't, yes.
We were also in this courtroom when Alejandro Romero, who worked at the front desk at the Eastern Columbia building, testified about seeing you on May 25th, 2016. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. I think he said the 25th.
Yeah. And Mr. Romero testified that he didn't see any swelling or bruises on your face when you were talking to him at the front desk.
He wouldn't have.
No, he wouldn't have, even though he had a habit, because his parents taught him correctly, to look into someone's eyes when speaking to them. Isn't that correct?
I know that's what he testified to, yes.
You testified yesterday that you sought a temporary restraining order on May 27th, 2016, because you wanted to change your locks. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Those locks were to the penthouses at the Eastern Columbia building. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
You changed the locks to the penthouses on May 22nd, 2016.
I attempted to.
That's why you felt comfortable having James Franco over the evening of May 22nd, 2016, Ms. Heard?
I do not know when James came over.
Okay, let's remind you. Can we please pull up Plaintiffs Exhibit 304, which is already in evidence, and play from 254 through 439?
Busted.
That's you and Mr. Franco on May 22nd, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And you're taking him up to the penthouses, aren't you?
That's where I lived, yes.
And it's past 11 p.m. at night, isn't that right?
I'm not quite sure of the time it looked like that.
Why don't we pull that video back up? $22:51. Almost midnight, right?
That's
Or excuse me, almost 11 o'clock at night.
exactly.
You knew Mr. Depp was out of town the week of May 21, 2016, didn't you?
I don't know what I knew of his schedule at the time.
You knew Mr. Depp was out of town on May 27th when you went to get the domestic violence restraining order. Isn't that right?
I don't know if I knew that at the time.
You knew Mr. Depp was heading out on a European tour that week. Isn't that right?
I'm not quite sure what I understood of his schedule at that time.
You knew he wouldn't be back for weeks, right?
No, that's incorrect.
Let's go back to that recording. It's Defendants Exhibit 598. So you testified that you and Mr. Depp were in the car outside of his studio. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were trying to prevent him from going into his studio to do drugs, right?
Yeah, to effectively start another cycle.
Not that Mr. Depp was just trying to go into his house to see his daughter, right?
His daughter might be one of the people that was in the house at that time, but that's neither here nor there. That
Your
wouldn't have
testimony is now,
prevented him
Mr.
from entering a cycle.
Your testimony is now that Mr. Depp does drugs in front of his children.
Well, first of all, I know he does. Second of all, it wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have stopped him from using with his friends, which is the problem, not whether or not his daughter was there.
Let's play, please, Defendants 598 at 49:48 through 50:35. 50:35.
I'm itching. I don't want to be doing this. I want it just to, why don't you just say, okay, baby, I understand. I'll go home and you do your thing, hang out with your daughter, and then I'll see you in a couple hours and we'll talk about it. Is it that difficult to say that? Or you just fucking hate me and you want to be shitty about it? Please. Just fucking, it's not that difficult. Okay? I don't want to stand here in a driveway and argue with you. Okay, well, I'll see you in a little bit, okay? Please? Please. Just let me know if you're going to go somewhere. Just let me know, please, so I know.
And almost an hour later, you're still arguing with Mr. Depp outside, right?
I don't know how long that argument lasted, no.
Ms. Heard, you testified about seeking a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes, I have.
And how you wanted to do it discreetly,
That's correct.
that you wanted as much privacy as you could have,
Yes, that's correct.
and how you walked out to a sea of paparazzi and cameras and photographers, right?
That is correct.
And how this overwhelmed you
It was overwhelming, yes.
because you didn't want this attention on you.
That is correct.
We could please pull up Defendants Exhibit 800, which has already been admitted into evidence. This is a photograph of you taken inside the courthouse when you obtained the DVRO, correct?
That's correct.
And your friend Raquel Pennington took this photograph
Yes, that's correct.
because you needed to document your time at the courthouse getting a DVRO.
She just took a picture of me. I'm assuming it was in relation to my divorce, yeah.
We could please pull up Defendants Exhibit 801, which has already been admitted into evidence. Ms. Heard, this is another photograph of you taken inside the courthouse, isn't that right?
That is correct.
Were you having a photo shoot inside the courthouse while you were getting a DVRO?
I would not characterize it that way, Ms. Vasquez.
You have a mark on your face, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes,
You didn't use your bruise kit this time to cover it up?
No, it was the only day I actually walked out of my house without makeup on. I had to be stopped. My best friend saw me in the bathroom starting to put makeup on and told me not to.
All right. Please pull up Exhibit 1.
That's plaintiffs at 1.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Yep.
Apologies.
That's fine.
It's already been admitted into
Yes, ma'am.
evidence. You wrote this op-ed, right, Ms. Hurd?
With the help of the ACLU, yes,
That's what you testified to in this courtroom, right?
that is correct.
And this was published on December 18th, 2018, correct?
That is correct.
Aquaman was released on December 21st, 2018, right?
That is, yes, that sounds correct.
And that was your first big blockbuster, big budget role, right?
I disagree, but it was the first time I had like a leading role in a movie of that size, yes. Well, second time, yes.
What was your first time?
But the first one was the film I talked about before. I mean, yesterday, Justice League. It introduced the character. So, you know, technically, it was the second one.
But you were the love interest in Aquaman, correct?
That is correct.
Now, at least parts of this op-ed are about Mr. Depp, isn't that right?
It's about what happened to me after.
You sat here during opening statements when your attorney argued that the context of your statements in this op-ed matter, correct?
That's correct.
So let's go through some of that context. He wrote here, quote, "Friends and advisors told me I would never work again as an actress, that I would be blacklisted."
That is
You're
correct.
referring to your accusations of domestic violence against Mr. Depp in the statement, aren't you?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
You're referring to your accusations of domestic violence against Mr. Depp in the statement, aren't you?
In general, I'm referring to being associated with domestic violence.
And you're referring to what you claim happened after you got an ex-parte domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp in May of 2016, right?
Are you asking me if that's what I was writing about?
That's what you're referring to, correct?
Can you just give me the question again? I'm sorry.
You're referring to what you claim happened after you got an ex-parte restraining order against Mr. Depp in May of 2016.
That's correct.
You also wrote, quote, "Questions arose as to whether I would be able to keep my role of Mira in the films Justice League and Aquaman." This is also referring to your accusations of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, right?
This is referring to what happened to me after I got my TRO training order.
Against Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
These questions arose only after you accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence in May of 2016, allegedly, right?
Yeah, from the time I got the TRO, being associated with domestic violence, that's what it's a reference to, yes.
You also wrote, quote, "Imagine a powerful man as a ship like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes, not because they believe in or care about the ship, but because their own fates depend on the enterprise." In this op-ed, you're saying Mr. Depp is a ship, right?
I'm making an analogy to a powerful man as a ship.
The powerful man you're referring to in this analogy is Mr. Depp, right?
I was talking about a bigger issue actually than just Johnny. I was talking about what we as a country were talking about at the time of writing this, which is when powerful men in general do something horrible or something they shouldn't, how there is a system in place to protect them, clean up after them, maintain them afloat. You know, this is a reference to not just Johnny, it was about what was happening as a culture when we were addressing a lot of Me Too issues for the first time.
The iceberg is you in this analogy, right, Ms. Hurd?
I would not say that. That was not what I intended, no.
So this is another reference to your accusations against Mr. Depp.
No, this is about what happened to me once I left that relationship and got a TRO and became associated with domestic violence.
But it's your testimony that this op-ed isn't about Mr. Depp, right?
It's about what happened to me after. That's
It's
correct.
about their experience after obtaining a temporary restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct, among other things.
But it's not about Mr. Depp.
It is not about him,
Mr. Depp is making it about Mr. Depp, right?
ironically.
It's kind of like that Carly Simon song, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't know what you mean.
Let's talk about the defamatory statements in the op-ed that you also claim are not about Mr. Depp. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. This is about Mr. Depp, isn't it?
No,
You wrote this in 2018, right?
exactly.
And 2 years prior was 2016, right?
That's true.
Okay.
That's correct. It's
So
not about
May of
Johnny. It's about what happened to me
Ms. Heard,
after.
my question was May of 2016 is 2 years prior to December of 2018, correct?
That's correct.
All right. May 2016 is when you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence, right?
I got my restraining order at that time.
And you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence.
Yes, that was attached to my restraining order. So yes,
May of 2016 is when you sought a restraining order against Mr. Depp.
that's correct. And I had to provide testimony for that.
Right. And May 2016 is when you walked into court with a mark on your face to obtain that restraining order. Yes or no?
That was the day I walked into court with a bruise on my face. Yes.
And you were photographed with that mark on your face, weren't you?
I walked out to a bunch of photographers. Yes.
May 2016 is when you told the world that Mr. Depp had physically abused you during your relationship. Isn't that right?
That I had to provide testimony as part of my restraining order application. Yes.
And that's how you became a public figure representing domestic abuse. Right, Ms. Heard?
From that point on. Yes.
That's when you claimed you faced our culture's wrath.
That's
right?
when it started. Yes.
But it's your testimony under oath that this statement is not about Mr. Depp.
It is not. It is about what happened to me afterwards. That's the more interesting thing for me to write about.
The next statement reads, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. This is also about Mr. Depp, isn't that right?
Not just about him, but he is included in that. Yes.
He's the man you accused of abuse 2 years prior to this op-ed. Isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, but I wrote this op-ed in the context of many men at the time that were public figures or in this public eye being accused as well. So it was a reference in general to a larger phenomenon, not just Johnny.
Not just Johnny.
Not just Johnny.
And then you write, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. This one's also about Mr. Depp.
I did not write that.
Well, you've accused Mr. Depp of sexual violence in this very courtroom, haven't you?
Yes, but I was intending to keep that private when this was published. I had not publicly ever accused him of that.
I'm going to move to strike everything after the word yes.
No, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
You may not have written this title, but you published it, didn't you?
I did not publish a title. I retweeted the article that included the title in it because that was the article.
Let's pull up, please, Plaintiffs Exhibit 3, which is already in evidence. This is a tweet from your Twitter account on December 19th, 2018, correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, oh, it's already in evidence?
It is in evidence.
Thank you.
Yes.
So on December 19th, 2018, you tweeted, quote, today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post. Did I read that right?
That is correct.
And the tweet includes a link to the op-ed we were just looking at, correct?
That's correct.
And you can see that the title of the op-ed in your tweet is, quote, opinion, Amber Heard. I spoke up against sexual violence, right?
Yes, you don't get to change the title of an article you're retweeting.
And that's the title that you put on your Twitter, correct?
I did not put it on my Twitter, no.
You linked it to your tweet.
I retweeted the article.
You published it.
I retweeted a link to an article that I wrote.
And you published it on your Twitter account. All right.
I retweeted it.
You testified yesterday that you didn't have any control over the title just now of the op-ed when you retweeted it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
This wasn't a retweet though, right?
A tweet, perhaps not retweet. I'm not quite sure.
It was
I guess
a tweet.
Tweet. I misspoke. Excuse me. Tweet. not retweet.
You included a link to the electronic copy of the op-ed in your tweet, right?
That's what I was trying to say earlier, and I might have misspoke. It's like I'm trying to attach it.
So you included a link, right?
Yes,
to the
that's
op-ed.
correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
So you must have seen the title of the electronic version of the op-ed before you tweeted it, right?
I may have, I just didn't notice it.
Not very careful about what you publish, are you, Ms. Heard?
I just didn't notice the title.
You didn't need to include the link to the electronic version of the op-ed in your tweet, did you?
How else would I have linked it?
Well, you didn't need to include the link to tell the world that today you had published this op-ed in the Washington Post about women who are channeling their rage and about violence and equality into political strength despite the price of coming forward, right?
I couldn't attach it with a paper clip.
No, but you didn't need to attach it at all to tell the world
Oh, I
that
see
you
what you're
had
saying.
published an op-ed.
No, the goal was to tweet about it and to provide a link so that people could read it.
The op-ed is in your name, right?
That's correct.
So if you had noticed the title of the electronic version of the op-ed before you included it in your tweet, you could have asked the Washington Post to change it. Isn't that right?
No, that's not.
But you didn't do that, right? You never asked the Washington Post to change the title.
I didn't notice it and I didn't ask them, nor do I think I needed to.
At the bottom, do you see that there's another tweet from December 19th, 2018?
Yes, I do.
And in this one, it reads, I am honored to announce my role as an ACLU ambassador on women's rights. Did I read that right?
That's correct.
So you announced your ACLU ambassadorship the same day you posted the op-ed on your Twitter.
I
Is
think
right?
that was always the plan, is to attach the article with the announcement that I was an ambassador.
Your Honor, if I may, would this be a good time to stop for lunch?
No, it's too
No.
early.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's okay.
We got to keep going at least till 12:30.
Okay, that's
thank
fine,
you.
Your Honor. Thank you. Ms. Hurd, you testified yesterday about your counterclaim against Mr. Depp in this case. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Your counterclaim is based on 3 statements made by Mr. Depp's attorneys, Adam Waldman. Is that right?
That's correct.
We looked at those 3 statements yesterday, right?
That's correct.
And the first statement was from an April 8th, 2020 article, right?
That's correct.
And that's Defendants Exhibit 1245 that's been previously admitted. Please pull that up. Thank you. If we could please publish that. Thank you. We can scroll down to the 8th page. Mr. Waldman's statement is buried on the 8th page of a 12-page article. Is that right, Ms. Hurd?
I don't know how many pages are here.
Well, this is the 8th page. Let's go to the 12th. Let's pull up, please, Defendants Exhibit 1246, which has already been admitted. And if we could please go to Mr. Waldman's statement on page 10. And go on to page 11 of a That's Mr. Waldman's statement, right?
That is correct. I think it's Mr. Waldman speaking on behalf of Johnny, yes.
You don't have any evidence of that, do you, Ms. Hurd? This is Mr. Waldman's statement, right?
I think it's included in the article as well.
That this is Mr. Waldman's statement, correct?
That a representative or an attorney, I don't know which word it says in the article, that it says very clearly that they're speaking on behalf of Johnny or representing Johnny.
Can we please pull up Plaintiffs Exhibit 8818, 881A, excuse me. If we could please go to page 8 of this article. Sorry, Your Honor. May I just
All right.
approach?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll come back to this. Sorry, Ms. Hurd.
That's
Sorry,
okay.
Your Honor.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Let's go ahead and take this down, please. Thanks. You testified yesterday about how your reputation was before these 3 statements were made, correct?
Yes, I did.
You testified that your career was going very well before.
I think I said the trajectory was positive. Yes,
You testified you had a global campaign for L'Oreal, right?
that is correct.
You testified you were waiting on a schedule for Aquaman 2.
That is correct.
You testified you were scheduled to do a press tour for the TV show The Stand.
Press obligations. Yes,
And then you testified that after the articles, you were no longer actively involved in the L'Oreal campaign. Isn't that right?
they suspended using my material.
And that you were no longer involved in the publicity surrounding The Stand after the articles, right?
That's correct.
And you didn't hear anything about the schedule for Aquaman 2.
Correct.
Ms. Hurd, you have no evidence that Mr. Waldman's 3 statements are the reason you are allegedly no longer active in the L'Oreal campaign, do you?
Well, I mean, other than my awareness that they can't use me because of all of the online attention that generated.
And you have no evidence that Mr. Waldman's 3 statements are the reason that the Stand media opportunities allegedly stopped, do you?
Yeah, I know they couldn't attach my name to their promotional materials because of the online stuff.
In fact, there was a lot of reasons why you were no longer active in these endeavors. Isn't that right?
I disagree with that.
Reasons that had absolutely nothing to do with Mr. Waldman's statements. Isn't that right?
I disagree with that.
There was a lot of publicity about your relationship with Mr. Depp around the time Mr. Waldman made the 3 statements at issue, right?
I do not recall.
A lot of really negative publicity for you, Ms. Hurd. Isn't that right?
There's been an ongoing smear campaign, yes.
An ongoing negative publicity campaign.
It's an orchestrated smear campaign.
You have no evidence of that, do you, Ms. Hurd?
Just look me up, you'll see.
Let's take a look at some of that.
All right.
I keep hearing the birds in my mic. It's so funny because they're so clear. I feel like my mic is a little bit loud. I gotta turn that down just a tiny bit. Camille is a boss. I can't believe she just like tongue-tied her and she just literally is admitting so much while she's standing there and doesn't realize how much she's actually burying herself. It's just, it's amazing. It really is amazing. I love that people are taking screenshots of the court. I love when she says Miss Hurd, Ms. Hurd, Ms. Hurd. That was not my question. Yes or no? I love it. I'm checking out Twitter. Answer my question. You have not donated the entirety, not pledged, the total amount of charity, have you? Me watching. Yes, go, Camille, go. That's funny. I love that Camilla's in white today. How are you all digging her? Let me tweet that out. Like a boss. Oh, maybe it's backwards. I forget. You're always sidebarring. Is that not? Well, they must have found that one piece of evidence that they didn't have before. And of course, Elaine is picking it apart because it's probably incriminating in somehow. And she's saying, Your Honor, I object. So we'll see about that. I don't think there's any pictures of her in court yet. Let's see. I'm trying to find a picture of her in this white suit. She looks good. She looks really good. Oh, people are already Googling that. That's so funny. They're already Googling that. Girl, you own it, Miss Thing. Go. Please tell me someone screenshotted it so I don't have to. I don't think they got her in the blue suit, but they haven't got her in the white suit yet. I'll have to screenshot it right now. She's really cute. She reminds me of somebody. I don't know who it is, but she reminds me of somebody. I have to think about it. She looks like a someone famous. I don't know. I have to think about it. She's really cute though. I gotta figure out how to screenshot her. Oh, look at they're panning the audience. Where's Rob? Did they make it in? Did Rob make it in? Did they make it in? Not today. It looks like they didn't get in. I know they were wanting to. Oh, yeah, they did. Yeah, they did, but they're not showing him. I think that's weird. There's the DUI guy. He's yawning. He's tired. Where's Rob, though? I know he's probably sitting right next to him, but they're not panning in on him. That's weird. Those guys are exhausted. I just find it funny. Go ahead, pan to the left. Pan to the left. They're not showing him. They're not showing Rob this time. If they pull back, maybe we can see him. I'm sure they probably amped up on the coffee. I'm going to try to take a screenshot of Camille if I can. I was trying to. I was hoping she looks good in white. How about white suit today? I don't think they're gonna. They're not. There's no pictures of court yet. There will be tomorrow, but I was trying to find one in her in the white suit now. So I'll get one right now, and I'll attach it to my tweet. Girl, if you came across my, okay, gotta mute myself. I feel like I should. I feel like I should fix my light. There we go. There we go. I don't look so orange now. Much better. Much better. I'm trying to learn my lighting. There we go. Now I don't look like a Oompa Loompa. Well, I kind of do because I am a chubster. But at least my skin's not completely orange right now. So I got a stomach ache, y'all. I haven't been sleeping well. They're not panning in on Rob, though. I wonder why. Maybe perhaps because his video went viral. Let me see. There's the DIY guy. Go left, go left, go left. All the way, all the way. Go, 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 go. See, they're not showing Rob. I know that the Law Tubes is going to comment on that tonight, I'm sure. They're not showing Rob, and I know he's in the audience. I mean, I guess I could, I want her to turn around. I don't want to get the backside of her. That's rude. Maybe I'll get her when she's walking, when she turns around. Oh, here we go. Is she going to turn around? If she turns around, I should be able to screenshot her. I got my fingers on the print screen. Oh my God, Elaine is just killing time. Okay, we good? We good? Turn around, turn around. We good? She can turn around right now. Okay, go. Oh man, they panned back. Now she's gonna walk and I'm not gonna be able to get her. I guess I'll just get her at the podium. Darn it. It feels like it's like 2 o'clock in the afternoon and it's only 9:30. Well, I mean, it's afternoon for the peeps over there, on the East Coast, but here on the West Coast, it's early. I got up at 4 though, so I guess that's why it feels so late. I guess I could screenshot that. I'll screenshot that I did. Okay, let me open up Paint real quick. I guess I could get, oh crap, I can't do that twice. But let me pull up Paint. Yeah, I got Paint right here. Hopefully it won't. I have to print my picture before I can. Let me put this over here. I'm screenshotting stuff, so once I screenshot it, it's fine.
Thank you everyone for your patience. So, Ms. Hurd, my last question to you was that there was a lot of negative publicity for you around the time that Mr. Waldman made these statements. Isn't that correct?
I believe that they were made. I believe that the statements kind of kept being attached to new defamatory, or articles that were like smear campaign sort of attack articles, is what it.
Okay. Let's go through some of the articles that were out in the press. So, Plaintiffs Exhibit 1267. Could just publish that just for the witness. That would be great. Thank you. This is an article published on February 2nd, 2020, and the title is hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp trends after Amber Heard admits to hitting actor in audio clip. You see that?
I see that.
And if we can go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1268. one was published on February 3rd, 2020. It reads the title, Amber Heard admits to hitting Johnny Depp in recording.
Yeah,
Do you see
that's
that?
when his lawyer leaked an edited tape.
Ms. Heard, do you see the title? Amber Heard admits to hitting Johnny Depp in recording. Do you see that?
I see the title.
Okay. We could please go to Plaintiffs Exhibit 1269. This one was published on March 17th, 2020. Amber Heard slammed door into Johnny Depp's head, reveals new audio. Do you see that?
Yeah, these are more of the PR plans.
Go to 1270. This one was published on March 31st, 2020.
Sorry, y'all. Allergies.
Amber Heard to be sacked from Jason Momoa's Aquaman after Johnny Depp's controversy, reports. Do you see that?
I do.
We can go to Plaintiffs Exhibit 1271. You see the title that says, Johnny Depp says ex-wife Amber Heard sliced his finger off, and it, quote, erupted like the Vesuvius?
I just don't know when that was. I've never seen that article.
You can go to 1272. This one was published on May 29th, 2020, and it says, when Amber Heard confessed to smashing a door into Johnny Depp's head, clocking him in the jaw. Do you see that?
I see that.
Going to 1275. This one was published on July 15th, 2020. Amber Heard stole my sexual assault story. Ex-aide tells libel trial. Do you see that?
This was Adam Waldman as well.
It doesn't say Mr. Waldman. It actually says Kate James also says she often received abusive text messages from Johnny Depp's ex-wife, doesn't it?
I just know because he threw down the article.
Ms. Heard, isn't that what that
Mr.
says?
Waldman threw the newspaper at
Heard,
me afterwards.
Ms. Heard, that's not my question.
What
my
was your
question
I'm
is-
sorry.
The title of the article says, Amber Heard stole my sexual assault story, ex-aide tells libel trial. Kate James also says, Your Honor, she opened the door by saying it was Adam Waldman.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Let's go to Plaintiffs Exhibit 1276. Amber Heard admits to hitting fucking baby Johnny Depp in court audio. Do you see that, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's go to 1277. Published July 28th, 2020. Amber Heard's sister thought she was going to kill Johnny Depp, claims witness. Do you see that, Ms. Heard?
I see that.
And 1278. Published on July 28th, 2020. Johnny Depp was the victim of abuser Amber Heard, London's High Court told. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and take our lunch recess then. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our hour lunch recess at this point. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research. Okay, we'll see you in an hour. All right, we'll come back at 1:35 then. Is that fine? All right, thank you.
Okay, so interesting. 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 I love the way that she's going out of that door now, trying to act like she can't be anywhere near him. She's so full of shit. It's just unbelievable. Anyway, I wanted to show you guys. I was hoping somebody would publish a picture of her in this white suit. I joined StreamYard. Sorry, you guys, my allergies. I have a fan going on above me, and I want to take the camera off when I'm wiping my nose, but I've had so many problems. Right after the break, right after the first break, when they were coming back and she was going to question her again, my camera just started messing up on me. And so the stream was kept going and it just showed my background, but I lost feed of the trial. So I was like, oh crap, am I going to have to make a whole new stream? And luckily I didn't, but I was like, I was so proud of myself because I literally got all of my, video together this morning, my audio, I finally got right. And then all of a sudden I get booted off, and StreamYard just, I don't know what it is, but I have much more luck with Streamlabs. So it's like, it's just so much, so much better. Streamlabs to me is a lot easier. I mean, this is, I guess I shouldn't say that. I guess StreamYard is very, very simple to use, but I feel like I don't have as many technical difficulties with Streamlabs. I mean, with Streamlabs, than StreamYard. So that's kind of why I'm like, crap, man, I keep having problems. I don't understand. However, when I first joined StreamYard, they gave me 1080p as like a sample for 10 days. And then now if I want to switch over to that plan, the cost for it's called a pro plan, and it's like $50 a month or something. So count that by, what is that, by 12? How much is that? $50 times 12? And that's how much StreamYard's going to cost. I mean, obviously I'm going to be streaming from now on. I'm not going to be doing any pre-made videos on this channel, I don't believe. So, I mean, if I do, it'll be a rarity. I don't think I'm going to do any pre-made videos that I know of anyway. I may change my mind along the way, but right now I don't have any plans to do recorded video. So for me, this is just kind of, for some reason, I'm using my Canon, my video, the camera I used to make for videos. And it's, for some reason, it's dropping off. The actual program is dropping off. And so it's not letting me, like my camera, for some reason, my computer's just, it's booting me out. So no, this is live. This is live. This is live. I'm actually just starting to stream. So, and I'm, since I'm just starting out, very few people are participating in my streams. So I'm just, trying to get my feet wet, trying to learn how to stream. I've added Twitch, which I don't know if I like it or not, honestly, because yesterday, right around 2 p.m. Pacific time, a bunch of, I feel like, kids came into my stream and started saying ridiculous things and just kind of throwing me off of the purpose of this stream. And so I don't know how to remove, like unwanted. I'm not that familiar with StreamYard yet. I'm an OBS user. So this is a new program for me, and streaming as well, like I said. So since I decided to stream the trial yesterday, oh my God, that was a shit show. Yesterday was just terrible. Yesterday, I started out strong, had a lot of views right when I first started. I was like so stoked to be doing the trial because it was kind of something I was pondering on. And I was like, should I do it? Because this was a channel that was in a different community. And I just started this channel in this streaming community. No, this isn't the final day. No. The trial goes on through May 27th is the final closing arguments, and then they'll deliberate, and then we'll know. So May 27th is the last day where they actually do the closing arguments to the jury, and then they will, then we'll see what happens after that. So This is day 2 of cross-examination. I highly recommend, being active on Twitter if you're not on Twitter. I prefer Twitter, but a lot is going on Instagram as well. Not too much on TikTok. My brother's really on TikTok. He pops into my streams a lot. He's got a movie review channel. So he comes in and we talk about the trial a little bit. He came in yesterday. But yeah, so I'm just kind of new at this and haven't had a lot of chat buddies. So, like I'm just trying to get my feet wet, like I said, and hope that people come in and out. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm getting fair views, I guess. People peeking in, popping in on Twitter. Like I said, Twitch I'm new at, so I don't know what that's about. I need to learn how to control the comments that come in to Streamlab, because I don't know how to remove them is the thing. Like I just had a bunch of kids in here yesterday and I was just like, that's not acceptable to me. But I didn't know how to remove them. So I ended up just disconnecting from Twitch because I didn't know. Let me change the banner to lunch break. Let me send my brother a link because I forgot to send him a link if he wants to come in. I forgot about that. Anyway, how do I think we're doing? I don't know. I mean, obviously Camille is like a boss, man. Camille is doing a fantastic job. Been watching a lot of LawTube, to keep up with what's going on legally, whose side is doing better. And I definitely, think Camille is doing a great job. There's been so much positive talk and feedback of her performance so far. I think she's doing great. I think she was quite nervous, they said yesterday, just because, that's what she was just kind of coming in. But yeah. So I'm excited. We're on the lunch break now, so it's time to visit Twitter and stuff. Let's see. If you ever get any of these people saying bad stuff in a live chat, you can click the 3 dots on the right of the comment and click ban from the chat. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, thank you. Yeah, because like I said, I'm new to streaming, and I just made the Twitch account. Like, I was kind of skeptical actually, because I was like, Twitch is I always see Twitch as like a gaming, kind of thing, and I've just been hearing so many people with new YouTubers that are starting commentary channels and commenting on the trial and stuff, and been watching live streams of my favorite small channel YouTubers and that are commenting actually on the trial, and there so many people on Twitter have been recommending that we start a Twitch account. And so I was like, I've always been thinking about it, probably for like the last, I don't know, 6 months or so, but I was like, it's a gaming channel, you know what I mean? It's just, is it really for me? Is it even gonna be like beneficial to what I want to do? Because prior to about a week and a half ago, this channel was a shopping channel, and I've now sort of decided to convert, I guess, or transition this channel into commentary. I've always wanted to do commentary and wasn't sure if I just wanted to let this sit and start a brand new channel, but I thought, I already have a following. I'll just announce it to my followers and let them know so they have a chance to, either stay to support me or leave. And I've only really lost about 3 or 4 subscribers, so that's awesome. And like I said, streaming the trial was just a kind of off the cuff decision, because so many people are getting marked or copyright claimed for doing the trial. And I was like, do I want to try? But I'm not using a Law and Crime network. I'm trying to find other networks and do a reaction. So, so far, like I said, I just started yesterday. Yesterday was a shit show. I couldn't get my audio correct. I couldn't get my video. And even this morning, I mean, things were pretty good until for some reason my machine is booting me out in terms of my camera, and my audio just keeps getting kicked out. So that sucks. But I'm here. I'm trying to plug. So I'm very excited. And like I said, I didn't get any really annoying comments because I'm anxiously awaiting someone like yourself going, ooh, someone's coming in, and I have had other live streams to talk about the trial, recap and things like that, and people that have come in to kind of, come in and join in, which was very nice. But since I've been doing the trial and I'm now streaming a lot earlier here in California, because I start at 5:30, 5:45, something like that. And I get, peak in views on Twitter, and I've gotten some peak views here on YouTube, but I've never really tried to organically grow any channel I've ever had without using Facebook. And this is the first time that I'm actually trying to just, accumulate and build and kind of just get my feet wet with live streaming and just try to grow organically using Twitter and YouTube pretty much. I mean, I do have Instagram and I have been trying to be a little bit active on there, but I haven't been using TikTok and I haven't been active on Facebook. I don't know. I'm trying to branch away from Facebook a little bit for a little while. It's just not really helping me. You know what I mean? It's just not really doing that. So, but I have been watching the trial since day one. I've had a lot of thoughts on it. And so when I did my very first, like two heads are better than one kind of live stream, I did with my brother and my son. My brother's 32 and my son is 29. And I was really wanting to hear the male perspective on the trial, and get some feedback on that and see what they thought about, everything that was going on. And then that's when the week that court was off. And then I thought, towards the weekend, I was like, should I stream the trial? Should I try? So this is my first time ever streaming for a long period of time, or even streaming period on this channel in this, manner. So I'm pretty excited. I get most of my information on Twitter, which is awesome. I mean, I love Twitter. I just started being active on Twitter like about 2 weeks ago, and I absolutely love it. I love it. There's so much documentation and so much fantastic stuff that circulates on Twitter, and I've been able to share that here on the channel. So that's pretty awesome. But yeah, so we'll see how the streaming goes for me. I hope that I end up getting better and better, and I hope that I can end up meeting someone that I might be able to do a stream on, before the trial ends. That would be super awesome. But right now I'm just kind of keeping up with LawTube, and, trying to watch some smaller channels that are talking about the trial and stuff like that. And then I'm definitely trying to already think about what's next after the trial, because I'm starting with this. So, but, I'm watching every day, like I said, and I started from day one. So that's pretty, pretty awesome. And I thought about streaming the audios directly, but they're so long that I was just like, do I really want to break down those audios? So I kind of just started on the break and played a little snippets of the audios. And like I said, I've been inviting my brother every day to see if he wants to come in. He's been actually keeping tabs on the trial on TikTok. He loves TikTok. So he spends most of his time on there, and I just spend most of my time on YouTube and on Twitter. So we'll see how it works. But you're here, or you came by, so I'm pretty excited. I'm trying to see if I can get an activity on Twitter too. So that'll be fun. I haven't gotten any, comments or anything from Twitter, since I like that StreamYard, attaches Twitter and Twitch and YouTube and Facebook and all that stuff. So I'm thinking about possibly just streaming on Facebook tomorrow, adding it to it. I was actually just going to make a new Facebook page for this channel and stuff, and then stream the trial on Facebook tomorrow and see how that works. But we'll see. I'm not sure. Anyway, back to Amber. I love her and her multi personalities, right? Like this girl just comes every day. She just comes with a new attitude. So that's kind of interesting, right? Every time I leave this too on break, like I leave, I'm watching the trial on Sky News, and every time I leave it to sit, it actually, I end up missing when they come back. So we'll see what happens. But anyway, I'm excited. I'm excited, to be streaming the trial and trying to share my thoughts on it. But I did see this funny thing, like, you know, I love some of the stuff, like the animations that have been circulating on Twitter are like super funny. And my brother was coming on yesterday, and I was wanting him to share some of the TikTok videos. So we were on YouTube and Twitter yesterday, or TikTok yesterday, talking about the funnies that they were doing. So that's pretty fun. But as far as her today, I don't know. Okay. I think she's admitted far more than she's realized she's admitted. So I don't think Cross probably has much more. I am going to probably tune into LawTube before the break ends, and we're going to hear what people are saying. Emily D. Baker is who I've been kind of checking in on. But I watch their streams. I watch, you know, so I watch LawTube at the end of the day, and I watch that Umbrella Guy at the end of the day, just to see if any new documentation or anything new has come about. And that's kind of how I share my information. But thoughts on the trial? I think Camille is slaying. I think she's doing a really, really good job. But I do know the trial will wrap up. Closing arguments are May 27, 2022. I do know that for sure. So we still have the rest of this week and next week. So I'm not sure. I think the next witness, I believe, that I've heard everyone say is coming after Amber is Whitney. And I do believe that Whitney is doing a video appearance. I don't think she's doing a personal appearance. I know Ellen Barkin is scheduled to testify. So we'll see her as well. I don't think she's going to be in person. They were going back and forth, or the information that I've heard everybody talk about is they're trying to see if Whitney's actually going to be there personally, or if she's going to do it on video. So I'm not quite sure. I really don't know. But that'll be an interesting experience altogether, right? So yeah. But anyway, so we're at lunch. I actually already ate. It's still quite early here in California. I just had some toast and a piece of Canadian bacon. If you saw me eating on camera. When I stream the trial, for me, I like to not talk. I just end up like, being quiet. So that way, it's just because I've tried to see other streams, and I know when you watch a multiple panel and then you watch a solo panel like Emily D, it's a lot easier, I feel like, to follow someone that's just singly, talking about it and answering questions and stuff, rather than watching multiple people, because I feel like too many of them are trying to talk at the same time, and sometimes they talk during court, and then I don't know about y'all, but I get very a little bit disgruntled when I can't hear what's going on, because I feel like their opinions are certainly important, being legal and such, but at the same time, it's like when you're trying to watch court, you're trying to keep up with what they're saying in court. And I mean, if they're sidebarred, I don't care if people talk, that's not a big deal. But like if there's multiple people talking at the same time, then it kind of irritates me. Just saying. But anyways, we were gonna check out Twitter. Let me get Twitter up here real quick, and I'll be able to share with you guys what's trending on Twitter, so we could take a little bit of time. I need to set a timer. How much time do you think is left for lunch? I think 45 minutes or something. I just have to make sure I don't miss it, because what happened? What happened? Let me see. What did I do? Did I take the channel off? I guess I kind of messed up I'm watching the trial on Sky News. Did I say that already? I tend to repeat myself a lot also. Let's see. I just want to make sure I have this live channel up so I'll remember. Sorry, I have lights. I have these annoying, really bulky box lights that I absolutely can't wait to get rid of. And a lot of times they're blocking everything. So I'm like trying to look around instead of just moving them. It's not like it's rocket science, girl. Just get it together. I've had so much coffee already. I need to be drinking water and taking my vitamins. But I'm trying to see what's, we're going to check out Twitter. I just love when she says misheard, misheard, misheard. That wasn't my question. Misheard. I love that when she takes control. I love it. She is not. One thing I really like about this is that she is not allowing her to take control, which I think is phenomenal. I think that's why I think Camille is a boss, man. She's really good at cross. I'm no expert, but I feel like it went. Let me show you what I'm looking at. Let's check out Twitter. Brian said, "I'm no expert. I don't wait. It's I'm no expert, but I don't feel like that went very well for Amber Heard. Amber Heard is a liar, putting it on the TL. So when people look up Amber Heard, it will be there. Oh no. They're showing her because Manson is next. I think a lot of people are going to cover the Manson case. I don't know how People Magazine got my photos. I don't know how TMZ got my video. I don't know how the media knew it was at the courthouse. Also, Amber Heard. I know Johnny Depp leaked audio because I just know all things that aren't my doing. Yeah, she's good at blaming everybody. That's for damn sure. Someone in today's live chat mentioned Amber Heard cursed her lawyers and it was out. Oh no. Does anyone watching Depp versus Heard have any information on this? If so, pass it over. Thanks. Interesting. Oh no. Amber Heard lost it with her lawyers. I bet. Amber Heard claims Johnny Depp was physically abusive and she lived in fear of him. So she gave him this huge knife as a gift. Makes sense, right? Well, and I think everybody's talking about that. I mean, who does that? Who does that? I mean, like I said, I did a like we did a recap together, my brother and I, and then we did the next day I talked about, we revisited like the story, the actual story of like how this started when the divorce started. And then we kind of took a peek at some of the audios as well. This was like Tuesday of last week when the week first like started. And so we were listening to some audios and stuff. And then I find it, I mean, like I said, a lot of us may know people that, collect like things like this, but you don't give that to someone with the engravement until death. I mean, I understand that she thought it was endearing, but at the same time, in that lowest of the low audio where he's like down and the lowest he could possibly be, and she's like, here, that knife isn't sharp enough. Let me get you a sharper one. I mean, who does that? Who freaking does that, dude? Like, bro? I'm like, are you serious? Let's see. I was hoping that someone screenshotted Camille's boss suit today. I was trying to screenshot it, but I don't have 1080p anymore. And I feel like when I stream, the 780p is just like, when I try to screenshot it on Paint, it just, it doesn't show. The resolution is horrible. 720 is not bad, but it's not feeding that way. And I have the highest, plan for Xfinity. So, I feel like it's alive. Let me see. I just want to make sure that I'm in here, that I keep this channel open. Because I think it lags though too, especially on break. I want to keep refreshing it. They turned off the chat though. I know People has a chat. They allow a chat, but for some reason Sky News. I felt like Sky News, I was looking last night. And Sky News, I feel like, has really a decent audio that's a little louder than all the rest. I know I used People yesterday, and their audio was just kind of low. Has anybody been having trouble sleeping with all this shit going on with this case? Because for me, man, it's affected me for some reason. It's really weird. When Vasquez tried to get Amber Heard to admit that she was referring to Johnny when she was talking about the powerful man in the op-ed and implying that she trying to bolster her own career, Jury 9 began stroking his chin. Ooh, the DUI guy. You guys follow the DUI guy on Twitter, because the DUI guy is actually in the courtroom. So that's pretty cool. I was looking for Rob though. Where is Rob? I went on his channel and I can't find Rob. I'm looking for his Twitter. I know he's here. I just don't know. This is the DIY guy. KY DIY guy. Who's this? Former associate. He's in the courtroom. So if you guys are looking for someone to follow in the courtroom, let's look at LawTube and see, or Law Twitter, and see if we find Rob. I don't know why I cannot find Rob. I need to go to Legal Bites though, before the break is over, to get some of these channels to follow some of these people. For correspondence, I'm not following Michael because I know he's on the panel. Sandra. I'm always looking for new people to follow on Twitter because I'm new to Twitter. So, and I'm looking for people that always post like new information regarding the trial because I feel like that's cool to do that. I don't know why I can't find Rob's Twitter. I'm gonna have to go to Legal Bites. Let's chime in and see what they're saying. Let's see. That was pretty cool though. If I was a juror member, I would stand up and tell the judge, that way Amber Heard keeps looking at us. The way Amber Heard keeps looking at us is freaking us out, and to please tell her to stop. That's funny. That is so funny. I use Amber Heard. I try not to do that. Even the courtroom photographer was perched himself in the corner and has barely moved during most of the cross. Chin and palm, he listens inquisitively and H's to testimony. You know what I find very interesting, y'all, if you've come across my stream, is I didn't know that they're allowing people to have cell phones. Well, I guess maybe it's part of the press or something, but I wonder, I didn't know cell phones were allowed unless the press is allowed to have phones. I thought you couldn't have your phone in the courtroom, but I'm just curious because I don't know what the rules are. What are the betting odds on this case? Girl needs some cash flow. That's cute. Let me see. Proud of you. Amber Heard's credibility shot. Camille Vasquez. That's cute. That's cute. I love too, you know, I don't know where I have been a dinosaur. I have been living under a rock somewhere because I'm absolutely obsessed with Twitter. It's really bad. I'm really obsessed with Twitter. But I love the fact that, and I said this yesterday, I love the fact that Robert Downey Jr. is coming to defend and, you know, to support Johnny Depp. I just think that's really awesome. Because I mean, if you guys remember, you know, Robert Downey Jr. has had his challenges also in the industry, you know, when he had his, you know, problems. Another person I was really shocked that didn't come forward to support him, which I don't know if he really wants that kind of support, but Charlie Sheen. I'm really surprised that Charlie Sheen hasn't said anything lately. So either I'm living under a rock again, and I just don't know what's going on. But Elaine is trending. That's funny. Elaine is trending. Look. That's funny. And they just call her Elaine. I've been waiting for people to post new animation funnies on the case. I don't know what, but let's pop into legal bites and see if we can see what they're talking about right now. Amber Heard says she never completed her pledge 7 million charity donations. That face, everybody's making fun of that little thing she does with her mouth. It's hilarious. I need water. I have water right here. I need to take my vitamins. When court resumes, I need to. My cup whistles. It whistles when I drink. So funny. All right. Might I say I have the most uncomfortable office chair of all time. It is cheap and not comfortable, not ergonomic, and I need to get myself a really good chair. That's for damn sure. And I want to change my background too. I've been kind of contemplating on what I want to do on the background. So if you guys pop in, I guess I should change that banner. I have our thoughts and not my thoughts. My brother's not with me anymore, so it's kind of stupid. That sounds like I'm referring myself to a dual personality. He was in here with me yesterday. Let's see. Let me change that so it's safer for me. But let's do Twitter highlights right now. Let me see. Legal Bites. Oh, well, yeah, let's check in on Legal Bites. Let's see what they're talking about. I want to get Rob's Twitter right now from her channel. Let's see. I wish I had more like luck with my live streaming. I'm trying to keep my camera on all day and my mic on all day. I think I've been totally successful with getting rid of my echo, which I'm very proud. I'm not all that savvy, but I want to hear what these guys are talking about during the break. So let's see if we can pop into their stream and see what they're talking about. Oh, I can't stand that lady right there. Sorry, but I don't like this lady.
She would
I don't care for her at all.
what it was that she was doing. I think, because if
I don't
she would
care
at
for her
least
at
like
all.
recognize this is hurting me, this is hurting someone else, I have hurt myself and someone else, which is hard to do in a trial because you also,
Those people are in it for the clout. That's why I don't care for that lady at all.
Wrongdoing because
Okay, let's go to Emily D.
liability.
Let me just go on the bottom of this thing and see if I can find Rob's Twitter.
Dr. Tracy, is there a way to formulate questions in such a way that
here we go.
she would see
here
the
we go.
reality that we see?
Oh, he
Like, is
doesn't
there
have a
way to
Twitter.
formulate
He doesn't
this
have a
or to
Twitter?
approach it to where she would see this from our angle?
Okay, I can't listen to that lady because that lady doesn't know shit. I don't like her at all. And I will say I'm a tiny little channel no one watches, so I can't stand that Dr. Tracy lady. She don't know shit. She does not know shit. So I have a very strong, assertive opinion of that. I do not like that lady. And nor do I like the other psychologists they had on their channel either. I love Legal Bites, but I do not like the psychology representation that she has chosen to have on her channel because I don't feel those people are. I don't feel those people are in it for the 100% clout because Legal Bites was trending. That's why they're there. They're not there for any other reason. So they're not there to give their insight on Amber Heard. So let's see what's happening with Emily D and see what her thoughts are at break for legal purposes and reaction purposes.
Never to be seen again. We are probably not going to get to approving those today. So please just be mindful in the chat of that because this is a live stream and I appreciate you. Josh Duggar was convicted today of the 2 counts that he was facing after about a week of trial. This whole prosecution went fairly fast. Today, I'm going to talk about
purple hair.
She's
been experimenting with different colors.
Procedure that comes next,
and her hair is
I put up a poll. It looks like we're going to look at the
like
jury instructions and see exactly what they considered on these charges. We can look at the witness list, or not the witness list,
and
but
her
the
hair's
evidence list. I have that as well, and we'll just talk about what this jury did. And this was a pretty quick case. All things considered, that's what it is. So. We will move on. If you saw the thumbnail
this isn't today. I'm like, wait a minute, that's not today. Let me see. I thought that was today. I was hoping to hear just what she's thinking right now, and I was hoping she would mention something about Camille's where she thinks things are at the moment. So. I just kind of want to see what her thoughts are. Unless if she's answering questions at this point, I'll probably just, let me just make sure. Because this thing does not stay. See how it's like behind this live thingy? It doesn't stay. I think they're still out, but I just want to make sure. For some reason, the live streams, they don't refresh on their own. So I think that's why.
My bad. I'm
Nightmare.
terrible at this stuff. I'm sorry.
I mean, it's
Oh.
we are getting a flood of people
I
into the
love
back end of
that.
StreamYard.
See, he's
Start
in the
telling us
courtroom.
what's going on while I deal with that and what your impressions of the jury have been. That's what everyone is
Sure,
really
of course.
excited to see.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay.
So basically, in the nutshell, yesterday during the end of direct, so
This is cool. I hope this is okay. I hope it's not. I don't know if I'm supposed to get permission, but I'm just reacting kind of to hear
most of the day yesterday was still directed.
what's happening right now. So I guess I could reach out to them and ask them.
Examination. The jury, the judge, the room. I mean, they seemed extraordinarily bored.
Oh, from yesterday? Uh-oh.
With the what was going on with
Uh-oh.
her testimony, I think they're kind of already, they have an idea. A lot of it has been rehashed. We understand that Elaine was just protecting the record. We get it. We get it. But as soon as Vasquez took to the stand, the cross-examination podium, I should say, with Amber Heard on the stand, I mean, there was like an entire paradigm shift already, and we're continuing to see this paradigm shift today. I mean,
that's awesome.
The moment that
they're ready. I mean, there's been so much
started.
She doesn't have any evidence, so
the continuation of the cross-examination of Amber Heard, I mean, I even just tweeted a bunch of tweets about it.
Yeah, we covered them.
Half of
I
thank
didn't.
you.
Oh
Half
man,
of
I didn't. I'll have
the
to watch that
jury,
later.
or at least a third, it seems like, are so laser hyper focused on Vasquez. Like they're almost not breaking eye contact. They're almost not blinking because they're just waiting. Give us more. Give us more. Give us more. You know, because she's pointing out all these contradictions. She's pointing out these inconsistencies, like the saturation of the photo, for example. I mean, the whole room, you can feel the room breathing in the same.
That's awesome.
You know, in the same breath when a lot of this testimony comes in. There was another moment, I'm trying to remember which one it was. Oh, when Vasquez says, "Who is the monster in this relationship?" She didn't care about the answer. I mean, but the whole room was like, you know, and you know, the bailiff kind of told us, you know, try not to react too much because obviously you're signaling to the jury what your thoughts and impressions are.
That
we
makes
shouldn't
sense.
talk amongst ourselves, but sometimes it's like literally impossible to hold it in, especially real, sincere, honest, powerful emotion that we're experiencing as we're listening to Amber Heard testify and just keep on shoveling like tons and
I love
tons
that
of
lot
shit
two
over and over and over.
Yeah, the grumpy's happening.
It's so like we're looking at each
I
other.
hate to do this. Like I hate to watch somebody else's stream.
Like at least
but
like
it's
a
like
human being.
Just law, you know, it's
like this is what the article
something
says.
that like
Wait for
helps
Cross.
us
He will get
understand
you.
without these
Remember
guys.
what you did to
So
Johnny
I feel like it's
when he
it's
tried
a
to explain his
compliment to be
answers, and
sharing
Johnny
your
was like,
channels.
"Yes, but no.
Wait.
You shut up. This is
And then I always put, you know,
like
wait for redirect
or redirect. Excuse me.
Yep.
Yes. Wait for redirect. Exactly. So, and they're doing the same thing, and Amber's trying to take the powerhouse. Like, no. You listen to me now, and I have this to say. And when Vasquez has to cut her off, I mean, the jury. I swear, the jury is just. If Amber is right here, the entire jury is like this for the most part, and only a handful of them will continue and kind of look. There's at least one juror who's just interested in everything. Juror number 3 just listens to everything.
That's got to be really hard for Amber Heard because we know she wants to see how the jury's responding and we know she wants them on her side. And it's got to be really hard that they're paying attention to Camille and not to her. And because if I don't want to lose you, but because we've got over 108,000 people on stream, go ahead and let them know where to find you and give everybody a little introduction for those that may not know you.
Okay.
I am known as the DY guy.
Okay, so if you come across my stream, you know, I'm not trying to restream other people's streams, but at the same time, I react to their stream by giving us, or at least whoever comes to my channel, just kind of like a popping your head in to find out, okay, where are we? And then you find out and then you go. You know what I mean? So you're not trying to like stream their whole stream or anything. You're just trying to keep up with what's going on in terms of legalese so you understand where the trial is at the moment and where Camille's going and how she's doing and stuff like that. So obviously they're still at break. So I just want to make sure, because I didn't set a time or anything. But let's go ahead and see if he's posted anything else. But I do like the fact that he's been posting. So let's go ahead and go up here and I'll show you. See, here he is, even the courtroom photographer. So he posted that 14 minutes ago. So we will keep an eye on his Twitter. What I think I'm going to do is actually see if I can, actually we can get notifications. I didn't know that Twitter incorporated a bell. Did you guys know that? I'm new. I've been living under a rock, y'all. But I love that, actually. So that's pretty cool. I wish I don't know where Rob is. I thought he was going to end up being in there with him because I know they were together yesterday. But oh yeah, so he's tweeting and tweeting and tweeting and tweeting and tweeting. So we'll now get notifications for him. I didn't even know. I mean, I do, visit Twitter pages, but I just didn't know that you could personally, decide to follow someone's page specifically. So I feel like that's kind of cool. Y'all, I am so proud of myself that I fixed my audio. If I could just figure out that stupid voice meter, I want to use that thing so bad because I decided to invest in a USB mic, and I love this mic so much. I really do. It was kind of like the best investment I ever made, and I absolutely love this mic. But I want to use voice meter to make it look bit, to make it sound more like radio richer or whatever. Anyway, now we have kind of a link. This girl she's a boss, man. Let's take a moment and bask in her awesomeness. Amen. A freaking men. Let me just retweet that because she's a boss babe. Can I get an amen for the boss babe? Let's just. Oops. Baddest boss babe on the block. I hope I spelled that right. Sometimes there's a lag. Anyway. Oh, it just missed the L, right? Yes. Oh wait, and it's babe, not babe. Hello. I want that to be capitalized. Okay. And then let's see, Camille Vasquez. She's trending. Let's see, Depp versus Heard trial. It's trending. Justice for Johnny Depp. There we go. Let's add the Virginia part of it too. I'm learning how to use these. Justice for Amber. What the fuck? Justice for Johnny Depp, Virginia. We'll do that. She's so cute. She reminds me of someone famous for some reason. She reminds me of someone, and I don't know who it is. Let me just repopulate this again to make sure we're not missing nothing. We're 4 hours in. I know the breaks, they go by so fast. Don't you think? They go by so fast. It's kind of fun to stream though, all day. This is cool. I still have a lot of like that I want to do, I have a lot that I want to do with this channel. I just need to put together some kind of schedule for it. But I'm pretty super happy for doing 8 hours. I wish I had someone to recap with, but I guess I could recap myself. It's just, the thing is I kind of get a little scared talking about the case because I'm just not as educated as a lot of the people out there that are talking about it. I'm just a viewer just like y'all, for those that don't know. much about it, and I'm just talking about it, you know? So let's see. Say it again, Camille. Oh, I said that. It's like, okay. Wait, let me go to home. I'm still trying to learn how to watch these notifications and stuff. Miss Heard. Oh, shut up. Miss Heard is trending now. Camille, you weren't afraid the monster would get you upset that you took this picture. AH, why would I be afraid? Oh my God, that is too much. Have you guys ever like lost sleep and then just had like this, like this tiny bit of a migraine headache, you know? It's like you almost got enough sleep, but you didn't quite, you know? And then right when I was about to fall asleep this morning, I had to get up again. So tonight I need to make sure I go to bed, you know, at a decent hour. Because I'm in California and this is all East Coast time. So it's like, oh crap, I got to get up 3 hours earlier. So she filed a complaint against a nurse 5 years after an event, just before the nurse was due to be deposed, witness intimidation. Yeah. I feel you, girl. I feel you. Camille, the queen. You weren't afraid. Oh, yeah. I guess I could retweet that. There was a picture, though, that I wanted to share with you. Amber Heard loves to fight. More importantly, she craves absolute control. We are listening to her beg Johnny Depp to submit to her, give her control, and let her fight. Not even one mention of stopping him from using. She wanted ownership, and he was taking that away. That's true. That's true. That's why when she said, I knew he was going to go on a bender, but yet he says clearly, I want to go inside there with my daughter. So she blew her out of the water for that. She is jealous. Oh, yeah. No, I believe that. Narcissists are usually jealous of any. That's another thing I think I want to talk about also when I bring up Richard Grannon's information this coming week. Because I already went over the Sam Backman interview before court started. I did it Sunday. And it makes a lot of sense. You know what I mean? Because, like, when you get together with a narcissist or someone that has narcissist tendencies, they don't want you, they're very jealous of anybody that's close to you in your life. And they want to keep you away from them. So they'll oftentimes talk shit and like not want you to be close to the people that you've been close to your whole life. So that's another thing that's very interesting when it comes to, that's why she was doing that. That's why she was yelling and, you know, but I could understand that. Like when he was saying his kids weren't exposed to anything like that prior to her being in his life. Yeah. And anybody like that, when your kids aren't exposed to all of that, you know, hypervigilance, your kids get freaked out. Like, who the fuck is this person and why are they screaming? I can't stand screaming. I cannot stand screaming. My sister's a screamer. I love her to death, but she's a screamer. And I can't. When she's upset, she raises her voice. And, you know, obviously she's upset, but for me, I can't be around it. I can't be around piercing, slamming things. That's not my style. So I can't be around that. My ex was a yeller too, or still is actually when he's very upset, but I just can't, my ears, I can't take it. So, very, very true. She's obsessed with him anyway, just like dressing like him and stuff. All I've been getting from Twitch. Oh, he said the little, hold on. I got to get rid of these people that keep coming in here. Let me see. He said the dots. How do I do that? He said, go to the dot. Oh, but you can't do that on Twitch. That's why. Okay. I can't erase these comments that are coming from Twitch. So I have to do it. Wait a minute. I never did post that. I thought I did. Let me see. I didn't realize I didn't post that. I'm new to Twitch. My son was like, Mom, why are you on Twitch? I was like, I don't know. Somebody said make him an account, so I did. I don't know. I don't know Twitch. I'm not a gamer, so I don't know anything about that. But I do know Twitch is owned by Amazon. I do know that. Let's see. Where are we with our break? God, I have a headache, y'all. I have a headache. It's terrible. Let's see. See how this thing, it lags. Let me see. Let me make sure. I put makeup on this morning and all of a sudden I'm itchy now.
It has like the link
Wait,
to the
see how
Examine
this
website,
is.
which
How do you
I believe
turn
I have a
Twitch off?
testimonial on, which is pretty cool. But it talks about
Apparently,
like,
a
the
lot of
different
people
triggers
just
of headache.
talk on there or something. I don't know. I'm new to it, so I don't know. I got 46 notifications there. No idea what that even means. No, they're not back yet. So I was trying to have Twitch up. Maybe I can learn how to delete those comments too. I'm very excited about being a new streamer. I'm kind of excited. I'm really happy I'm doing the trial. Now I feel a lot more confident because I have all my video and my audio together now. It's just I wish that they would work all day. Like I was so worried that I was going to have to kick this stream and then, you know, have to make a new one in the middle. So I'm kind of glad I didn't end up having to do that. I was very happy about that. I'm getting new followers every day on Twitter. I'm very excited. Let's see what else is going on Twitter. Let's see. I don't know how to. Camille, you weren't. Well, we already read that. I am pledging to pay my monthly bills as from today instead of paying them. Oh my God, that is awesome. Girl, that is hilarious. That's funny. That is too funny. God, I totally get why the domestic violence community is so upset. I would be too. I would be too. My social life has become interrupted by this trial, but I don't care. I love watching the chaos. And can I just add that Miss Camille is killing it in the cross-examination? Yes, ma'am, you can. Because she is. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything on my stream. All right, where are we with break? Are we almost back? I don't know. I didn't start a timer. Tomorrow I will. I just want to make sure we're not back yet. But we get a whole hour, right? God, I have such a headache, y'all. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Let me see if I can go into Twitch and choose some interests. I don't know. I'm new to Twitch. Podcasting. Oh, my brother said to choose just chatting. What about podcast? Can you choose podcast? Art. I'm new to Twitch. I don't know. But I also don't want to see a bunch of teenagers just talking about their high school either. Oh my gosh, so many people are streaming the trial on Twitch. Wow. I wonder if you tag videos on your channel or on your account or whatever. I'm brand new to Twitch. I know nothing about that platform at all. Nothing whatsoever. We could rock some tunes while we're actually let's rock some tunes for a second. I forgot. Let me add some lo-fi. Wish they had lo-fi hip hop, but they don't. Let's add some lo-fi to our stream. That changed my oh, because of speakers? I may be echoing now. It says loop it. What if you don't loop it? Then what happens? Does it play a whole song or something? I wish they would I don't know if I'm echoing now. But I wish that they would allow you to upload your own like copyright free or whatever tracks. So I'm sure they probably have some kind of plan to do that. I really want to join the pro plan on StreamYard, but I don't want to pay $50. Yeah, that's a little distracting. I mean, it sounds good, but I wonder if let me see if I'm echoing. Let me see. Let me try to play this on my phone. Let's see if I'm echoing. Let me see. Look at that. Look at that, y'all. Yeah, I'm gonna stop that because I feel like it just echoes. I don't know. I think it's too much coming out of the other side of that. Let me see. Are we back yet? The thing is I feel like you have to have like a lot of oh, I forgot to turn back on my mic. I feel like you have to have a lot to like plan to talk about for the breaks and stuff. Oh yeah, that's why I was I'm forgetting what I'm trying to do. I wanted to try to I want to block some of these people that were leaving these ridiculous things on this Twitch account. Like stupid. They always do that. They always say buy followers and all this kind of stuff. Why? Why would you ask me to do that? I don't get it. Channel. Let me see. I'm going to try to see if I can delete these comments that came in. How do you, let me turn that off. Oh, maybe I shouldn't. I see my stream. 2 followers. I have 2 followers on Twitch. How funny. How funny, honey. Let's see. I'm tired, y'all. I'm tired today. Let's see. I was wanting to see if there was any more tweets we missed from that guy that's in the courtroom. Excuse me. Twitch has a delay, it looks like. Oh, here it is. Can I delete that? How do you edit comments on this thing? Mod. Show mod icons. Delete messages. Show content of deleted. No. How do you like control who makes comments in your chat? There's got to be something here. First time chat highlight. Let's see. 8 messages were deleted by a moderator. Thank you. Hide deleted messages from chat entirely. Detail. Show the content of deleted messages. Legacy. What does this say? Click to reveal deleted messages. I don't have any deleted messages. I wish I knew how to delete this. I just don't know how. What's this? This little arrow thingy. No, that doesn't delete it. I want to delete this thing so bad. Let's see. It's hard to have. I have 3 monitors up and I still feel like I need more. Anywho, let's move on and do our Twitter highlights for the day. Amber Heard resuming testifying in Johnny Depp defamation trial. Okay, when Vasquez exclaimed, 48 minutes ago, that JD got AH her role in Aquaman, the entire room froze. Go get her, Vasquez. We are fully behind you. Ooh, look, someone is sharing the notebook. Awesome. I think I'm going to start pledging my bills each month. That's, you know what? You know what I think would be really cool? Let me tweet this. Let's see. Let's see. Wait, this will be funny. Wait. Isn't that how you spell it? Synonymously? Isn't that how you spell it? I don't want to sound like an idiot. I think it's. I have to look up how to spell that. Yeah. SYNONY. NONY. Wait. SYNONYMOS. Okay. Okay. Wait, let me do this. I hate. Where's the laughy people? Right there. Let's see. We're gonna be back from court in a minute. Are we good? Let's see. Move these guys closer. Are they gonna let me tweet it? I'll put a 2 at that, I guess. Okay. That's kind of funny. Let me make sure we're not back from court. Do you hear the airplane? The airplane? Oh, we're back. Oh, shit. Okay, we're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. Okay, I'm going to mute myself. I'll be back.
I think we're ready. Yeah, sorry. All right, thank you. You can be seated. All right, your next question.
Tom, may I please have you put up Plaintiffs Exhibit 881A? Ms. Hurd, I'm going to ask you to take a look at Plaintiffs Exhibit 881A. This is one of the articles containing the counterclaim statements by Adam Waldman. Is that correct?
I haven't seen the article yet.
Okay. Why don't we go to page 8 of this article? Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, quote, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is that one of the statements that you allege are defamatory? It's defamatory?
That's correct.
Okay. Can we please go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 881B? And if we could go to page 10 and 11. In Plaintiff's Exhibit 881B, Depp's lawyer Adam Waldman said the various discrepancies prove that nothing Heard and her friends said about the events of May 21, 2016 could be considered credible. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick, he told thedailymail.com. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. But even this didn't have, oh, apologize. You're fine. Okay.
Come on, Elaine.
And if we can please pull up Plaintiffs Exhibit 881C. And go to page 11. This is another article, Ms. Hurd, where you argue that Mr. Waldman's statements are defamatory, correct?
I don't know if this is taken from that article because I can't see the article in full.
It's page 11 of the article. And the statement reads, we have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Hurd's abuse hoax against Mr. Depp. Is that correct? Is that one of the what you claim is one of the defamatory statements said by Mr. Waldman?
I believe so.
Thank you. Ms. Hurd, you're not aware of any career opportunities that you lost as a result of Mr. Waldman's statements, are you?
Well, it's kind of hard to point to the jobs you're not offered,
Right.
to the gigs you don't get.
You were not replaced in Aquaman 2, were you?
They released me from my contract and I fought to stay in it and they kept me in it. I just don't know how much I'm in, actually, of the final cut.
And you testified yesterday that L'Oreal actually extended your contract in April of 2020. Is that correct?
In part, they extended
And-
it and held me.
And you testified yesterday that L'Oreal extended your contract again in November of 2021, correct?
Not exactly. They extended it because they couldn't use me or any of the materials for me.
And that extension was for 20 months, right?
That's correct.
Ms. Hurd, you testified yesterday how Mr. Waldman's statements, quote, torture you every day. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
And then, and that you look at them every day.
I look at the online attacks, the media, you can't avoid it, to be honest, that those statements are often attached to. I don't look at his statements every day.
And you testified that you just want to move on with your life, right?
I do very much want to move on with my life.
But you've gone out of your way to engage with Mr. Waldman on social media, haven't you?
I have made a comment, I believe once. I would not characterize that as engaging with him.
Let's please pull up Plaintiffs Exhibit 1266.
It's right there. Your microphone. Your microphone.
I don't have this yet, so I'm asking for it to
right
be
there.
given to
Okay.
me before.
It's a photograph.
I think it's just a.
This is your tweet, right, Ms. Hurd?
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish this tweet.
I'm gonna check the relevance.
Ejection, I'm sorry, what's the objection?
I'm sorry, relevance?
All right, I'll overrule the objection. 881C in evidence.
Can we please have it published to the jury?
I'm sorry, 1266, I apologize.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is from March 26, 2021, right?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And this is after he made the statements you claim are defamatory, right, Ms. Hurd?
21, yes.
Ms. Hurd, you tweeted at Adam Waldman, quote, "Yes, Mr. Waldman, I may be wearing makeup on this occasion, but on every occasion you will still be short." Did I read that right?
Yes.
We can put this in. Thank you. Ms. Hurd, since your relationship with Mr. Depp ended, you have completed your level 3 sommelier training, haven't you?
I haven't completed it yet. I
You're on
just
level
stopped.
2.
No, I'm on level 3.
You also have had a baby, right?
I have.
And you enjoy being a mother?
More than anything.
Still love to cook?
I do.
And you love to hike.
Taking a break on hiking for a minute.
You have friends, right?
I do have friends.
And you spend time with those friends.
Occasionally when I can.
And you exercise regularly.
Every day.
You just filmed a movie in March of 2022. Isn't that right?
Yes, the one I just shot in Guatemala that I spoke of earlier.
And you have you had a major role in a major film that's scheduled to be released soon. Is that correct? Aquaman 2?
As I said, I don't know if I will even be in the final cut or how much I will be. It was difficult to stay in the movie.
You struck Mr. Depp multiple times during your relationship, didn't you, Ms. Heard?
There were many times I had to use my body to defend myself, and that included swinging wherever I could. If it meant I could get away, absolutely. If it meant a difference between a sore face and a broken nose, you bet I would.
So it's your testimony under oath that you never struck Mr. Depp as the initial aggressor?
Well, he was holding me against the wall by my neck. You know, I might be the first person to have been the first one to slap, which happened in Australia, you know, when he was choking me. But I wouldn't say I was the initial aggressor in that situation.
You got physical with Mr. Depp often during your relationship, didn't you?
I had to defend myself as best I could. Didn't seem to make much of a difference.
You just couldn't control yourself, could you, Ms. Heard?
I tried to defend myself when I could, but it was after years of not defending myself.
Can we please pull up Plaintiffs Exhibit 356? And Your Honor, portions of the exhibit were entered into evidence yesterday, but we moved to admit the entire recording. And I can confirm that there's no other voices besides Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's. And I intend to play from 129:27 to 130:07.
So I have 356A in evidence. Is any objection to the entire 356 coming into evidence?
If I may,
Okay,
hold on just for
sure.
a moment, Your Honor, I have to check on something. Which one? Which one is the one that has? So for now, and we'll double check our notes on that, because there was one that had something in that couldn't go, and I just can't find my notes on it.
We'll just call it 356B for now.
That's fine.
and
Thank you,
then
Your Honor.
Could you just give me the times again?
Yes, of course. 129:27 to 130:07.
All right, and I'm told that we already have a B, so you have to do 356C.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I can't promise you that I'll be perfect. I can't promise you I won't get physical. Like, God, I fucking sometimes get so mad I lose it. I can fucking promise you I'm gonna do everything to change. Promise you. I'm not gonna go around divorce. I will not say divorce unless I leave, unless it's it. And then I hope you leave me. I'm not going to, and me too. I will leave you. It's fair. I can't do it, you know? And I think, honestly, if we hold each other accountable to that, it's fair.
Ms. Heard, that's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, correct?
That's correct.
And you told Mr. Depp, quote, "I can't promise you that I won't get physical," end quote, correct?
That's correct. He was accusing me of instigating something in a situation I explained yesterday.
And you also told Mr. Depp that sometimes you get so mad you lose it, correct?
That's correct. I also explained the context of that fight yesterday.
Isn't that exactly what you told Ben King on your way back from Australia? That you get so mad you lose it?
Absolutely not. I know that that's what Ben King testified to, but I never had that conversation with Ben King.
If we could please
In the
play.
meantime, I'm sorry, I checked and I have no objection to the entirety of 356 coming
So
in.
356 in its entirety will be in evidence. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could please play from what's now been admitted, Plaintiffs Exhibit 356 in its entirety from 7:05 to 7:43.
I'm not gonna be in a physical fucking altercation
Don't.
with you.
Then don't.
You fucking hit me last night. You fucking.
What about all the other times you split? Come on, you cannot act like that's about that. It's
Well,
not.
well, on a plane, I can't split.
No, and you hit back. So don't act like you don't fucking
I
participate.
pushed you.
I'm not going to get into the details of that fight. You and I both know that you split when there is no physical violence involved, and that you do it like at the very beginning of fights these days. And if you split and you go into a different room and you don't actually leave that house, it does nothing but perpetuate the fight. And you don't actually do it respectfully. You don't.
Ms. Hurd, is that you and Mr. Depp on this recording?
Yes, it is.
Can we please pull up Plaintiffs Exhibit 343? And I believe that one's been admitted already into evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And just for the record, we're playing from 24601 to 24720.
I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
Oh, you told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just happened.
And I lied.
And that you punched me in the
You're right.
fucking thing. And
You figured
in
it
the
out.
face. And you said, no, fuck that. No, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I
didn't
watched
punch
you lie. And then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights, been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You
fist.
didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you. What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
Because you started
Johnny.
physical fights.
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did. So I had
Because-
to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable.
That's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, right, Ms. Hurd?
That's correct.
And you said you hit Mr. Depp, right?
Yeah, I had to hit his body to get
Ms.
him out
Hurd,
of the door.
my question was, you said on that recording that you hit Mr. Depp, right?
Yes, I did.
And you accused him of being a baby for not wanting to be in a physical fight with you, right?
Incorrect. I accused him of being a baby for complaining about me hitting him when he was trying to get through the door. I was trying to barricade.
Can we please pull up Plaintiffs Exhibit 368? And again, Your Honor, this is a recording of just Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd. I'm going to move for the entire exhibit to be moved into evidence.
All right, any objection to 368?
I don't think so, no, Your Honor.
All right, no objection. 368 in evidence in its entirety.
It's a shitty law. Anyway, I opened the bathroom door when you were knocking on it. After a few times I opened. And, you know, you just kept going. You just kept going. I tried to close the door 3 times. You know, please, just don't, you know, and then wait, and then I accidentally, I swear, when I was trying to close the door, I guess it scraped your toes. I didn't mean to do that. And I bent down, and you either pushed or you kicked. I think you kicked the door open. I mean, the door, more open, so that it would hit me. And it hit me.
I didn't mean to. I didn't know
It
that.
hit me in the fucking head.
But I did not mean to do that. I don't know what
I was bent down behind the door.
I did not do anything to her. I did not kick a door or push a door so that it would hit you. I did not. I swear that it was not my intention. I think I remember when the door scraped my toes, I reacted, but the door thing, I remember, I never did that. That wasn't on purpose. I might have done it on accident.
Okay.
But
so let's say that was an accident. I then stood up. I don't even know if I said, I might have said like, what the fuck, whatever, because I just been hit in the head with the fucking corner of a door.
I'm so sorry. I did not. I'm sorry.
And then I stood up. And then you fucking clocked me.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing.
sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor.
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to
I didn't
punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember. I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean.
The door? No, God, no, I didn't.
But punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry. I hit you. I did mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response to my foot. I just reacted, and I'm sorry. It's below me.
Your foot? That was why you punched me?
Yeah. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I.
Again, that's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, right?
That's correct.
And Mr. Depp was hiding from you in the bathroom. Isn't that right,
Incorrect.
Ms. Heard?
Incorrect.
Well, Mr. Depp said on that recording, I opened the bathroom door when you were knocking on it. Doesn't he?
I don't know if he said that, and I didn't hear that.
And
one
Mr.
detail.
Depp said, when I was trying to close the door, I guess it scraped your toes. He says that, doesn't he?
Correct.
And then you kicked the bathroom door into his head, didn't you?
No, I didn't. And I
then you punched him in the
defended
jaw.
myself in that audio. You can hear it for yourself.
Right. And then you punched him in the jaw.
I also did not do that. I tried to make that clear on the audio tape too,
So-
in futility.
So Mr. Depp said, you meant to punch me in the jaw, right?
Are you asking me what he said on the
Yeah.
on the recording? Yes, he said that.
And then you respond, I meant to hit you, didn't you?
As I explained yesterday, I was trying to get him off the door,
And you said, I remember, I did mean to hit you.
meaning the door. The door was on my feet. I
You've heard
reacted
this-
instinctively to that.
Yeah, you've heard this audio before, haven't you, Ms. Heard?
Yeah, we've already had this trial before.
Yeah, it was played for you when you were deposed in 2016 in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
That's one of the times I've heard it, yes.
So you've had plenty of time to think about how to respond to this recording, haven't you?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, let's take a look at how you responded to it the first time. Can we please pull up what will be marked
Hello?
Plaintiffs Exhibit 1261?
The next thing that I'm going to
Your-
play
Your
to
Honor?
you
Okay.
as cue.
All right. Oh, if you want to come. How about now? 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 Having some trouble.
Read it into the record and I'll hand this to you. So I will. So, Your Honor, for reference, and I will provide a copy of the deposition, Ms. Heard's deposition in the divorce. It's page 372, lines starting at line 5 through 377, line 12.
All right, I think,
May I approach, Your Honor?
yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Your Honor, with permission, may we please play?
If we just get to that page, make sure everybody's at the, oh, could you say the page number again,
Yes,
please?
absolutely.
Page 372, lines 5 to 377, line 1 is what I have.
12, line 12.
If we could have a moment, Your Honor, to read it before it's played.
Testing. How about now?
Okay.
I still don't think it's an impeachment, Your Honor, after reading it.
I'll overrule objection. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we can please have it published to the jury in the gallery.
All right.
The next thing that I'm going to play to you as cue. Would you listen to this, please? Let's keep on.
Your Honor, maybe stop that. And they can do they can do it through reading the deposition. Your Honor. They don't need to do that. Ask them to take it off the screen.
Could you take it off the screen? Okay. That's fine.
Thank you.
I have no objection.
Can we please start it over?
The next thing that I'm going to play to you as cue. Would you listen to this, please? Let's keep on.
Hello? Hello?
I did not do anything to her. I did not kick at the door or push the door so that it would hit you. I did not. I swear. I mean, that was not my intention. I think I remember when the door scraped my toes.
Okay, so you told him in that excerpt that you hit him with the door but did not intend to hit him, correct? Did you say that?
Hello?
I said whatever
Hello?
I said in that recording. I don't,
Hello?
when you
Hello?
it's hard for me to remember
Hello?
every single
And that's a
Hello?
recording marked as exhibit,
Hello?
the punching.
Q. It was
Q.
just played.
Hello?
Would you continue to listen to exhibit Q?
Are these from the same day?
Hello? Hello?
I never did that. That was on purpose.
Hello? 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 Hello?
I'm so sorry. I did not. I'm sorry.
Hello?
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing.
Hello? 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 Hello?
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember. I did mean to hit you. The door.
Hello?
No, God, no. Okay, I'm sorry.
So
Hello?
on the tape, you
Hello?
tell Johnny Depp that you did mean to hit him.
And it also misrepresents what actually happened, which is him trying to get into a room I'm trying to keep him out of. And then he runs the door over my toes, trying to get into the room. I tried to push him out of it, which is what the hit is referred to. And Johnny, whenever he was injured or touched, it always referred to it in these ways of punching or clocked or whatever. And whether you didn't discussed it with him or not, the last thing you do in talking to him afterwards or trying to reconcile with him is to get into what definition of those words mean to him. I never even addressed it. If he was ever pushed, it was a quote. He called it a cold clock. I mean, it's just very dramatic.
Isn't it true?
You're smiling as that audio recording is being played in your deposition, aren't you, Ms. Heard?
Not smiling because of the audio. I'm smiling because of what's happening around me.
You even roll your eyes at one point, don't you?
I was sitting opposite a whole table full of lawyers who were snickering, laughing, and rolling their eyes at me while I was talking.
Is there something amusing about kicking a door into your husband's head?
No, I was rolling my eyes and commenting on what I was experiencing at that time in
Yeah.
recounting the
Is
story.
there something amusing to you about punching your husband in the jaw?
That is not what I was smiling about. And no, I do not think it's amusing.
Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that all you want to do is move on. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, your exact words were, quote, "I just want him to leave me alone. I want to move on with my life, and he won't let me." Do you remember that?
Yes, that is correct.
But that's not true, is it, Ms. Heard?
It is very true.
You just haven't been able to move on with your life, have you? From Mr. Depp.
I'm here, aren't I?
In fact, on October 11th, 2018, you actually commenced an arbitration action against Mr. Depp for defamation, didn't you?
I don't recall that, no.
Your Honor, may I approach? May we approach?
Still trying to figure this out. How about now?
Pull up Plaintiffs Exhibit 219. And Ms. Hurd, if you could please read to yourself the first page of Exhibit 219.
All right.
This is a test.
And if you can also read to yourself the second page of Exhibit 219.
Yes.
And if you can scroll down, Tom, again, Ms. Hurd, just to look at that page. And then scroll down to the next page, please.
How about now? Now.
And the next page.
Sorry, y'all, a little bit of feedback.
Thank you. Were, quote, "I just want him to leave me alone. I want to move on with my life, and he won't let me." Do you remember that?
Yes, that is correct.
But that's not true, is it, Ms. Hurd?
It is very true.
You just haven't been able to move on with your life, have you? From Mr. Depp.
I'm here, aren't I?
In fact, on October 11th, and the next page.
Test. 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 Test.
Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. Hurd, that you did, in fact, in October of 2018, 2 months before you published the op-ed in this case, that's the subject of this case, you initiated an arbitration against Mr. Depp for defamation?
It's not my understanding I initiated an arbitration. It's my understanding that our lawyers sent a letter to his lawyers after he called me a liar again, effectively, in an interview.
And that's 2 months before your op-ed that was published in December of 2018, right?
That is correct.
And that's 6 months before Mr. Depp filed this case against you, correct?
That's correct.
So you fired the first shot, not Mr. Depp.
I disagree. We sent a letter.
Thank you.
Camille's getting it in.
Ms. Heard, isn't it true that you once filled out a customs form falsely so that you could get?
May we approach? Okay.
Helicopters, 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 helicopters. Sorry about that, y'all. We had a helicopter. Helicopter, 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 helicopter. Helicopter. Helicopters, better known as ghetto birds.
Did not do that. I tried to make that clear on the audio tape too, in futility.
So Mr. Depp said, you meant to punch me in the jaw, right?
Are you asking me what he said on the recording? Yes, he said that.
And then you respond, I meant to hit you, didn't you?
As I explained yesterday, I was trying to get him off the door,
And you said, I remember, I did mean to hit you.
meaning the door. The door was on my feet. I reacted instinctively to that.
You've heard this audio before, haven't you, Ms. Heard?
Yeah, we've already had this trial before.
Yeah, it was played for you when you were deposed in 2016 in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
That's one of the times I've heard it, yes.
So you've had plenty of time to think about how to respond to this recording, haven't you?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, let's take a look at how you responded to it the first time. Can we please pull up what will be marked Plaintiffs Exhibit 1261?
The next thing that I'm going to play to you as cue.
Sir, you testified yesterday that when you left the courthouse after obtaining the domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, you walked out to, quote, a sea of paparazzi and cameras, right?
That's correct.
You testified that you were surprised to see the sea of cameras
That's correct.
because it was quiet when you went into the courthouse that morning.
And the divorce had remained under the radar up to that point.
You testified that no one knew about your divorce, so you thought it was going to stay that way, right?
No, I always figured it would come out. I just was trying to buy time.
You knew the media had been alerted that you were filing for divorce, right, Ms. Heard?
No, I just knew that it was impossible to do that privately, so you could just hope it was a matter of time. when
You knew they
filed.
were going to be there, didn't you?
No, I did not. I
Your
mean,
publicist-
I assume since it's a public building that there's that likelihood, or not likelihood, but possibility. But I was, you know, I was shocked.
Your publicist, Jody Gottlieb, was there at the courthouse with you, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
So you anticipated that you might need your publicist?
I thought the filing might make, well, I was told the filing was public, that it would be impossible. There's no way for you to do a private filing. And then the second that I filed for the TRO, it would be public news. I didn't expect all these photographers and cameras to show up at the courthouse in real time, but they did.
Please pull up Plaintiffs Exhibit 1280, which is a clip from your divorce deposition, and you have at page, I can alert you, you have the transcript there, page 74, line 22, these are dates of 74, line 22, through 75, line 13. '74, line 22, through 75, line 13.
Your Honor, may we approach?
If we could please play and display to the jury Plaintiff's Exhibit 1280.
Is responsible.
Ms. Heard, did you send a text message to Jerry Judge on May 24, 2016, telling Jerry Judge, quote, "I'm desperately trying to reach Johnny. It's extremely important. Please tell him."
I remember sending the text message that is in front of me right now to Jerry. And I remember sending this because I wanted to tell Johnny or have him told by Jerry or someone who knew him or was close to him. Basically, I didn't want him to find out online that I had or was about to file, or I had already filed for divorce. I wanted him to know verbally. So I was trying to reach him through a third party to tell him. When I say reach, I'm specifically saying I would like him to know information coming from me or coming from Jerry from me, so that he finds out about the divorce filing or my intention to do so from some other source other than TMZ, which was alerted.
You slipped up there, didn't you, Ms. Heard? You let it slip out that TMZ had been alerted to your filing of the domestic violence restraining order, didn't you?
I disagree. That's not what I'm talking about.
TMZ is the same outlet that you released the video of Mr. Depp attacking the kitchen cabinets the day before this deposition was taken, wasn't it?
I didn't do that. I don't know
TMZ
how
owns
to do
the
that.
copyright to that video now, doesn't it?
I have no idea what TMZ
Did they
owns.
pay you for that?
I never got paid for it because I had nothing to do with that.
So TMZ was just lucky in getting the inside scoop to your divorce from Mr. Depp, huh?
I have no idea. It is not, that's not my area of expertise. I wouldn't even know how to do that. And also, what does that get me? If I wanted to leak things about Johnny, I could have done that in a much more successful way, in a bigger way, for years.
Not
and
when you were
years.
extorting him for $7 million.
I got a fraction of what I was entitled to in the state of California, by the way. What extortion?
Can we please start it over? Tossa Van Ree is your ex-wife, right?
That's right. She's my ex-partner.
She's the one that you told this jury Mr. Depp was jealous of, right?
Yeah, well, that was a 2013 fights around March, yes.
You testified that he tried to burn one of her paintings, right?
That's correct.
You testified he tried to burn one of your favorite paintings that she did, right?
I don't know if it was one of my favorites.
You committed domestic violence against Miss Van Ree during your relationship, didn't you?
No, I did not.
You assaulted her at a Seattle airport in 2009, didn't you?
No, I did not.
And people saw that.
That's not true.
And it was covered in the press. Isn't that true?
It was planted in the press by Johnny's team 2 days after I got the TRO. Not
Can
coincidentally.
you please pull up Plaintiffs Exhibit 1279?
Your Honor, may we approach?
As Hugh, would you listen to this, please?
You could please have that article displayed for the witness. This is an article from 2 years ago, correct, Ms. Heard?
I don't know when this
May
was.
of 2020.
That's not when it came out, no. This story started getting planted in after I got a TRO, after I got a restraining order against Johnny.
Correct? That's correct. So you fired the first shot, not Mr. Depp. The headline says Amber Heard
Objection,
allegedly
Your Honor.
struck.
Action, Your Honor. I think Your Honor ruled she can't say that.
If you want to approach again.
Again, Ms. Heard, just to look at that page. The title reads, Amber Heard allegedly grabbed, struck her ex-girlfriend at the airport, doesn't it?
Yes, and that's not true.
May we approach?
Okay.
And then scroll down to the next page, please.
How about now? Now. How about now?
So the article, the title is Amber Heard allegedly struck her
Objection, Your Honor.
ex-girlfriend.
She's already overruled. Go.
Thank you. If I may start over. Amber Heard allegedly struck her ex-girlfriend Tossa Van Ree at the airport in 2009. Did I read that right?
Yes, this is another example of the smear campaign.
So Mr. Depp is not the only domestic partner you've assaulted, is he, Ms. Heard?
I've never assaulted Mr. Depp or anyone else that I've been romantically linked to, ever.
Sorry, y'all, a little
No
bit of
further
feedback.
questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, redirect.
Ms. Heard, did Ms. Van Ray come out after that article came in and make a public statement it was false?
Of course she did.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I should be at least be.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Of course she did.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the TMZ alerted. Explain to the jury what you meant by the TMZ was alerted.
So when you make these kind of filings, meaning divorce, marriage, things like that, they are public record. And so when we filed for divorce, when I filed for divorce, I asked my team to file in the most discreet way, literally to put it under a stack of papers and file it at the end of day. So it kind of had more of a shot of being missed by the paparazzi and by TMZ and those sorts of publicity outlets. I believe that we had been remarkably lucky following the divorce, that it wasn't picked up, and that it gave me a precious few days of peace at that really fragile time. When I found out that they were going to run the story or that they had the information, I was trying to get a hold of Johnny to clarify that I did not do this in a punitive way. I didn't want him to be mad at me. I didn't want him to find out in that sort of context online.
And who had connections to TMZ?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know?
I do know. Johnny and I
Honor.
spoke about
Your
it.
Honor, calls for
Sustain
speculation.
the objection.
Did Mr. Depp tell you about who had connections with TMZ?
Yes, we talked about it. His lawyer, Laura Wasser.
Okay. Now, I'm going to start at the very beginning here. You were asked by Ms. Vasquez about why Mr. Depp won't or can't look you in the eye. And she read out, or she played a tape in which Mr. Depp said, "You will not see my eyes again." Do you recall that?
I do.
And that was during the mediation process in July, correct?
That was
Objection leading.
first one.
Sustained
Okay.
is the leading.
When was this?
That was in July of 2016. That was the first mediation attempt. We met after that, and Johnny very much looked me in the eye.
Please tell the jury about the next meeting after he said, "You will not see my eyes again."
We met in the lawyer's office. They gave us a moment. Johnny kissed me again, held me. I cried, he cried, and then we had a short exchange, and he put a note in my pocket that said, "I'll love you dead or alive, my Slim," with his new phone number on it.
I'd like to bring up, Michelle, if you can, Defendants Exhibit 1581L. I'm sorry? Do you recognize this?
Objection, Your Honor.
document?
May we approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Testing, 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 testing. Testing, testing.
Could you tell the jury what the coaster was that he slipped into your pocket, what it said?
He said, "I love you forever, my Slim, dead or alive."
And what, if anything, did it have in addition?
His new phone number.
And to be, just so we're clear, on how many occasions in that second mediation did Mr. Depp look you in the eye?
Many.
Okay. And when Ms. Vasquez asked you if you knew why Mr. Depp couldn't or wouldn't look you in the eye here or in the UK, you said, yes, you know. Why? Please tell the jury why.
Because he's guilty. Because he knows he's lying. Otherwise, why can't he look at me? I survived. I survived that man, and I'm here, and I'm able to look at him.
Thank you. You were asked about a bruise that was on your arm from March 15, 2013.
Hello.
Do you recall how long before the picture you had sustained that bruise?
I do.
How long?
2 weeks.
Hello.
You were asked a
Hello?
number of times by Ms. Vasquez
Hello.
if you took pictures from your incidents earlier in the relationship.
Yes.
Why didn't you?
It was something I started doing only kind of incidentally. You know, I was commenting to my best friend. I was looking for support from my mom, things like that. There was, I'm ashamed to say, never a thought that this would happen. I mean, not until December and my best friend taking pictures of me to capture it that wasn't even a thing.
It has been suggested by Ms. Vasquez to you in your questions that you didn't tell anyone about the abuse until the TRO. Is that true?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
All right. What if any? All right. Who did you tell about the abuse during the time it was happening?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
That's not offered to.
And hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's prior consistent statements.
It's
that you
leading,
raised
it's
it.
sustained. Next question.
Okay. What, if anything, did you tell to anyone about the abuse?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll sustain.
Your Honor, may I approach?
That's fine. Hello. 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 That's better. Hello. 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 Sorry, you guys. I'm having audio issues. Hello. 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 Hello.
Ms. Heard, how many people have you shared the fact of abuse prior to 2015?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
How
Calls for
many?
hearsay.
How many? Overruled.
Roughly about 10.
Can you name them?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she can, it's not offered, it's just to show that she informed people before. They're suggesting.
Objection,
she
Your
didn't
Honor,
tell
can we
anyone.
approach? This is, again, inappropriate.
Hello?
To bring up, Michelle, if you can, Defendants Exhibit 1581L. Do you recognize this?
Objection, Your Honor.
Now, you were asked whether you had consulted a medical doctor about any problems with your nose, correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated that you in fact had after the divorce, correct?
Objection leading.
Did you or did you not consult an ENT after the divorce?
Objection leading.
Did you produce medical records to the defendants relating to this?
Objection leading
All right,
calls.
I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you.
It's leading. Next
and
question.
Your Honor, if we could,
Let's,
the witness could be instructed not to answer until I
All right,
lodge my objection.
Wait for the objection, please.
Could we bring up Defendants Exhibit 1077? Do you recognize this document?
My screen is black.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, I do.
Could you tell us what it is?
That's the what my ENT, the ears, nose, and throat doctor, told me was
Objection, Your Honor.
the
Hearsay.
damage.
All right, when there's objection, please stop. Okay, thank you. All right, I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay.
Okay. What, if any, you were asked if you had, it was suggested that you had not produced this in discovery. Is that true? or false?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Your Honor, she absolutely
So
did that.
it's leading, it is leading question. Sustain the objection.
What, if anything, did you do to produce medical records to the defendant, to the plaintiff in this case?
I turned over all of my devices, and they had the Johnny's team had a third party or somebody they selected as a third party go and pull all relevant documents from those devices, which I handed over.
Do you know how many were handed over?
Hundreds of thousands, I believe. Maybe.
Objection,
many
Your
more.
Honor. Lack of foundation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
And what, if anything, did you produce to the plaintiff in connection with your consultation with an ENT specialist relating to your nose?
Objection leading.
Sustain.
What I said, what, if
Foundation.
anything, Your Honor?
Hearsay.
What if anything? It's not the cure-all, it's sustained.
When did you see an ENT specialist?
2017 or 2016 or 17.
And as a result of that consultation, what did you learn about your nose?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'm not asking her to tell what they said.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, production did you make to the plaintiffs of your medical records with the ENT?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
If you only have foundation.
Do you know whether the records, medical records from your EMT were produced in discovery?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation.
I'm asking.
Overruled if you don't.
Thank you.
Yes.
And do you recall? I'm trying. What, if anything, did the medical records reflect about your nose?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Do you have injuries to your nose?
Yes.
Please describe those to the jury.
I have
I'm gonna
a bunch of
object
scar
to the,
tissue.
I'm going to object to the extent it calls for hearsay and lack of foundation
Overruled.
and improper expert opinion.
She can certainly testify too.
We'll see where it goes. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
I have a significant amount of scar tissue in my nose.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, difficulty do you have breathing?
Objection leading.
What, if anything? And that does cure on
No,
it.
it doesn't, but I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you. Do you remember the question?
I have a significant amount of trouble breathing at night, and I've been putting off having surgery for it.
Now, you were asked about December 15, 2015, and Ms. Vasquez suggested that you did not report the abuse or the injuries to Aaron Falati. Do you recall that
Objection, Your
question?
Honor. Leading.
Your Honor, I'm entitled to go into what Ms. Vasquez asked.
The objection is leading. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Did you report, what, if anything, did you report to Aaron Falati about the abuse you sustained on 12/15/2015?
Objection leading and
You're up.
hearsay.
This has got to be the best cross-examination I think I've ever seen ever. And I don't watch trials, but obviously she's doing a great job. And I apologize for not expanding the screen. I'm having a really hard time with my audio again. I don't know what I did or what I touched, but it's actually just really upsetting. But I will work on it tonight, and hopefully we'll have better luck tomorrow. But for now, I can hear the echo in my ears, so I know you probably are hearing it. So my apologies, and I'll keep playing with it. The problem is, I'm trying to play it on my phone, so I can figure out where it's coming from and just stop it. So if I say testing like I have been, it's because I'm trying to reduce the echo. So my apologies, y'all. So I'm going to try that now while they're at sidebar and see if I can, I think if I turn testing, I got to hear it on here. I think that's going to make it worse.
So we're clear on how many occasions.
I got to hear it on here. I think that's going to make it worse.
So we're clear on how many occasions.
I got to hear it on here. I think that's going to make it worse.
So we're clear on how many occasions.
I got to hear it on here. I think that's going to make it worse.
So we're clear on how many occasions.
There is a sweet spot. There is a sweet spot, and I'm looking for it. So I think I might have to turn this volume down. Possibly. Gosh, if you know audio out there and you come by my live stream and you're like, girl, you need help, please come in and help me. Please reach out to me. I'm trying my very best. Maybe it was, how about that? Is that better? No. That can't be it. Or wait, is that better? No, that's not better either. All right, y'all. I'm trying for y'all. Hold on. Where is it? Did I lose it? I think that's it. I think. No, we have to hear. No, that's not it. Let me see. I'm trying, y'all. I'm trying. They're at cyber. There is a sweet spot. There is a sweet spot, and I'm looking for it. So I think I might have to turn this volume down. Possibly. Gosh, if you know audio out there and you come by my live stream and you're like, girl, you need help, please come in and help me. Please reach out to me. I'm trying my very best. How about that? Is that better? That can't be it. Oh, wait. Is that better? No, that's not better either. All right, y'all. I'm trying for y'all. Hold on. Where is it? Did I lose it? I think that's it. I think. No, we have to hear. No, that's not it. Let me see. I'm trying, y'all. That's right. There is a sweet spot. There is a sweet spot, and I'm looking for it. So I think I might have to turn this on. Possibly. Gosh, if you know audio out there and you come by my live stream and you're like, girl, you need help, please come in and help me. Please reach out to me.
Did you tell Nurse Filati on 12/16/2015 about the injuries you sustained from the 12/15/2015 attack?
I did. I believe I sent her pictures too.
And did you text with Nurse Filati on 12/16/2015 about the injuries that you had suffered as a result of Mr. Depp's attack on you on 12/15?
Yes, she guided me through a concussion check.
And did you tell Connell Cowan about the injuries you
Objection,
sustained?
Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's prior consistent statements.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection at this point. Next question.
Do you recall Dr. Laurel Anderson testifying that she saw two black eyes on
Objection, Your Honor.
12/17?
Leading.
Sustain as to leading. Okay.
What, if anything, do you recall from Laurel Anderson's testimony in this case about what she observed on 12/17/2015?
Objection, Your Honor. This is outside the scope of cross-examination.
It's prior consistent statements.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
It's observations for
I'm
the
gonna
12/17, the same day.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
May I approach?
Okay.
Still trying to help this. I think I finally got it. I think I finally got it. I think I finally got it. I hope. I think I finally got it.
Oh, wait. Is that better? No, that's not better either. All right, y'all. I'm trying for y'all. Hold on. Where is it? Did I lose it? I think that's it. I think
When in December did you see Dr. Laurel Anderson?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled.
I saw her 2 days after the attack.
So on what day did you see her then?
That would have been the 17th of December, 2016, and I told her what happened.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
And when did you see Dr. Connell Cowan?
I saw him the next day, December 16th is my best recollection.
Let's jump to East Asia for a moment. And we saw a number of pictures from the backless dress. What, if any, motivation would you have to claim that Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back, knowing you had a backless dress?
Objection, Your Honor.
I think I
Leading,
can bring
calls
that
for
out, yes.
speculation.
It's still leading. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Why did you say that Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back in East Asia?
In the closet of the hotel room in Tokyo, I said that because it happened to me. And it would have been much more convenient if I was making it up to not include that detail, knowing I had a backless dress and I walked to press line and got photographed.
Now, we've heard testimony about Mr. Depp making a total of 65 million in 2015 and 2016 from his ex.
Objection, Your Honor.
Why did
Leading,
I haven't asked the question
hearsay.
yet.
I mean,
Why did you not ask for 32.5 million from Mr. Depp?
Your Honor, leading.
I said, why did you not ask?
Irrelevant.
I'll
The
sustain the
explanation.
objection. Sustain the objection to leading. Next question.
Why, can I just ask, why did you not ask for 32.5 million from Mr. Depp?
Because I didn't want
Asked
it.
and answered, relevance.
Oh, overruled. Good.
Because I didn't want it. I realized that that's what I was entitled to, but I didn't want it. That simple.
The tape recording that was played that has you laughing quite a bit. Can you tell the jury what the context of that particular tape recording was?
I don't really recall a whole lot about what was going on. I know we had been fighting kind of ad nauseum and in this sort of loop, if you will, and I'm doing my best to not show my pain. That's what I was trying to do. It was trying to be tough, not show what kind of pain I was in.
Now, Ms. Vasquez asked you about how you got your role in Aquaman. Could you please describe to the jury how you got your role in
Yes.
Aquaman?
I auditioned, not Johnny. I auditioned. I worked really hard, and I went to where we were filming the first movie, Justice League. I went, I think, 5.5 months early before filming commenced, when I heard that they wanted to fire me, and so I put myself in the job in the
Objection,
gym.
Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustain.
Keep it away.
I worked
what-
really
what they
hard.
said.
I worked really hard on that and had to prove myself. And I did that for, even though I was only filming for 6 days, I was there for 6 months. Just worked my butt off.
What
That's
if
why.
What, if any, role did Mr. Depp play in your getting Aquaman?
He tried to have me fired from it.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
All right, I'll sustain his speculation.
How do you know that he tried to have you fired?
Objection,
from it?
Your Honor. Calls for speculation and hearsay and
I'm
lack of
just asking you
foundation.
I'm trying to lay a foundation.
All right, you have to lay a foundation.
I saw it. I saw the emails. I saw the texts.
I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay. Next question.
You were asked about Isaac Baruch and why he, and that he saw no marks. What is your recollection of your interaction with Isaac Baruch during the week of May 22nd?
I saw Isaac when I was coming or going, meaning I was leaving or arriving to the building. I saw him at a distance. We did not have a in-depth conversation, nor would we. And I told him actually right after it happened what his friend had done.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I don't think it's offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. Stay away from what was said. Can you just tell us what interaction you had with him and his opportunity to observe you with absolutely no makeup?
Objection,
That's
Your Honor,
impossible.
leading.
Sustain the objection. It's leading.
Please describe for the jury your interaction with Isaac Baruch during the week of May 22nd.
Well, not only did I have makeup on, but I did attempt to kind of let him know what happened.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
You were asked some questions about Officer Melissa Science's testimony. What, if anything, do you recall relating to Officer Melissa Science's testimony relating to your injuries?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Your Honor said I could redirect after the cross-examination. when she- What, if anything, do you recall of Officer Science's testimony in this case relating to your injuries and the property destruction?
I recall her saying that she didn't feel that the state I was in was enough of an injury to her, or it wasn't injury seeming to her.
Okay. And what about the property damage?
She claimed she did not see any property damage, but I walked with her over broken glass. So I don't know why she's saying that.
What, if any, interactions did you have with Alejandro Romero during the week of May 22?
I spoke to him briefly.
Objection, Your Honor, to the extent it calls for hearsay.
Overruled at this point. You spoke to him.
I spoke to him briefly in passing as I was entering, maybe when I was exiting the building, but always when I was on my way out or in from being outside, meaning makeup. I had makeup on always, as I do.
Why did James Franco visit you on the evening of 5/22/2016?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Do you know?
Yes.
Please tell us.
Because he was my friend and he lived next door, quite literally lived next door. And I had frankly exhausted my support network with my usual friends and was happy to welcome as much friendship at that time as I could possibly get.
Now, the video showed him laying his head on your shoulder. Can you describe for the jury what the interaction was, without saying what was said, what the interaction was that led to that?
He, after seeing my face, put his
Objection, Your
head on
Honor,
my
calls
shoulder.
for speculation.
That doesn't call for speculation. If she sees that he sees her.
He touched the side of my
I'll
face
sustain the
too.
objection.
And again, Your Honor, if we can instruct the witness.
If
to-
you could wait till after the objection, please. All right. Next
What,
question.
what did Mr. Franco do on the elevator before laying his head on your shoulder?
He kind of touched the side of my face and responded to what he saw.
we talked about you were shown a bunch of newspaper headlines, and there was one in particular referring to sexual violence. What, if anything, did Mr. Waldman do to you relating to that article?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation, culture speculation.
What did he do to her?
Unintelligible. I don't understand the question.
Overruled, we'll see where it goes.
He was carrying the paper that had that headline on it that he leaked and threw it at me at the UK trial. We were unfortunately sat kind of actually literally next to one another with COVID spacing in between us. And he threw the paper down at me as he sat down with that on the cover.
And where was that?
In the UK, at the UK trial.
Objection, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope.
That's not beyond the
No,
scope.
overruled.
Thank you. Why did you tweet about the makeup and Mr. Waldman?
Because he was calling me a liar and a hoaxer and that this was an elaborate hoax just to get Johnny.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question. Next question.
Yeah, okay. I don't have any more questions, Your Honor.
All right,
We're done.
thank you. All right. Ma'am, you can have a seat next to your attorney, okay? You can go ahead and have a seat next to her. That's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess then for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
Slay.
Is your next witness
Slay,
a live
boss
witness, remote
bitch,
witness, or
queen.
deposition? Deposition. All right, so we'll get the TV set up for that.
Queen.
Back then at 3:30, okay? All right, thank you.
Love it. All right, now we're gonna go over and see what Emily is saying, because y'all know I gotta know what Emily's saying right now. I mean, I'm curious to know what legal bites is, but as long as she's got that psychologist on there, I am. As long as she's got that psychologist on there, I won't watch that channel because that lady's full of shit. So, that's the only thing, is that I'm just, but this girl slayed. She slayed. They're full of shit. She's lying. There's no way for her to defend someone that she knows is not telling the truth. Period. She knows. She can't save her. She can't save her. She's in too deep now. I mean, they've already went over so many times of just shit that she told someone or someone told her or someone saw. All it's not relevant. It's not relevant. And I'm sure everyone, not just justice for Johnny, but to be practical and to be logical. So let's jump over to Emily D real quick. I got to see what she's saying. That's my first time. That's my first thing I want to do is go over there and I'm sure she's going to talk to she's going to pull him back in there. Hold on. I want to see. He's in the jury. He's in the courtroom. So we got to see this. So if you're clicking on my video, hopefully right now, you'll see it. You'll see the goods. You'll see. Okay, let's, I gotta grab me a snack, y'all. I'm hungry again. And I gotta make sure I don't eat. I don't know if there's an echo. If there is, y'all, I'm working on it. What it is I find where the echo is gone, but because I'm not, I can hear myself in my earphones, and I know there's a little bit of feedback in my earphones, but sometimes I'm thinking that it still has an echo because of my earphones, and it actually doesn't on the video. So it's just hard. It's hard to tell when the echo's not there. So I will work on it avidly. Where's Emily D at? Where's Emily D? Come on, girl. Come on. Where's she at? Where you at? Where you at, girl? Where you at? Here you are. Right here. Oh, please. Right here. I know they're talking about, we got to get in on this conversation. I mean, we at least got to get in on it, on listening to it. Cuz I know Legal Bites is going crazy right now too, but I want to hear what Emily says. Or is this, wait, did she go twice? Oh, she went twice. She split it up. She split it up. She split it up. I know she's been doing that. She said something about she's a split it up or something. Sorry. Sometimes when I try to go to other spots of the internet, it gives me a hard time.
A difficult client. But for Camille,
hold on 1 second. Let's see when they. I can't wait. I love listening to Emily. I love listening to
she
her.
has fought for him, and she has done a fantastic job on that cross examination.
I think so too. I'm just learning from the other attorneys, but I think so too.
I'm not surprised that now that the jury is out of the courtroom, you're seeing some celebration from Team Depp. Darn it.
I know.
We need a what the fuck Elaine t-shirt. Since we're getting to video depots, I'm going to try to pull up the super chats when we get into them, but I'm going to get to questions, and then I guess we're getting to a video depot. Elaine needs to go take a breath. There was a lot that happened in cross that she just didn't address. And I feel like Elaine got caught up in those last moments of cross, which is a good legal strategy from Camille Vasquez. I feel like Elaine got caught up in the last moments of cross and was just trying to answer the thing that came up, but she didn't address the rest of it. She didn't get in. There was so much on cross, and maybe that's the strategy. Like, none of this matters. Amber's telling the truth, but she also couldn't get a direct question out, which are open-ended questions. And then what happened? What happened next? At the UK trial, did you see Waldman? Yes. And then what happened? That's it. It's just, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Applause to Camille, the judge, and the court reporter. The court reporter needs a freaking medal and a vacation. What are some questions you would have asked on redirect? I would need to go back through my notes from cross, because on the top of my head, I would need to go back.
That's all I wanted to see.
The judge just ran out. She did. This is a hot mess. As a former clerk, I'm dead. Yeah, I color me deceased after this disaster of a redirect. James Franco never lived in the ECB. I think she meant the building next door. They didn't clarify, and they're not going to, and they shouldn't. Camille makes me emotional in the best way because of how she defended Johnny and how I would want someone to defend me against my abusers. We stand. She is competent. She kept her composure. She had an appropriate level of snark. Sometimes I was like, oh, is that going to draw an objection? But it didn't. She was incredible on cross. That was a master class on cross. But what we saw then is Amber Heard's team completely fall apart, which could backfire too. You can end up in a situation where the jury actually just feels bad for the person because their lawyers are flailing so badly. And that's not a good position to be in either. But Camille had to protect her client. They were trying to get into very inappropriate testimony with regard to the nose.
Okay, I'll watch that later. I just wanted to kind of check in and just see what her legal opinion of what was going on in terms of Elaine just getting so flustered. I mean, I think it's important for us to understand legally what's going on. So I think I'm just basically reacting. Like I said, I'm brand new at live streaming, and I know there are certain guidelines that you have to, abide to when you're actually sharing someone else's content. So that is Emily D. Baker. I would say go check her channel out, go subscribe to her. I am not trying to, completely stream off of her stream. I just wanted to hear and wanted anyone else that, because I've been trying to live stream now and it's very difficult to find traction with it. I feel like, you know what I mean? Without not really knowing how to do it. So if you guys see this on Twitter, please follow me. This girl needs some company. But yeah, anyway, so also now that we are following the guy in the courtroom, the DUI guy on Twitter, I think he has a YouTube channel too. I need to does Amber Heard return to the courtroom after break? Yes. No, she's going to Mexico. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, I honestly just, I mean, I don't think you need to be a genius, and I don't think you need to have a lot of, legal experience or legal anything to understand that this thing is a fucking train wreck. It just is, you know? And like I said, it's really funny because every day that we start this trial, well, obviously now Camille's gonna, I feel, is gonna just rule this thing through the end of it. I don't know if she's doing the closing argument or if she's even doing any other witness other than Amber Heard. I really hope she does Whitney. I don't know if you guys agree or if you think, she should be doing Whitney, but I definitely think she should be doing Whitney because she's just the thing about Camille, I feel like, is that she has such a strong, she seems very delicate and passive if you kind of get it, but then she really is, she's assertive, and that's what I like about her. She's not aggressive, she's assertive, so she's very professional, and I feel like her demeanor just kind of, she gives off that she's there to play. She came to play, you know what I mean? And I feel like when you're watching her, it's just almost an art. I feel like I know some people in the law tube community has said that they don't think she has very much trial experience, but this girl's doing well. And I feel like Amber Heard was, I don't think maybe she thought that she was challenging, but I feel like anyone maybe other than her maybe might have felt challenged, if that makes sense, because of all the pressure, all the attention, and people would come for her if she didn't really do a good job. And there's just such a strong Johnny Depp, Justice for Johnny community everywhere now, except for, I think, on Twitter. So I think it's just pretty amazing that she pretty much fucking slayed. She slayed since she got up there. So I feel like 2 days of cross, she was clear, concise, got her shit done, came to play, and she slayed. That's what I think. I mean, I don't know much about trials and I'm not an attorney, but I'll tell you right now, I think she was wonderful. I think she was very professional. I think she knew what she was doing. I think she was clear and concise. Like I said, I loved her interject when she wanted to cut her off. She wasn't mean, or I feel like she wasn't overbearing. You know what I mean? She was stern. I feel like she was stern, and she was intercepted, and she knew how to pull back the reins. You know what I mean? That's what I think, because I think Amber Heard thought that she was going to be able to manipulate her way into controlling the conversation, and I think that may have been a strategy. Like, you don't know, I'm a bulldog. You know what I mean? Like, I may look cute and look, all American or whatever, but she came to play. And I think Amber Heard had the impression that she wasn't going to, maybe she didn't have it, that she could take control. And obviously it was the opposite. So I feel very, very happy that he was represented in such a professional way. And I agree with all the attorneys that I don't know. It's like when you have multiple attorneys in LawTube just saying that if you ever wanted to take a class in redirect, cross-examination, this is the kind of person you want teaching you. So I feel like this was worth. I'm glad. And, I've been so scared. I've been feeling, I have to be honest, if any of you guys see me on Twitter at any point, even if you click on the video right at this point, you guys, I've been super kind of sad and emotional that I just feel like maybe I'm not doing a great job at live streaming. I really don't know much about it. I don't know how to gain traction. I really don't know how to grow this channel in a live stream sense. I'm losing subscribers, but I'm not really worried about that because I feel like I'm coming from a different community. So obviously I need to find my feet with live streaming. And I am covering the trial to date, but I'm not going to continue to cover this kind of, I'm not here for gossip or anything like that. I'm actually going to be, doing commentary on a variety of things. That's my plan. But now this is just, since I've been watching the trial from day one, I just definitely wanted to, kind of chime in and share my thoughts. And I kind of knew when I started this whole thing, especially when I was doing an all-day stream and when I decided to do the trial, that I may not have anybody watching. You know what I mean? I kind of knew that. And that's okay. That's okay, because I just, like I said, I'm learning, and I feel like, I'll learn as I go, and I will get better and better. And eventually I'll have a following, just like I did with my shopping channel, and I'll have a lot of fun. So, all right. I always go through, for some reason, I get all these recommendations for Twitter, and I never know who to follow. So I just kind of randomly pick people, and I just, look around and see what's out here. I'm really curious too. I've been watching Colonel Kurtz, and I'm really curious as to what I think I might watch people following the Marilyn Manson case, but I don't know if I'm going to get involved in that. You know what I mean? I just want to kind of be a observer of that, so I may comment a little bit on it or something if I decide, to support that. But I haven't decided yet. So let's go ahead and see about these tweets. The break will go very, very quickly also. So let me make sure I'm refreshing my page, because 15 minutes seems to just fly by. Let's see. I just want to make sure I'm... Depositions are kind of, especially when they do... Oh, we're back. We're back. We're back. I'm going to mute myself. Sorry.
All right, thank you. Maybe seated. All right, your next witness.
Our next witness is Mr. Io Tillett Wright, and it starts with counsel for Mr. Depp asking questions, and then we'll switch over to me.
All right, thank you.
Right. Good morning again. Have you had any communications with Ms. Hurd at all, including text or emails or otherwise, in connection with your preparation for this deposition?
No.
Have you had any? When's the last time you spoke to her?
April of last year, April or May. Almost a year ago.
Mr. Wright, when did you first meet Ms. Hurd?
I met Amber in the end of 2011.
And where did you meet her?
In Los Angeles.
And what were the circumstances of the meeting?
A friend was introducing us to each other so that I could photograph her for a large portrait series that I was doing at the time.
And what was your profession in 2011?
I was a photographer and I worked for the New York Times, I think. I don't recall exactly everything, but...
In 2011, you were both a photographer and separately worked for the New York Times as a freelancer.
I worked for the New York Times as a journalist and photographer.
And what is your profession today?
I'm a writer and a producer.
And between 2011 and through the present, have you had any other professions other than photographer, writer, or producer?
Yes.
And what are those?
I've hosted a television show or two. I made some podcasts. I wrote 2 other books, or 2 books, 3 books, 3 books. I've written 3 books. a number of things. I don't know. There are more things, but I've always been a multi-hyphenate person. To the best of my recollection, we initially met at a mutual friend's house, which I think I already stated. That friend is also an actor and had met Amber at the Children's Hospital while they were both volunteering, and knew that Amber had done quite a bit of LGBT activism, and mentioned my project to her, and then invited her over to the other friend invited Amber to her house so that we could all meet. And Amber and I discovered that we liked the same books and we liked psychology, and just, you know, laughed and had fun that night. And then I asked her if she would participate in the photo project, I think, or somebody did, and she said yes. A couple of days later, I went to the house that she was staying at and I photographed her for the project. And then thereafter, I went back to New York where I lived. And I remember her texting me and saying that she was shooting a movie in New York and did I want to get lunch? So we got lunch and we became friends.
Okay, please walk me through that.
We met in 2011. We started becoming friends soon thereafter. Very early in 2013, I came to LA to spend a couple of months with my then, I don't know if she was my girlfriend or my fiance at that point, but the person that I was in a relationship with, in a very serious relationship with. And during the time that I was in LA, I spent more time with Amber. We both spent more time with Amber. And I was introduced to Johnny. And the summer of 2013, I ended up moving to LA, during which Amber and Johnny and I got even closer, very, very close. And then we remained close, the three of us, for 2-ish years. And then all of this happened, this nightmare, and Johnny and I stopped being friends, and Amber and I stayed friends. And Amber and I were friends up until the date that I told you that we last spoke.
And at some point in time, did you live on the same property as Johnny Depp and Amber Heard?
Yes.
And when was that?
It was August 2013 until I believe June 1st of 2014. I moved into my own house, so 9 months.
And why is it that you left that property, left living there?
Because I didn't want to live for free in someone's property, and I wanted to have my own house and support myself.
And for how long after that did you stay close with both Johnny and Amber?
I stayed close with both of them. I don't remember. It was sometime in 2015, I think, late 2015 maybe. Johnny and I were no longer. I think the period when I really stopped considering Johnny a friend of mine was December of 2015.
Okay, well, let me ask it this way. You never saw Mr. Depp assault or beat Ms. Heard on any occasion, correct?
That's correct. I just would like to clarify, Mr. Preciado, that's a question you already asked me, so you're asking me the same question again about whether or not I witnessed Mr. Depp assault Ms. Heard?
That's right.
No, I have not witnessed that.
Let me ask it this way then. Have you ever personally seen Mr. Depp assault or beat Ms. Heard on any occasion?
No.
Now, back to this same paragraph. where it says, my experience of Johnny during the time that we were close from 2013 through 2015 was that he could be incredibly kind, generous, and loyal. Can you give me examples of his kindness, generosity, and loyalty during that period of time?
Johnny, when sober, was lovely and magical and very funny. Johnny, when sober, was incredibly lucid and imaginative, and I felt a kindred connection with him and a shared perspective on the world that I've shared with very few people in my life. Johnny, when sober, understood how much influence he had over people, and he was very kind to them about it and generous with talking to them about whatever came up. And he was also, when sober, very he made time for people's nervousness around him, which I witnessed on a number of occasions. He also he had his number of houses on that street, and there was a constant rotation of different people coming to town who could all afford to live somewhere else or stay somewhere else, who he would let and enjoyed having in those houses, which I find to be generous.
In the next paragraph, paragraph 6, you refer to Mr. Depp's struggles with respect to OxyContin. You say that in late 2013, after dental surgery, he became hooked on OxyContin. Did you ever experience him while he was on OxyContin?
Yes.
And while he was on OxyContin, did you ever experience him to be mean or vicious?
I can't answer that with any accuracy because I don't know whether or not the times that I did see him be mean or vicious, he was also on OxyContin.
In paragraph 5, where you say that he could be incredibly mean and vicious, especially when he was drunk or high. When you refer to drunk or high, what substances are you referring to?
The substances that I saw him ingest with my own eyes were cocaine and hard liquor, marijuana, ecstasy, mushrooms, wine. Probably some other things, but those are the immediate ones that jump to mind. Cocaine and any kind of alcohol would bring out a very, very ugly side of him. Very misogynistic and cruel and other things. And when he would take any kind of psychedelic like ecstasy or MDMA, he would become paranoid. When he would drink alcohol, he would become paranoid. yeah, I think that I answered your question.
You mentioned that you witnessed him having had cocaine. Did you ever have cocaine with him?
No.
Were there any drugs or substances that you took with him?
I don't smoke marijuana. I don't do cocaine. For the entire period that I knew Johnny and thereafter, I did not drink alcohol. There was I think 1 week period.
When is her what is her drug?
I haven't spoken to Amber in a year, but as far as I know and have known her for the last 11 or 12 years, Amber doesn't have a narcotic of choice.
Have you seen her ingest ecstasy?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
How many times have you seen her ingest ecstasy?
I can think of one instance in particular when she took it for her birthday, like a celebration.
Do you recall what year that was?
An event.
Other than the narcotics and alcohol that I mentioned, did you ever witness Ms. Heard ingest any other drugs?
Are you asking me if other than, what did you ask me about? Cocaine, ecstasy, and mushrooms, I've witnessed Amber taking any other illegal narcotics? Or are you asking me about prescription medications? Can you clarify?
Narcotics other than prescription narcotics.
I don't know, but I don't actually think so, no. Okay. Amber drinks red wine when she's not training, or let me rephrase that. Amber, when I knew her, drank red wine in the evenings fairly regularly, with the exception of when she was training for an acting role.
Have you ever witnessed Ms. Heard intoxicated?
Yes.
And how often would you estimate that you witnessed misheard intoxicated.
I don't know how to quantify intoxicated. If you're asking me how often I witnessed her drunk, is that your question?
Yes.
Amber's strangely immune to getting drunk unless she's really drunk a lot. So I didn't see her drunk very often. I saw her drinking often, but I didn't see her out of her faculties very often. Like, you know, I saw that a handful of times in the 11 years that I knew her.
And how would you describe how alcohol affects Ms. Heard's personality based on your experience?
You know, it depends on the circumstance. If it was during a moment when she was celebrating, it would make her loose. Like if we were salsa dancing, then, you know, she would have fun and be fun and at a party and, you know, inebriated and dancing and having fun. If she was in a stressful situation, I think it would just kind of exacerbate whatever the feeling of the moment was.
I'm going to ask you to state your name for the record. Nobody has yet. This is me. In case you haven't recognized me.
All right, go
My
ahead.
name is Untitled.
Let's bring up Depp exhibit number 1 again, please. Mr. Tillett-Wright, you were asked some questions by Mr. Presidio. And I'm going to take you back up to the first page where you were asked some questions. And he started out with, I'm just going to draw your attention to paragraph 4. And you indicated you met Johnny Depp through Amber. And you hit it off immediately. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and then you explained to Mr. Presidio that you considered Johnny to be a close friend and you cared very much about Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
He became a close friend and I did care very much about him. I still care very much about him.
All right. Could you please describe that relationship that you had with Mr. Depp up until I think you said December of 2015?
Sure. Okay, Mr. Depp and I first met. Amber invited me over to his house with my then partner, girlfriend. I don't know if she was my fiance yet or not. In I think February of 2013, right at the beginning of 2013. And we all hung out, the 4 of us hung out in his house, in his living room, and just kind of talked and got to know each other. And it was sweet. I was mostly hanging out with Amber and kind of meeting this person. It was a trip to meet someone like that, you know, and see his house. And he was very friendly and very welcoming and very kind. And then the next time we saw each other was at, Amber and I both like to do what we call family dinners. So we invite people over and cook for them and have a dinner party. And Amber did an elaborate family dinner at her house, and Johnny and I and my ex and Amber and I believe Whitney were there. I don't know if anyone else was there. I'm sure other people were there. I don't remember. And Johnny and I really connected at that dinner. We were sitting either opposite each other or just catty corner from each other. And I left feeling a very intense connection to him. And I was like, well, yeah, sure. Everybody probably feels an intense connection to him because of who he is. I'll forget it. It's ridiculous. And then a couple of days later, Amber had another dinner, such a dinner at her house. And Johnny and I had another really good time and felt very connected and really laughed a lot and whatever. And at the end of the dinner, as I was standing to leave with my ex, Johnny came up to me and said, I don't really know how to say this because it doesn't happen to me very often, but I think I love you. And I felt strange because I felt the same way. And I said, that's funny because I had that same experience after the last dinner party too. And then we joked about how crazy and ridiculous that felt. And we exchanged phone numbers, and then he texted me wanting to talk about Amber a couple of times, and I felt that it was like kind of violating her privacy. So I said that I was happy to be friendly with him and happy to, I don't remember exactly what I said, but something to the effect of like, you know, I'm happy to give advice or to help you guys stay in concert with each other, but I don't want to violate anybody's privacy with the other one. And I think he really respected that and really liked that because he also values his privacy greatly. And then, yeah, I was in LA for a couple more months, and I don't know, I think maybe we hung out more during that period. I'm not sure. I don't remember if they came to New York during the next stretch of time or what happened, but basically by the summer, I came back to LA to write and had a very bad breakup with that fiance and was going through some things personally that Johnny, you know, he was like, I recognize what's happening for you. It was like particularly bad anxiety related, trauma related things. And I didn't expect him to offer me any support around that stuff, but he just was like, wait, I see what you're going through. You know, this is my experience of it. I have the same thing, and let's talk about it. And like, if you need anything, I'm here. And I was like, thank you so much. You know, I didn't really expect that. And I went back to New York to be with my family for a couple days or maybe a week or something. And it was very painful to be there. And he had said, if it's painful to be there, you know, just let me know and come back and stay here. And so I did. And I came back, and I originally was going to stay at Amber's house because she kept her apartment for a number of years while they were together, even though she stayed at his house a lot, that she paid for, etc. And she was, you know, the person that I'd known longer, so I felt more comfortable being at her house. And then the consensus was that I should be closer to them. And so he said, oh, there's this house that's just sitting empty at the end of the street. Just stay there. And I was very hesitant because I didn't want to take advantage of him. And he was insistent, and he was very kind about it. And he said that he understood fully what having PTSD and anxiety could do, and that he wanted to help. So I went and I stayed there. And then that was, I'm guessing, in August of 2013. And then in September, I think, Amber went to England to shoot a movie. So I was there, and Johnny and I would hang out on our own. And Johnny doesn't have a ton of friends because he can't. And I would go up and hang out with him. You know, we really enjoyed each other. We really liked each other. And so we would just hang out, you know, on a daily basis, eat dinner or watch movies. And I'd hang out with his kids and got, you know, very like into like a very sweet uncle, niece, nephew relationship with his kids. And they called me Uncle Io. And
Mr. Tiller-Wright, did you ever call Mr. Depp brother, or your brother, refer to him as your brother?
Yes, I did.
Now, I'm going to take you to paragraph 5 of Depp Exhibit number 1. And Mr. Presidio asked you about this paragraph as well. And at the end of it, you had said, and he could be incredibly mean and vicious, especially when he was drunk or high. What did you mean by that?
What I meant by that was on a number of occasions, I saw, you know, Amber or he, I think, also would ask me to come and help. He and I had more of a like mano a mano kind of relationship, and she and I had I was kind of like the only person that would check either of them for a while, and so they would both ask me to do that with each other. So I saw him. For example, I remember there was a time when it was very late at night. I was down the hill, so I went up the hill, and he was outside by the pool with a glass of what I understood to be whiskey, and she was inside crying, and very upset in the kitchen, I think. And then I went outside and talked to him for a long time. Situations like that, or and he would say things. He said something to me that night that I thought, that night by the pool, where I thought, Jesus Christ, you know, things like, she's gonna, you know, all she's got is her looks, and you know, she has no talent, and when her tits start to sag, and her face gets wrinkly, nobody is going to be interested in her for anything, and she, you know, better to figure out another way to survive and shit like that. Sorry, pardon me, things like that. And I also witnessed him when Amber was in England. Marilyn Manson and Paul Bettany came over at one point, and there was a great deal of cocaine and alcohol involved that I witnessed them doing together. I don't specifically recall if Mr. Bettany did or did not partake in the cocaine, or really much of anything except things that he said and his personality. But Mr. Manson and Mr. Depp partook in a lot of cocaine.
What, if anything, did Mr. Depp tell you about his struggles with drugs and alcohol?
And we sat on the couch, and he told me a number of things. He told me about his childhood. He told me about growing up in Kentucky. He told me about growing up very poor and how his mom was verbally and physically abusive. He told me that when he was very, very young, like 13 or something, he started drinking and taking drugs, I think, or at least drinking quite heavily. He was even kind of like, yeah, it's crazy, I know, but I've been doing it my whole life and built like a tank. And so that was kind of the nature of the conversation. And he told me that he had struggled with ever not drinking or ever not doing drugs. And he also told me that he didn't particularly enjoy being sober, but that, you know, people around him were very concerned. He was very, very concerned with his children, and he would express shame or regret about times that he had been inebriated to the point of falling down or embarrassing himself, you know, urinating on himself, things like that, when his children were around, and that he was very grateful to the people who had kind of shielded them and whisked them away. And he told me that in his relationships with previous women, his drug and alcohol use had been an issue, but that he just didn't really like life sober, and that it was too painful to be alive without imbibing or getting high. And he also told me that he had experienced great bouts of jealousy in relationships that had also led to a lot of drinking and a lot of rage activities. He told me that happened with Winona. He told me that happened with Winona Ryder and Kate Moss. He told me that had happened with Vanessa Paradis
Mr. Tillett-Wright, what, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp abusing OxyContin?
Over the course of those 2 years, Mr. Depp told me verbatim that he was addicted to OxyContin. And I have a text message from him where he expresses that it's extraordinarily hard to kick and that it, I don't remember exactly the words that he uses, but he referred to it to me verbally many times as like the hardest thing that he's ever tried to kick, which he's tried to kick most things. He said it was harder than heroin. So he was very open and verbose about OxyContin, having gotten addicted to OxyContin.
So what, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp smoking cigarettes and joints, marijuana?
Mr. Depp, as far as I could see, always had a cigarette or joint in his mouth at all times, to the point where I was confused about how he could function. He also showed me his marijuana closet that had, I don't know, tens and tens of pounds of weed in it.
What, if any, observations did you make while you were staying at Sweetser? I think you said that was August 2013 through May of 2014, with respect to the type of alcohol and the amount of alcohol that Mr. Depp was consuming.
When I saw Mr. Depp drink, it was often hard liquor. I believe it was whiskey and gin and tequila, maybe. Could also be vodka. I don't know. He had a full bar in 80, the house that they, with his recording studio in it, that they mostly stayed in. So I know whiskey for sure. And there was also red wine, a lot of red wine.
When you talk about the whiskey and the red wine, how much did you observe Mr. Depp consume on any given occasion of those?
I don't know. The one occasion I know specifically was the one that I mentioned before during the argument, where he suddenly had a glass of whiskey. And I remember it being like, I remember clocking, because I grew up counting people's drinks. I remember clocking that it was a very large pour in the glass of whiskey.
If you recall those, I think my question was, what, if any, observations did you make, or did Mr. Depp ever tell you about him blacking out?
Mr. Depp was very open with everyone that he was a heavy user. And he told me about, I know there was one instance where he had this very large house property. So if Sweetser Avenue goes like this, the house that I was staying at, 76, is down here, then there's 78, which is right here, and then up here is 80, and then across the street, I guess, is 82. And 82 is a very large compound. So he and I were staying, I was at 76 or up at 80, and then 82 they lived in for a brief period of time. And he told me about like vanishing into 82, into the the property, into the because it was very lush and a lot of trees, and went up quite far up the hill. And he told me about kind of like blacking out and going in there on one instance. He told me, he told me that in Australia, he had blacked out. But he also told me that he fucked up. So I don't know. In terms of specific blackouts, there were a number. I think he said on the plane, he said that he didn't remember what had happened.
What, if anything, did Mr. Depp say to you about whether he wanted to become sober and clean?
Mr. Depp expressed to me that he wanted to get sober for Amber, that he didn't enjoy being sober, that it wasn't fun, and that it was distressing and exhausting, and very hard to do. He really resented having to be sober. Yeah, he didn't want to be.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Depp say to you about his perception of Amber's role in him becoming sober and clean?
He expressed a number of times that he felt like she was his leash and she was holding him back from doing what he wanted to do in terms of substances and alcohol. I just want to go back to another incident that I remember. He told me he blacked out, was on the island. He went to the Bahamas. There were two different instances. One was, I guess, like they had only recently met, and he told me that he passed out face down in the sand while his kids were there, and that the staff had like whisked his kids away so that they didn't see it.
Mr. Tilleray, when you said that Mr. Depp used the term monster, what do you recall him saying about that?
And the language that ended up being kind of settled on was that there was a side of him that was the monster, and that it was not who he was, but it was something that lived within him that he had to battle. And the language that he always used was that of battle and battling the demon, battling the monster. So that the monster, he would say things like, the monster will not win. I will not be that type of man. I don't want to be that type of man or husband. I don't want to hurt. He would call her Slim, our Slim, our girl, referring to all of her friends and him and her and I. Yeah.
What, if any, observations did you make of Mr. Depp, both in terms of physical as well as temperament, when you perceived him as having too much to drink?
Mr. Depp would drink and or take drugs. He would get very mean, very surly, very paranoid, extremely paranoid. He would weave these elaborate situations in which Amber was having affairs with every man that she ever worked with and every woman she ever came in contact with. He became very demeaning. Johnny is incredibly intelligent, incredibly smart and witty, and he would point his jokes at people, Amber's appearance, her talent, her lack of talent as he perceived it, why he thought that she was actually famous, which he always implied was just because of her looks. And because he thought that everyone wanted to have sex with her. And he would insult his fans. He called them, I remember he called them remoras, which is the type of sucker fish that attaches itself to the hull of a ship and puts a hole in it and then sinks it. He would rail against his mother and his sisters, pretty much, anyone that he felt had crossed him or could cross him, he became very nasty about.
What, if anything, do you recall Mr. Depp saying about his mother and comparing his mother to Amber?
Mr. Depp told me that his mom was viciously cruel to him during his upbringing, and that she was also viciously like violent with him and with his siblings and with his father. He referred to her, pardon my language, as a bitch and a cunt a lot. And he seemed to kind of compare them in the sense that he said at one point, something to the effect, it's right here actually. Yeah, I already have a mom who was a bitch to me. I don't need another one in my life. There was a fair bit of that kind of like, you know, my mom's been awful enough to me already. I don't need another woman who's gonna also be awful to me.
What, if any, discussions did you have with Johnny about the fights he had with Amber?
We had a lot of discussions about his fights with Amber.
What do you recall?
In the very beginning, he expressed that she made him feel crazy, that he was so in love that it made him feel crazy. The very first time that I mentioned, September of 2013, when he and I were alone together a lot, he expressed that he thought that she was cheating on him and sleeping with her co-stars in England on the films. And I said to him, or in the film, and I said to him, listen, you know, I know her, I think, pretty well, and I talk to her a lot, and I think if she was having an affair, I would be one of the very few people that she would tell about it. And I don't hold secrets or lies for anybody, and I would tell you if that was happening so you could make your own decisions. But as far as I know, that's really not the case. And I think that she's really in love with you. And I think that she also is worried that you are having affairs because both of you are used to being sex symbols on Earth. And both of you need to just accept the fact that you're really in love with each other and lean in and be together and love each other. And he told me that sometimes his jealousy would make him feel crazy and outside himself, and that he had to get it under control, and that it would cause them to fight, to be specific in regard to your question. He told me about the fight that they had the time that I went up there. Are you asking for specific instances, or are you asking about the nature of their fights?
No, I am asking for what he told you about their fights and specific instances, yes.
He sure is
So to continue with what I was saying from before, he told me about the fight in the middle of the night.
He sure is eager to say a lot of stuff, like just
when I mentioned that
he's
I saw
too
a heavy pour of whiskey.
voluntary,
I went outside
in
the
my
pool
opinion.
and spoke to him, and he told me about the argument that they had and that she gets mean during fights, and that it really hurts his feelings, and that he then lashes out at her, and that, you know, she called him old, and he then calls her soon to be ugly, and talentless, and that they get really ugly with each other. He told me about a fight that they had. We went to England that September. It was Whitney's birthday, I think. Amber's sister, Whitney. And Amber was stuck working. My birthday, Raquel's birthday, and Whitney's birthday, the three people who she was the closest to, all have birthdays in September. Raquel's just before the end of August, whatever. We're all Virgos, and she couldn't be with any of us on our birthday, so we all went to England to surprise her. And during that trip, Johnny proposed to her, and they then, I'm pretty sure that night after the proposal, got in a huge fight, which they both told me about separately. And he said, I'm pretty sure that he trashed the hotel room. Let's see. I spoke to him after, I went and talked to him after their fight on the plane.
So that's the Boston LA plane incident, is that right?
That's correct.
So Mr. Dillard, I'm going to ask you about the Boston LA flight incident. You talked about it a little bit earlier, and you just said now that you spoke with Mr. Depp about it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What do you recall of your discussion with Mr. Depp about the Boston plane incident that happened in May of 2014?
And I went upstairs to his bedroom, which was like blacked out, and I woke him up. I remember shaking his shoulder and saying to him, "Hey, buddy, like wake up," which was not something that a lot of people did to Johnny, wake him from his slumber. And he woke up, and we had a conversation about what happened on the plane. And he didn't really remember being on the plane. He didn't really remember getting off the plane. He didn't really remember much detail of anything. And he swore up and down that he was going to stop, and he was going to stop drinking and taking drugs, and he was going to never do it again. That was that incident.
What if any meetings related to alcohol did you and Amber attend in this time frame?
I understand, because we didn't go to many meetings. I took Amber with me to Al-Anon, which is it's like a sister program to AA for the family and friends and loved ones of addicts and alcoholics, which I regularly attended. So she came with me to a number of Al-Anon meetings, and she also had, I think, 1 or 2 phone calls with my dad's wife about how she dealt with helping him get off of his drugs and drink less. And she read a number of books about it. She was watching documentaries about it. She would listen to any radio show she could get on, like anything she could get her hands on that would give her some tools for how to deal with this, she consumed in that period.
What, if any, communications did Johnny have with you in this time frame about wanting to get back with Amber after the Boston plane incident?
We went to New York, and I remember we were staying at the Ace Hotel in Midtown. And Johnny started reaching out to me. He went eventually back to Boston to start filming again. Would have been in like the next day or 2, because we weren't there for that long. And he reached out to me and basically said something to the effect of like, you know, I have to fix this. I will do anything that I can. And then while he was in Boston, he let me know. And I think he was trying to reach Amber too, but she wasn't ready to talk to him. He let me know that he had engaged Dr. Kipper, and that he intended with every fiber in his being to get sober, and that the nature of the conversation at that point was that he was going to beat this thing, you know?
Yes, please describe for me what transpired, what you discussed with Johnny and Amber relating to Australia in 2015.
After because they were married in February, and they went to Australia in the spring.
You know, I'm going to interrupt you just for a moment, and forgive me, I just want to keep it chronologically there. You described earlier that you were present for the wedding, correct, in February of 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And you also had discussed about Amber wanting Johnny to be sober for the wedding. What, if any, observations did you make about Johnny at the ceremony and with respect to whether he was sober and clean?
You know, I don't actually know whether Johnny was. I don't think Johnny was drinking on the day of their wedding. I really don't actually think he was. Let me rephrase that. Before the ceremony on the day of their wedding. Because I was going back and forth between their respective like private preparation quarters where they were getting ready, because I was technically her best man and his son Jack was his best man, but I wasn't one of the girls and felt more comfortable over there with them, but I was helping all the girls. So I was running back and forth on this golf cart between, I was also taking pictures. I was one of two people who was friends with them that had worked as a photographer, so I volunteered to take pictures. So I was very intimately with Johnny and Jack leading up to the wedding, and he wasn't drinking, I don't think. I don't remember seeing him drink.
And then let me ask you this. After the ceremony, as you were walking to the reception, what, if anything, did Johnny Depp say to you about Amber?
As we were walking back from the ceremony.
Let me rephrase that. Let me ask you again so you can give me something I can use.
Where the party was happening, and I was walking with Johnny and congratulating him that they pulled it off and that they did it, you know. And he said, "We're married now. I can punch her in the face and nobody can do anything about it."
So I'm going to now turn your direction to Australia, roughly a month later after the wedding. You weren't present in Australia with Amber and Johnny, correct?
That's correct.
I'm showing you what has been marked as exhibit number 3. Do you recognize anybody in this picture?
I do, yeah, myself and Ms. Heard. I do, yeah.
Please describe what you see.
I see a number of long, thin cuts.
And what, if any, similarity are those to the ones you just described, having seen after Amber returned from Australia?
Very similar.
All right. And are they the same or are they different ones?
I would have no way of knowing if they're the same or different ones, but they're similarly long, skinny cuts like the ones that I saw after she came back from Australia.
I'm going to show, Mr. Tillett, I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 5. And it's a text message exchange. Do you recognize this text message number here below Arrow's Arc?
That's my old phone number, yes.
Okay, so does this represent a text message exchange between you and Amber Heard on 12/16/2015?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and I'm gonna start you at the top with the blue. It says, "I need you." Do you recognize who is sending that message?
Yeah.
Mr. Tillett, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 6. Do you recognize the person in this photo?
Yes, I do.
Please describe what you see in this picture.
I see Amber Heard, and I see an injury to Amber's scalp.
Okay. And what, if anything, do you recall about seeing anything similar to that when you arrived in December 2015 at Amber's penthouse?
I remember this being one of the injuries that I was shown when I arrived at Penthouse 3 at the Eastern Building on December 16th, 2016.
And does this picture that's marked as exhibit number 6 accurately depict what you recall seeing?
I remember this being one of, I think maybe 2 scalp injuries that there were. I remember there was another one as well, but I could be mistaken. I believe there was another one on a different part of her head as well.
Do you recognize the picture that is set forth as exhibit number 7?
Yes, I do.
Please describe for me what is depicted in this picture that you recognize.
This was a picture of Amber's scalp.
And does this accurately depict what you saw when you were shown it, as you testified earlier in December 2015?
Yes, it does.
Mr. Tillerwright, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 8. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
Please describe what's depicted there.
This is Amber Heard's face with a very swollen lip.
And does this accurately depict what you observed when you arrived at Amber Heard's penthouse in December 2015?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 9. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
Please describe.
This is the clump of hair that I was shown, I believe, when I arrived at Penthouse 3 on the night of December 16th, 2015.
And does this accurately and genuinely depict the scene that you recall seeing?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Now, what if any plans was there as of December 16, 17 of 2015 for Amber to be spending Christmas with Mr. Depp and his kids? Do you recall?
Taking the pictures down while we talk. Yes, I do recall. There was a plan for Johnny and Amber and Lily Rose and Jack and Raquel and her boyfriend or fiance at the time, Josh, to go to the Bahamas. Oh, and Raquel's mom and Amber's parents to go to the Bahamas and spend Christmas on the island together. Yeah.
Mr. Tillerwright, I'm going to ask you, what, if any, conversations did you have with Johnny Depp about the December 15 incident?
I don't think that I don't know that he and I had a direct conversation about it. I'm not sure if he and I had a direct.
So what, if any, I'm going to show you, Mr. Tillerwright, what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 16. It's a text message exchange dated 2/10/2016. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do. It's a text exchange between me and Amber Heard about a video that she sent me.
Okay. Now it starts out, hi, Steve left me a voicemail at 5 a.m. And that's from you, correct?
That's correct.
Do you remember what the voicemail message was?
Yeah. Johnny called me at 5 in the morning and left me a voicemail in the character of some kind of management, of like a property manager. And he said something about, yes, hello, this is management. And I don't remember what he said, but it was something to do with like, we have a situation that we need to change out the something. And it was just a lengthy, just off the wall nutbag ramble in the character of management.
Mr. Tillerwright, I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 17. And then Alex, I'm going to ask you to play this.
What happened? What happened? happened this morning. You know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. That's crazy. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going? You got this going? Oh, really? Really? Sneak that shit on me, motherfucker.
I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Oh, bye.
Thank you, Alex. You can take this down now. Mr. Tiller-Wright, do you recognize that video?
Yes, I do.
Was that the video that Amber sent to you on the text message exchange on February 10th, 2016?
Yes.
Do you recall watching that video on February 10, 2016?
Yes, I recall watching that video at the time that I received those text messages.
So I'm going to take you to 21 May 2016. What do you recall with respect to a telephone call you received from Amber?
Sure. I was in New York. I was there visiting family. I was in Greenpoint, Brooklyn. I was walking down Manhattan Avenue, and I got, I believe, a text message from Amber that said something to the effect of like, "Can you talk?" And so I called, and I was walking down the street as this happened. She put me on speakerphone, so I was talking to both of them. He just stopped by to pick up some of his stuff, and he has a theory that he either he wants to ask you about, or and I said, okay, sure. And hello, Johnny, like, you know. And he, I think it was he said or she said, Johnny thinks that you and I together defecated on his pillow. I think the words were used were shit on his pillow. So I started laughing, and I was laughing, she was laughing, and when I realized that he was serious, I was like, okay, look, you know, first of all, I wasn't there that day. And so he got very agitated by the fact that she and I thought it was funny. And he started to get more and more agitated, and I could hear him walk away from the phone. He came clomping back down the stairs. I heard like a noise, and then the phone dropped. And he said to her, "Oh, you think I hit you? You think I fucking hit you? What if I peel your fucking hair back?" And then I heard the phone drop again, and then I heard her scream. I remember her screaming. And I hung up the phone, and I called Raquel immediately because I know that she lives one door away, and her and her boyfriend Josh, who's a big dude, would be able to get there the fastest. And I called her, texted her right away, and I hung up with her and immediately called 911 in New York. And then I called a friend of mine in LA who I knew had met Amber a number of times, and I think I may have placed a second call to NYPD. Now I'm all frazzled and I don't remember, but I think I called NYPD.
Mr. Waldman made some statements in April and June of 2020 that quote, Amber Heard and her friends in the media used fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They've selected some of the sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. That was made on April 8, 2020. What, if any, impact did that have on Amber based on your observations?
Amber retreated. Amber became isolated, embattled, extraordinarily distressed.
And then on June 24, 2020, Waldman accused Amber Heard of committing a quote abuse hoax against Depp. What were your observations of how this impacted him?
I think that my previous statement encompassed that.
During the time that you were friends with Johnny and you were speaking with him up until you testified December of 2015, what, if anything, did Johnny Depp ever tell you about Amber Heard being physically violent to him?
Nothing ever at any point.
Do you agree with me that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard had many verbal arguments?
Yes, I do.
And you were a witness to a lot of those verbal arguments, correct?
I was witness to some verbal arguments.
Okay. And did you ever hear Ms. Heard say anything mean to Mr. Depp in those arguments?
Yes.
And did you ever hear Ms. Heard say anything vicious to Mr. Depp in those arguments?
Yes.
So would you agree with me that when they argued, they were mean and vicious to one another in what they said?
I would categorize it very differently, sir.
Well, you testified that you heard Ms. Heard say mean and vicious things to Mr. Depp when they argued, and vice versa. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And although you witnessed arguments, verbal arguments between the two of them, where they exchanged mean and vicious statements, you never saw Mr. Depp assault or beat Ms. Heard on any occasion, correct?
No, I never saw either of them physically assault the other one.
Did you ever experience him become violent as a result of or because of smoking cigarettes or joints?
As I've already explained to you probably 8 times, I've never seen Mr. Depp become physically violent with Ms. Heard. So if that's what you're asking me, if he smoked a cigarette and that made him violent, I think you know that that's ridiculous. And the answer is, again, no.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp become violent in any manner on account of him smoking cigarettes or joints?
If you want my honest answer is that Mr. Depp mixed substances constantly. And I keep trying to tell you that. He mixed all kinds of things together when he got crazy and violent. So, and upset and paranoid. So, and I never knew what he had taken.
When you say when he got violent, when did you see him get violent?
I saw Mr. Depp throw glasses and dishware on at least 2 occasions, which I would characterize as physically violent. And do I know if he'd smoked marijuana or cigarettes before that? I don't know.
When were those 2 occasions?
Sometime during the time that I was living in Sweetser. And once at the Eastern Building.
And prior to throwing those dishes, did you witness him imbibing any drugs or alcohol?
I couldn't tell you, but seeing as Mr. Depp always was smoking cigarettes and marijuana, my assumption would be yes.
Okay. Do you recall when Ms. Bredenhoff showed you a picture of a clump of hair on the floor?
Yes.
When you saw that, that was more than a day after it was allegedly pulled from her head by Mr. Depp. Is that right?
Well, if you want to get technical, my understanding was that their fight happened very late at night, which is technically the morning of the 16th. And I arrived at her house around midnight, the night of the 16th. So technically, it's not more than a day after. It's in the same 24-hour period. So technically, the answer to your question is no.
Okay. So I'm just talking about the hair on the ground that you saw. When you saw it, was it your understanding that it had been there for more than 20 hours?
I have no idea what time their fight started or ended, so I don't know if it was 20 hours or 16 hours or 13 hours. But my understanding, again, was that they had gotten into a fight sometime in the morning of the 16th / late at night on the 15th. I don't know at what point during that fight in which the clump of hair was ripped out of her head, but it happened sometime then and there. So yeah, sure. My understanding was that that clump of hair had not been moved since it was ripped out of her head.
All right, completes. All right, what's your next? Who's your next witness?
We have another video deposition, Raquel Pennington. It's a long one, so we could listen to some of it
All
tonight.
right, let's
and then
go ahead and
we'll go into-
start. Why don't we
Okay.
go ahead and start it today? At least get 30 minutes in, if we could.
That's
Okay.
fine, yeah.
All right.
And Your Honor, just for your benefit and the jury's benefit, the questioning starts with Ms. Vasquez on behalf of Mr. Depp, and then I question Ms. Pennington at some point, which will probably be tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I please have you state your name for the record?
Raquel Pennington,
In what city and state do you currently reside?
Los Angeles, California.
You've been deposed before, right?
Yes,
And you were deposed in Ms. Heard's divorce proceeding for Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
yes,
Have you been deposed in any other matter?
no.
What was the purpose of the declaration that you submitted during Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's divorce?
The purpose of the thing that I wrote, which I don't know if it was technically called a declaration or whatever it was to write down my account of events as fresh in my memory as possible.
And Ms. Heard asked you to write down your witness account. Is that correct?
I do not remember actually. I don't know.
Did Mr. Depp ask you to write down anything in support of any legal filings?
I don't remember.
So it's your testimony sitting here today that you don't remember one way or another, whether it was Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard that asked you to write down your witness account during their divorce. Is that correct?
I wrote down my account. That is the memory that I have. I wrote down everything as clearly as I could remember it, as soon as I could.
You provided a witness statement in the UK proceedings. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Do you recall how many witness statements you provided?
Just one.
And you provided this witness statement to the son's attorneys?
I don't know who it got provided to.
Did you testify in the UK trial?
Yes.
And for which party did you testify for the UK trial?
I believe it was the publication.
And by the publication, you mean the Sun?
Yes.
When was the last time you spoke to Ms. Heard?
Perhaps 6 months ago, maybe more.
What did you and Ms. Heard speak about?
Probably, it was before her baby was born. So we were mostly speaking about her baby at that point.
Did you speak to, when was the last time you spoke to Ms. Whitney Heard?
Around November, October, November of last year.
When you say last year, you mean 2021?
Yes.
When did you first meet Ms. Amber Heard?
I believe it was 2003.
When you met Ms. Heard in 2003, you developed a friendship. Is that right?
Yes.
Would you say you were best friends?
We became very close friends.
Your friendship with Ms. Heard, it persisted through her relationship with Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were friends with Ms. Heard through her divorce from Mr. Depp as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
Other than when you lived at the Eastern Columbia building, which we'll get to, did you ever live with Ms. Heard?
Yes.
When was this?
— 2017 to 2018. Yeah.
Where did you both live?
We lived on Holly Drive.
Was that a home?
Yes.
Did you pay rent?
No.
Did Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Sitting here today, do you still consider Ms. Heard a friend?
Maybe.
I wouldn't consider her not a friend.
What does that mean?
Yeah. What does that
We
mean?
don't speak. We are not enemies.
What the?
Why don't you speak?
That doesn't make any sense.
We grew apart.
You mean she's not paying your rent anymore?
Rhonda, can I
Is that what you
have
mean?
that question read back?
Yes. Sitting here today, you can't give me one reason why you grew apart from Ms. Heard.
I wanted to spend more time with other people in my life and prioritize other relationships and other relationships.
Over the course of your friendship with Amber Heard, did you ever see her using illicit drugs?
Can you define illicit drugs?
Not prescribed.
Yes.
Did you ever see her use cocaine?
Yes.
How many times?
I don't know.
Countless?
No.
Less than 10?
Yes.
Less than 5?
Yes.
If you remember, when was the first time you ever saw Amber Heard use cocaine?
I don't remember.
Did you ever do cocaine with Miss Heard, Amber Heard?
Yes.
How often?
Not often.
Was there a point in your relationship with Ms. Amber using more cocaine?
No.
Did you ever see Miss Amber Heard use cocaine while she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
I don't think so, no.
You can answer today.
You know what Provigil is?
Yes.
Are you aware that Miss Amber Heard has taken a drug called Provigil?
Yes.
Do you know when she started taking it?
No.
Do you know whether Amber Heard continued to take Provigil during her relationship with Mr. Depp?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she had stopped taking Provigil?
She never told me that.
Are you familiar with any of the side effects of Provigil?
No.
Did Ms. Heard ever tell you that she was experiencing any side effects as a result of Provigil?
She never said anything about that.
You testified you saw Ms. Heard use mushrooms less than 5 times. Yes?
Yes.
Each of those 5 times, or less than, was she in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
Did you say each of the 5 times?
Right.
Not each of the 5 times.
How many times that you observed Amber Heard use mushrooms was she in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
Maybe 3.
Do you recall the specific occasions when you saw Amber Heard use mushrooms while she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
The first Coachella that we went to. The second Coachella that we went to. And maybe at Hicksville. But I
Was
can't
Mr.
be
Depp?
sure of that.
Was Mr. Depp at Hicksville?
Yes.
Around June of 2014, you moved into one of the penthouses in the Eastern Columbia building. Is that correct?
I don't remember which month, but I did move into the penthouses.
Approximately in 2014.
Approximately.
And Ms. Heard at the time was in a relationship with Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
And it was Mr. Depp who invited you to live in one of the penthouses, right?
They both did.
When you say they both did, they both sit you down and invite you to live in the penthouses?
I don't remember how the invitation happened, but it came from both of them.
This was a penthouse Mr. Depp owned, right?
Correct.
And specifically, the one you lived in, it was referred to as Penthouse 1, right?
Correct.
And when you moved in, Mr. Depp gave you a master key to all the penthouses he owned, right?
It could have been one of his assistants.
When you say one of his assistants, you mean one of Mr. Depp's assistants?
Correct.
So either Mr. Depp or one of his assistants gave you a master key to all the penthouses that he owned, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Depp never charged Mr. Drew for rent while he lived at Penthouse 1, did he?
He did not charge him any rent. No.
Did either of you get physical?
No.
And how was this argument resolved?
We talked it out.
You recalled another argument with Ms. Heard at Holly House, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
What was this argument about?
I think that we were setting up for Thanksgiving, and we were looking for maybe some glasses or some dishware. We had just moved in, and we couldn't find them anywhere. And then she finally found them in a place that I thought I had looked, and we started arguing about that. She thought that I wasn't looking hard enough, I think, and I told her that I thought that I looked there. Yeah, I think that's what their argument was about.
Was this just a verbal?
This girl doesn't give a shit about anything. She doesn't care. She's like the assistant that worked for Amber Heard, the nanny or whatever, or the personal assistant.
I believe that I pushed
She
her.
could give a shit. She don't care.
How did Miss Amber Heard react to that?
She either pushed or hit me back. Yeah.
You know where she hit you?
I think it was on my cheek.
Do you recall any other physical altercations that you've had with Miss Amber Heard?
No.
Do you recall any specific instances when you saw Amber Heard get into a fight with someone else?
No.
In the time you've known Amber Heard, have you ever seen her wear hair extensions?
Yeah. Yes.
Did she have hair extensions in while she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
I don't know when exactly she had them throughout the time of knowing her.
I'm going to mark as Pennington Exhibit 1, Ms. Pennington's witness statement in the UK proceeding, which is dated June 16th, 2020. Ms. Pennington, first and foremost, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Ms. Pennington, this is a sworn witness statement that you provided in the UK, right?
I understand. I wanted to get to the bottom and make sure that this was the one that I signed and saw the date, and that was the full document. I just finished it. Yes, this is the document.
Did you write this witness statement yourself?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Yes.
Thank you. Did anyone help you write this?
No.
Did Amber Heard help you write this?
No.
Did Amber Heard's counsel help you write this?
No.
Other than your attorney, did you speak with anyone about the preparation of this witness statement?
No.
Could please turn to the 10th page of the document where your signature is. or a signatures? Is that your signature on the 10th page of this document, Ms. Pennington?
That is my e-signature, yes.
Are all the statements in this document true to the best of your knowledge and recollection?
Yes.
You previously testified that you went on a trip to Hicksville with Ms. Hurd, Mr. Depp, and some other friends. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall when this trip occurred?
Not off the top of my head.
Do you recall who else went on that trip?
Yes.
Who else was on that trip?
Whitney Hurd, Nathan, who was one of Johnny's assistants, Brittany Eustace, Kelly Milano,
Anyone else that you can recall?
trying to remember. No, I don't remember anybody else.
Where were you all staying?
At Hicksville Trailer Park.
Did you personally witness Mr. Depp become, quote, angry and aggressive, end quote, toward a friend of yours?
Yes.
Relative to where Mr. Depp was, where were you when this occurred?
We were around a campfire.
My question is a bit more specific. Relative to where Mr. Depp was when this occurred, where were you sitting or standing?
I was at the same campfire.
How close were you to
In a
Mr.
circle.
Depp?
6 to 10 feet.
What time of day did this occur?
Evening.
Had you consumed any drugs or alcohol at this time?
Does she not understand English? She just said, were you sitting or standing? She was like, well, I was at a campfire. I mean, are these guys all this lame? I don't understand. I mean, are they all this slow? What? She just seems like she don't want to be there at all. At all.
Likely wine. I don't remember specifically.
Did you smoke any weed?
No.
Did you consume any cocaine?
No.
Had you consumed any mushrooms?
I believe so.
Had you consumed any MDMA?
No.
Who was the friend that you referenced Mr. Depp became, quote, angry and aggressive towards?
Kelly Sue.
How did you know her?
She was married to a work friend of mine.
Do you have any independent recollection of how long you had known Kelly Sue Milano by the time Hicksville occurred?
More than 1 year, less than 2.
What did you witness Kelly Sue Milano doing that evening before Mr. Depp became, quote, angry and aggressive?
I witnessed her hang out with the rest of the group.
Did you see her consume any alcohol?
Not that I remember.
Do you see her smoke any weed?
No,
Consume cocaine?
no.
Did you see her consume any mushrooms?
Maybe one. Sore. I'm genuinely trying to remember. I saw her eat some amount. I don't know how much.
Did you see her consume any MDMA?
No.
You testified that Mr. Depp said words to the effect of, quote, "get off my woman," end quote, to your friend. Is that right?
I testified that.
Did you personally hear Mr. Depp say that?
Yes.
Is this the, quote, "angry and aggressive," end quote, conduct by Mr. Depp that you testified to?
Yes.
Other than telling Kelly Sue Milano to, quote, "get off his woman," end quote, what did you personally observe Mr. Depp do that was, quote, "angry and aggressive," end quote?
That was what happened. Then I think Kelly and Amber were hugging on a chair out by the fire. He came out of nowhere, said that, and then I think that Amber and Johnny went back to their trailer.
Other than hearing Mr. Depp say something to the effect of "get off my woman," what did you personally observe Mr. Depp do that was, quote, "angry and aggressive"?
That's it.
Did you hear Amber say anything to Mr. Depp?
I don't remember her saying anything.
Did you hear Amber raise her voice when speaking to Mr. Depp?
No.
What, if anything, do you remember about Amber's reaction to Mr. Depp's behavior?
She was trying to comfort him.
This evening in Hicksville, did you ever see Amber Heard consume any drugs or alcohol?
I didn't see it.
You didn't see Ms. Heard drink any wine?
Yeah, I don't remember a specific time watching her take a sip of a drink.
Was she holding a drink?
I don't remember.
And this evening in Hicksville, did you see Mr. Depp consume any drugs or alcohol?
I didn't see any specific image in my mind of him consume.
Did you personally witness Mr. Depp, quote, "in a rage," end quote, that Ms. Heard described?
Did I personally witness the rage in the trailer?
Yeah.
No.
Did you hear Mr. Depp yelling in the trailer?
No.
Did you hear Ms. Heard yelling in the trailer?
No.
Did you personally see that the trailer was, quote, "trashed," as Ms. Heard described?
The next morning?
Yes.
Yes.
What specifically did you see in the trailer?
The thing I remember specifically was the light fixtures had been knocked off.
But you didn't see Mr. Depp knock off the light fixtures in the trailer, is that correct?
I did not see it.
So the only thing you know about what happened in that trailer is what Ms. Heard told you and your observations of the light fixtures being knocked off. Is that correct?
The only thing I know about what happened in the trailer is what she told me and what I saw the next morning.
And the only thing you saw the next morning was that the light fixtures had been knocked off. Is that correct?
That was not the only thing I saw. It is the specific thing I saw.
What else do you recall about the trailer?
It was in a general disarray.
What does that mean?
Was trash. It was torn apart.
What besides the light fixtures were thrown apart?
I've already told you specifically, I remember the light fixtures. The rest is a general disarray.
What is a general disarray to you, Ms. Pennington?
Stuff off the counters, cushions thrown around, things strewn about on the floor.
Did you see Ms. Heard shortly after she returned from Australia?
All right, why don't we just stop right there? So that'd be a good breaking point, I think. Okay. Perfect. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and break for the evening. Again, do not discuss this case with anybody and don't do any outside research. And we'll see you in the morning at 9 o'clock, all right? Get some sleep. Okay? Thank you. All right, I just have a few items. Just for the record, I want to make sure exhibit plaintiff 1248 from yesterday actually should be corrected in the record to plaintiff's 1248A. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, good. All right. And so the witnesses tomorrow, are they live, remote, or do we need a
We have
web link?
one live witness tomorrow. The rest are all video depositions.
So they're all depositions, so we don't need a WebEx link?
No.
Okay. All right. Other than that, jury instructions and verdict forms. I have received jury instructions from both parties. Thank you for that. However, I have not received agreed upon jury instructions as requested. So I'm not sure if that has happened or not happened as far as getting an agreed.
Your Honor, we have been trying to confer them for a week.
Well,
Your Honor, they're identified and emailed to Sammy.
Okay, so the ones that you agreed upon?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. So if you could do the same, just give me which ones you agree upon. I'd appreciate that. If we can get also by Thursday, your objections to the ones that you don't agree upon in writing to me by Thursday morning, okay?
Yes,
Can we get that? Just so I know what you're objecting to, because I only have 2 hours on Friday morning from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. to deal with this issue. So I want to make sure we're all prepared to get that done at that time frame, okay?
Understood, Your Honor.
All right,
Yes.
great.
Your
Anything?
Honor, I just want to make clear, we haven't seen what they sent until they sent today. So
Okay,
we've been
that's
trying to
fine.
meet and confer about this for a week and have
I'm not
made no
interested in
progress.
anybody's finger pointing, but I understand, but we'll just go forward from here. And if I can get them Thursday morning, that'd be fantastic, okay? All right,
Thank you,
great.
Your
All
Honor.
right, have a good evening and we'll see you in the morning, okay?
Hey guys. Whoop, there it is. That girl, Raquel, she don't care about nothing. She don't want to be there. It seems like she don't care about, Amber either way. She don't care. She don't want to be involved in it. She don't want to be connected to it. She doesn't want to be brought back into it. Yeah. There's that. So that was very interesting to me, just because even though those depositions are very, very boring, they're very telling at the same time. So I feel like, yeah. I walked out for a second because I had to check something in the living room, and I got a package from Amazon. But anyways, yeah, those depositions will put you to sleep. So I will be back tomorrow to stream tomorrow's session. I don't know who's next. I'm anxiously awaiting Whitney. That's what I'm waiting for. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up. Since I really didn't get many people. I got one person today, so that's better than nothing. But I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow. But I think Camille aced it. I think she did very well. I'm very happy. I think she really kind of, slayed Amber Heard. And I think the defense bombed. I think they were flailing like a fish out of water. So there's that. But anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. If you came across my video, I really appreciate it, and I will be back tomorrow. See you guys.